We're higher up, which is good and bad. It's always different the first episode in a new place. The acoustic. Is that the moon? No, the moon's over the other side. That's just a light. It is what it is. Are you outside, Richie? Richie, are you outside? Nobody cares. I gotta get shit out of my pocket. I gotta get stuff out of my pocket, right? Got so much stuff. I'll tell you what, though. It was a terrible day. But thank you, God. Thank you, God. What's his name? Not me. What am I? Uh, I'm a sinner seeking forgiveness. I don't know what you are. PG, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? See the Colorado Rocky Mountains? I mean, yeah, there's some power lines, but it is what it is. They're nice. They're like Midwest power lines. I guess I could. Let me show. Yeah, let me show you. You see over there? Look at that nice sunset, the Rockies. Yeah, it's nice, right? Nice, right? Yeah, it's nice. It's fresh up here. Fresh air. You can't smell people walking their dogs pissing on the first floor. Yeah, it's nice. I'm up here on the third floor. I'm strapped. It is what it is. Can't show you community guidelines. SIG 45. It is what it is. Classic. All German made. And all German assembled. There's a difference. It's for people that care, but there is a difference. I know. But look, I even have privacy here. I could go in the corner. I could just go from here. I can make posts. You wouldn't even know I'm outside. Richie, are you outside? Hey guys, I could whatever, whatever. I could face it the other way. I can make a green screen, or I could just classic outside. Depends what I want to do. Depends what I do. But I am on the third floor. My angle's all messed up here. I had to adjust this. Yeah. Oh yeah, we started at 8:30. It was like 95 degrees today, and it was a lot of work. I don't even know. Um, let me check. It was a lot. Just trying to get this information. I don't know. Anyways, we're here. Nobody cares. I'll tell you what. It's fresh up here. The lighting I'm gonna have to work on. The lighting I'm gonna have to work on. I'm gonna have to work on the lighting. I'm gonna have to work on the lighting. You know, I'm gonna have to work. I'm not sure of the angle yet. Yeah, I don't know. We'll work on that. We got the Colorado Rocky Mountains. It is what it is. So we got a brand new cigar. A brand new cigar that a lot of people aren't going to care about. And that's fine. Gurkha has had their past. Since their past, they've made some corrections for their sins. And I like that story. But it doesn't mean all the new Gurkhas are winners. Cellar Reserves, if you find one you like, they're phenomenal cigars. If you find one you like. Marquesa is only one blend. Marquesa is easy to love. Beautiful medium strength, medium plus. Marquesa, get the Marquesa. Fantastic, happy, anytime smoke. Happy kind of cigar. The Pure Evil is a stout, classic Habano kind of feel. Yeah, is what it is. The Havana Legend, right from the man himself, Juan Lopez, is basically they copied the Padron 64, but at half price. So it's not as luxurious, not as aged. But the Havana Legend is, I think, a heavy Nicaraguan cigar. If the Havana Legend, believe it or not, so Havana Legend, his favorite cigar outside of Gurkha is the Padron 64 Maduro, and he's from Cuba, so obviously the Padron 64 hits him right. So he wanted to make one at half price. Obviously, it can't be as good. I mean, that'd be phenomenal, but it's not. But he wanted to have like a working man's Padron 64 at the time for $89. Right? Nothing wrong with that. That's the Havana Legend, Gurkha. The Havana Legend. So it's modeled after the 64 um, at a half price point, $8. So if you like the Padron 1000 series, check out a Havana Legend. And I'm not saying that's good. You decide what you want to do with it, but it's that kind of party. So this is a new cigar, but it's not new because they had the Grand Age. This is the Grand Age number 2. Um, they it had the big kind of a little bit gimmicky treasure chest, um, but there was 3 boxes in sleeves, all the same size Toro. I think it's 6x54, so it's a fat boy Toro, which it does affect the strength. If this could have been 52 or 50, my preference, but 54, you get a lot of time, easy to smoke, but 54 can really weaken a cigar. 54 and no more. Don't go past 54. 56, chicks with dicks. 56 is bad. 56 is bad. It is what it is. So, anyways, what am I getting here? We got PG, we got Uncle Larry. Hey, Sacco, how you doing? Staying fresh. Staying fresh. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's see if we can get this new guy here right now. There's a new guy here. There's a new guy. Hey, another new guy. Chewy, how you doing? We're drinking tequila. That's not water. We're drinking tequila straight as opposed to tequila 451. We're celebrating. It is our first night here in the new lounge location. That's it, guys. Like and subscribe your life. Don't commit suicide and eat prunes. Don't kill yourself. Cleanse yourself. If 3 out of 4 dentists say people that eat prunes don't commit suicide because you're getting rid of the demons. I can't stress it enough. So here we are. We're up on the high roof, baby. The view is better. The price is almost $500 cheaper, and it's pretty much just as nice. Some aspects I like better the other place, but some aspects I like better about this place. So it's almost a draw, but for the price difference, that's a lot more cigar money. Um, and the thing was, it wasn't like we couldn't afford the old place, but the old place for new people, they lowered the rent $500, and they want to give us 2,100, and the new people were at 1,600. So what the hell is that? I said, what do you think? I'm stupid? You know who I wrote with? Speak to me truly. Don't lie to me. I said, so my neighbor's brand new gets 1,600, and I've been here 1 year. I got to pay 2,100. Why would I stay? Why would you think I'm stupid? Look at my face. You think I'm stupid? It's what it is. It's what it is. Nobody cares. It's what it is. It's what it is. So we got a brand new guy here. So, anyways, that's what's going on. Yo, whoa! Complete commitment. I love it. Refreshing.
Hey,
Refreshing.
best hair in the lounge, right?
Bro, that is refreshing, man.
It is refreshing.
Dude,
That's exactly how I felt. Yeah.
congratulations on enlisting in the Marine Corps. Congratulations. You're like, wait, I got to do more than just cutting the hair. Oh, good luck. I hope you can run. You know what I'm saying? I hope you got good knees. My knees,
Dude,
man, shot. What's that?
I shaved my head the next day. I wake up, someone's dragging me out of the bed by the foot. You know what I mean? Taking me down, making me jog. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm drinking tequila straight. What are you drinking?
I'm drinking water, man.
Well, no, that's what I normally drink. Don't shit on Richie here, okay? But I'm celebrating tonight, all right? Don't
Okay.
make him look like Richie's an alcoholic.
Hey, Richie, you gave me the heads up. I had some fresh fruit, I had some water. That way I have no do you know if your mouth is too dry when you're talking, sometimes it can make a sound.
Yeah.
Not you, but I'm just saying people. So one way to get rid of that is fresh fruit, especially like green apples, which I didn't have,
Yeah.
and water. So
Yeah. That's it. I'm telling
yeah.
you. You got to stay fresh. I just took a really long hot shower. I'm fresh. I'm fresh. I'm fresh. Fresh, man. I had a crazy day. So we've been moving since 8:30. Um, I got fucked with the moving truck. We'll talk about that later. Um, but let's start off first. So this is a new Gurkha. I know this is not like a high end. What I want to say, they've had better releases in my opinion, just by looking at it. Like the Trienta, the 30th anniversary, which is Aganorsa, and
Mhm.
any of the Cellar Reserves. The Cellar Reserves hasn't had a new release since the 12th anniversary. Is the 12, 15, 18, 21. We never seen a 22 or a 25, and we never seen less than 12, like a 10, which would be
Right.
interesting, you know. But anyways, so this looks more like a friendly budget cigar because at the expensive lounge was $8. The MSRP on this is $6.50.
Okay,
So
so really on the budget side.
I will say this: um, the construction does not look bad. It doesn't look like super high end, but I can exaggerate and say, oh, this and that. But I mean, look, I mean, that's not a bad looking cap at all. I mean, it's the band is
Now,
nice.
is that the Maduro or the Habano?
This is the Maduro. I bought the Maduro and the Habano. I didn't give a shit about the Connecticut because
Sure.
at the end of the day, believe it or not, though, they have a new Connecticut Gurkha called the Gurkha Ghost Connecticut, but they said they made that a strong Connecticut. So I will review that because they said it's a strong for Connecticut. So I want to see if they're lying. You know what I'm saying? Though? But other than that, most companies' new releases, their Connecticut versions, we know what to expect: creamy nuttiness, mild to medium, and it's boring. So that's not really going to pick up, and that's fine for casual cigar smokers. Um, the question is, looking at this wrapper, my opinion, that's going to be lackluster, meaning it's going to be trying to be Maduro,
Mm.
but it's not going to be that strong. That's my opinion. Now, I'm being honest up front. So I think it's probably going to have good construction. And what is the blend? It's all three, the Connecticut Habano and the Maduro or Nicaraguan wrappers. Obviously, different treatment or a shade Maduro and one's Habano. Um, the fillers and binders are not disclosed, which is kind of gimmicky to me because this is not like some high end secret cigar. So
Yeah.
if they're not disclosing it, especially it's not like they normally don't disclose it. So it's like why this one being a secret? I I don't What are your thoughts?
Again, it kind of feels gimmicky. I agree with you. Now, Richie, before you light it, will you smell the foot? I want to see. Let me know what you think. Do you feel like when you smell the foot, it's going to be strong fillers, like you know what I mean, or you think it's going to be kind of watered down? Because again, that's
Well,
our
there's a difference
your
between
concern, but
strong,
also mine
watered
with the
down, and
yeah.
maybe it's not fermented enough. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Or
yeah,
like
yeah,
cheap, like when you get like the scraps, you get a really shitty cigar, and you're like, so I'm just gonna be upfront. I don't love Gurkha. I don't hate Gurkha. I review each one individually. If it's good, I'll tell you. And if it's pass, it's not bad. The Pure
right.
Evil was great. The price point on this is lower, so the chances of it being a good value cigar is higher. Because if it's only $6.50, $6.00. I'm not expecting much. So if you impress me, it's even better, right? So we'll see what
Right.
happens. Just like when you did the
But
book.
I think the concern with a cheaper Maduro like that, right, is that the fillers aren't going to be pushing it hard enough. Um,
Right. If he's using tons of like lower primings, it's going to be.
right.
So, here's the thing too. I will give this a pass. It is 54. So whatever strength it is, if this was 52 or 50, we know it would be a little stronger. I think that. But here's the thing
Yeah.
too. Most people smoking Gurkhas are not looking for ass kicking cigars. It's a lot of new guys or a lot of occasional cigar smokers. So he says the number one seller, they make 6x52, 6x54, is Toro, a fat Toro, because I guess people want a value cigar, a big size, and not too strong. So they're not making Coronas. They're not making little box press, 5x50. I mean, they can. I'm just saying, but that's not what sells a lot for them. You know, and he
Now,
says he loves Corona, but he goes, Corona don't sell. Well, not for them. Like, at
right.
the end
Sure.
of the day, nobody's making a business off selling Corona cigars. You know what I'm saying?
I do respect the 54 ring. I think it allows the tobacco to sort of breathe, it allows the smoke to breathe and gives you sort of a added openness to the flavor. But I think that works really well with a much stronger, a
Stronger
really
cigar.
powerful cigar. Yeah.
A 54 medium strength, unless if you're, wanting that kind of, I don't want to say weakness, but you know what I'm saying? No,
Right.
it loses its,
Sure. Potency.
yeah, loses its
Yeah.
balls.
Yeah. I think the San Latano Habano and the Cafradia, I think those are both 6x54s, or you can get them in 6x54. They're
Those are
both good.
balls. See, that
Yeah.
gets a pass. Those are
Yeah.
ballsy.
But you get enough of that flavor, that openness, the
Yeah,
complexity, because they open up a strong cigar.
no, and it's enjoyable. Honestly, I don't know if I'd want to confrade a Corona. That'd be a lot.
Look, they make it in a petite Corona, and I will be smoking those. I'll report back.
I would like to find that out. Make sure it's not too moist because a moist small cigar will not smoke. Because you know how much the forgivingness of the bigger gauge, even if it's wet, you have more room for.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah. So I was going to ask. Oh yeah, didn't you smoke recently in the? Didn't you smoke something recently from General that was like in the $6-7 range? It wasn't the.
Yeah, the Rico Habano.
Was that it? The one that was less expensive? I
Yeah.
thought there was.
No. Oh no, yeah, the Shady Moose.
No, but there was something you gave a 4.5. Maybe it was the El Rico.
El Rico Habano, bro, if you're talking about strong, Rico
Yeah,
Habano is the strongest cigars I've ever had. Not just
yeah,
smoking,
yeah,
but the side effect. That's part of it. The
yeah.
side effect of Rico Habano was dangerous. But dangerous.
As I said, that is strong. One of those, because apparently a lot of like the old school Cuban guys would smoke like really, really like knock you over type of strong cigars. So I think that was in that style. Let's see.
Yeah, that's a serious cigar.
So I think one cigar that this has got to be compared to. I mean, in my limited knowledge, is like the Perla Del Mar, because that's also kind of like less expensive, solid. It's not super strong. You know what I mean? But you can get the Toro, I think, around the same price. That's a decent Maduro.
Well, yeah, Pro de Mar is a very good value cigar. It looks better than it is, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. You know what? No, I think if you put a little age on a Perla Del Mar, because I smoked one of the ones with the old band, and I think it had kind of settled into itself. It was a little bit more on the mild side, but it was definitely a tasty. Oh, you know
I
what I'm thinking of
I
is.
think a
Yeah, go
Pro de
ahead.
Mar is that it's the edginess, though. Like, if you're buying a $5-6 Maduro cigar, you
Yeah,
don't want it to be weak. It's ballsy. I'll take a strong cigar that's dirty than a weaker Maduro
sure.
that's dirty and boring. If you're gonna be
It's
a dirty,
watered. Yeah,
if you're gonna be dirty, be bad. Go full strength, be dirty. Don't give me a
yeah,
mild dirty cigar. You're like, oh god. Like if you're gonna go fart in the elevator, fart in the elevator. Don't try to hold it in. Like just let it rip, baby.
yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. Fill
go,
it up. Fill it up.
yeah, go for your
Full
shine.
strength.
Okay, it's stronger than I thought. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I really didn't have high hopes for this only because the price point, undisclosed,
Yeah,
and looking at it, I thought it was going to be like one of those filler cigars. Like, oh, we have a new release, and it's called the Grand Age 2. They kept the same
yeah,
name. They want to keep the same box, and I respect that. It was efficient. So I think part of the efficiency was they had old boxes from the previous release, and instead of filling up with like 50 of the same, they put like Punch the paper boxes. They put 3 sleeve paper boxes, so the one box has the whole brand, shade,
mm,
which
mm-hmm.
is smart. It's smart. That way, guys can try instead of
Yeah,
saying, which do we want to carry? The store is always going to carry the Maduro. You know what I'm saying, though? And in the box, the Maduro was like almost gone. The shade, no one touched it, and the Habano's like 4, 5. Like
I
Habano,
was gonna say though, that's the problem, man. If you set it up like that, you're gonna be sitting there with a box that's just got the Connecticut in it, or so. You
yes.
know what I mean?
You know what happens? The guys run out of the Maduro and they'll go, I'll fucking try the Habano. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Connecticut shade, if it's a 3-way box, it's kind of like strawberry chocolate vanilla ice cream in one
yeah,
box. Dude, you know that chocolate and vanilla is going at the same time. No one's going to the 3-way chocolate vanilla ice cream and strawberry and just going vanilla or just going chocolate. You want that
right.
vanilla, baby. And strawberry's the shade grown like, you know what I'm saying? But then you're stuck with strawberry by itself, which sucks. But if it's all you got, it is what it is. So sometimes something you don't want, if
Hmm.
it's all you got, then it is what it is. It kind of becomes like
Yeah.
better than nothing.
I guess you could also say, you know what I mean, if the Habano and the Maduro sold out, they were good, then maybe people will give it a shot. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I gotta blow my nose. I'm still a little sick. What's the initial impression?
Well, first off, I didn't get to dry it out. It's been out of the dry box about 4 hours. But in Colorado, that's like 2 days in California. So at least it's been drying out a little bit, which is something, right? You know what I'm saying? Though. Also, they just came in at the to the shop recently, so it wasn't there like for like 6 months. This is a new release, you know. Look at this. Look, see. Look, this is so that's a good sign. That's 4 hours in Colorado.
Yeah.
So so we know that it's not like it's too moist. Would I like to give it a day? Okay, but at least it's at where it's at is performing well. It is stronger than it's not like a kick-ass cigar, but in 54, which is a factor, Studio 54, right? Um, it's actually kind of moving for 54. If this was in 50, it would be pretty not scary, but pretty potent.
Pretty
Um,
formidable. Yeah.
like a heavy medium to full. Right now it's a heavy medium plus, but we're like a quarter inch in.
That's solid. Is it giving you a distinct profile off the bat, or does it kind of feel like what you'd expect from a, frankly, like a budget Maduro? You know what I mean? Like in that wheelhouse.
I'm gonna say this. As of right now, the draw is great. So that means construction's good. And the strength is acceptable. It's pretty heavy for the beginning of a fat Toro. Those two things are better than the flavor though. So it's not firing on all three cylinders. Does that make any sense?
Hmm.
If it has some crazy kind of flavor or a beautiful flavor you remember. So but this is only a quarter inch in, so let's let it build up. So can this be enjoyed? Sure. Sometimes you smoke a cigar, you just like the strength of it, and not too crazy about the flavor. You know what I'm saying? Though it's like kind of having like a strong friend that's not too smart. You're like, yeah, but he's a strong guy. I like to have him around. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Not the brightest one, but he's strong. You know what I'm saying? Though
I had I had a friend, and all of his friends were between 6 feet and 6'4". So it's like, yeah.
I said the flavor right now. I think the easiest flavor to get is the black pepper. It's potent,
Hmm.
but it's a watered down chocolate note. So that's kind of sad.
I mean, come on. I mean, my thing. I know a lot of people talk shit on Connecticut's, and like you said the other day, Connecticut's going to give you kind of a similar flavor profile, nut, cream, whatever, etc. Cedar. For me, often I'll get like a citrus off of it. Um, for me, I have a bigger problem with the Maduros. A generic Maduro to me is worse than a generic Connecticut. That's how I feel personally.
I'll tell you about that. Yeah, I'd rather have like a cheaper Connecticut than a cheaper Maduro. In this
Yeah.
case, it's because it's easy to what to expect with it. Because if it's not going to be a higher quality, then you don't want to push it stronger. You know what I'm saying? Though
Mm-hmm.
it's like
Yeah.
like if you're gonna if you're gonna wear clothes to Walmart, that's cool, but lay low.
I don't. I don't mean to look. I want to give all due respect to this cigar. I'm glad that it's strong. I hope it picks up to be something interesting. I have no prejudice here, but I do have to say, personally, I have to be honest. A watered down chocolate note, I think, is one of my least favorite. I mean, there's some notes which are just like straight astringency or something that's bad. Everybody doesn't like it, but for me, my personal pet peeve is a watered down chocolate note. I just don't. It's not for me. Like I got that on a
No,
payback Maduro and the Churro. Yeah.
it's like when you don't have enough chocolate syrup and you make it chocolate milk, and you're like,
Yeah.
you feel poor. You feel poor.
I remember, I think one time a guy made chocolate. I don't. It was something like chocolate milk, but without the milk, just like chocolate and water. So it's that type of. It's not for me.
Hold on, I'm getting something in right now from the studio offices. What's that? France is on fire. Yes, Joe Biden's son was convicted last week. A submarine, it sunk, but it really was never there. It was make believe. So that way,
Crunched. Uh-huh.
so you talk about Joe Biden's son getting arrested, or I'm sorry, convicted. And fuck Geo.
I'm also wait. Sorry. I'm also getting breaking news. It's just fuck Geo. It's just fuck Geo. That's all the news I'm getting.
Oh, just fuck Geo. Okay.
It's just
Hold
fuck Geo.
hold on. Let's go live to. Hold on. We're gonna go live to Mountain News. We're out in the mountains right now, Colorado Mountain. What do you have right now? I'm telling you right now. Um, right now, I'm telling you that Geo is 451. Let's go back to you. Yes. You got anything in?
Just to be honest, I've been watching the coup pretty. I was watching that coup pretty closely, but
Yeah, great.
it's sort of become a nothing burger at this point. I
Wow.
mean, it was serious, but yeah.
This is
What about you? What about back to you, Richie?
back to me. Geo is an absolute, absolute fairy. He's a fairy.
But that's I think that's bigging him up because I think he switched sides.
He just called you a lady. Who are you talking to like that, Sacco? I know you're not talking to me like that. You want to lose your
Mm.
wrench? You see what happened to your fish?
You don't mean you don't mean the beard. Um, I don't know, man. I'm just writing it out. I'm just gonna see what happens.
Don't even explain it. If they don't respect your new look, fuck it. If they don't respect your new look, it's like if you don't want to be typecasted. You were already in one type of movie. Now you want to make a new type of movie. You're like, oh, but Tom Cruise, we want another Mission Impossible. I'm making Rain Man, motherfucker. Okay? Da. They're gonna walk around with a stuttering guy, a little autistic, and you're gonna win an Academy Award. All right? You want to go make Rain Man? You can't always make Mission Impossible or Top Gun. All right? Don't explain it. Don't.
I think I'm going backwards. I think I was making Rain Man. I'm trying to make Mission Impossible now.
Listen. Don't fuck with my message. You knew what I meant. All right?
No. I agree with you. I'm just playing. I'm just making a. I'm just adding a distinct joke and
Hey, this just in. Don't fuck.
discreet. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that you're ready for him in all situations. By the way, you were showing me you're ready behind the toilet paper for Richie. That's solid.
Yeah,
Um,
that's serious.
there was something. Oh yeah, I wanted to say earlier, just before we move on to other stuff. Before I forget, the gravy, the Sunday gravy, the grappa. That's
Dude,
the one I was thinking of. You gave a 4.5, I think.
$10 for dude, $10 for 45 bucks. I'm sorry, 10 cigars. Dude, buy that box. Even in the 5 by 56, it was such a phenomenal cigar. It had great potency, it had great long lasting flavor, great complex spices, and a good, fun kind of sweet cigar. It's a value cigar, but it doesn't feel like a value cigar. Only if you're a snob. It's only value cigar in the price. The
Right,
problem will then go, but it's not going to be as good as this cigar. And that's
right,
sometimes cigars are a gift, like the El Rey de Mundo. The El Rey de Mundo is that at the store, $12 cigar. Online, it's an $8 cigar, right? 80 bucks for a box. That's an $8 cigar online that kills $20 cigars. Now, is that the norm? Absolutely not. But once in a while, David and Goliath happens. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I review stuff to explain the normal things that happen, and then there's always an exception when it comes to cigars. You know what I'm saying? No, because it's not like $12 cigars always better than a $10 cigar, and it's not like a $10 cigars always worse, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? No, so
mhm,
it is what it is. You know, and sometimes the $12 cigar is better than $10 cigar. You know, so there's a lot of factors to it: height, boxing, pricing, the region you're in, availability, where you bought it from, was it online, are they having a discount going on, etc., etc. But if we're going to go just by MSRP,
right.
that's the fairest gauge.
Because I've gotten Xeno Platinums for $4. So if you can find something better at $4 than a Xeno Platinum, like I,
But
I give up. But yeah,
if you're always fucking trying to get better, what I mean is not in overall life, but in that
mhm,
moment, if you're not happy with what you have, you're never going to be
mhm,
happy. Like if you're with a good woman, and she's a nice woman, you're like, yeah. But you're like, but out there somewhere, is someone better. This is what you got right now. Hit that shit. You know what I'm saying? No? To be grateful. Thank you, God.
yeah,
If it's consensual. Thank you, God. Appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? No, man for woman, change my mind. But my point is though, but like if you're always not appreciating what you have, now it doesn't mean you can't start comparing and contrasting and be like, yeah, no, this one was nicer than the other one, but whatever.
sure.
You know what I'm saying? But it's you get what I'm saying though.
No, but you got to be able to enjoy it. But I think that for me, really, it's almost not even a quality thing. I think there's certain types of flavor notes that it just works for me or it doesn't work for me. So I think it's different for everybody, but
I think
you can't
I
just look at the
talk about
price.
price point. and in their mind, they have to make the more expensive one better than a cheap. When I say cheaper one, I'm talking about
Right.
15 to a 20 or a 10 to a 15. They like this has to be better, and you get them saying no. And look, I'm wrong, and I trust me. I don't know if you know this. I smoke a lot of cigars. I reviewed a lot of cigars. I don't know if you know that. And
I I just hang out because you got good hair, man.
you didn't know that. This is just a hair channel. I'm a cigar model.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is. So, but that's all I'm saying though. So, in every cigar, you could find something to like. You're saying,
Mhm.
um, and if it's really bad, you could you could find something to like that you would say, I would like to never have this again. You know,
I think I think it comes down to, I mean, like, with the Long Live the Queen, now I didn't smoke that, but based on everybody who smoked it, it sounded like, "Oh, you picking something up new?"
okay, you saw that, right?
Yep.
It's like I was listening to, but you saw
Yeah.
like we were in the field. All of a sudden, I see enemy movement, and I'm just like, it's just it got stronger. It's a heavy medium to full right now. It's got that going for it. I don't like the profile. It's a watered down milk chocolate. It's got a good amount of earth. It feels kind of dirty. All the notes feel not polished. If that makes any sense. Did you ever see a
Mhm.
knife when they polished it? So the whole cigar feels rough around the edges, but it is potent. I mean, it's potent. So it's got that going for it. So I wonder if the Connecticut might be the best one. Now maybe I was wrong, because it's easy to get decent flavors with Connecticut shade. But if it's potent, like you just give me tons of black pepper spice on a Connecticut, and I'll be happy. Like because at least it doesn't feel off. You know what I'm saying? No,
Mhm. Yeah, I mean,
cars are
yeah.
always the truest. I feel they don't deviate, so they're not exciting at all, but they don't deviate. It's like mom's cooking,
Mhm.
reliable,
Mhm, mhm.
not a restaurant, but you've had this before,
Mhm,
oh,
mhm,
and a lot, and
mhm.
something about that reliability can give you some kind of comfort. Mac and cheese, baby.
I wonder, I bet the Habano, hard to bet, but I would imagine the Habano will be better too, because I think, for me, Habano plus Earth kinda works. There's something that.
But you're right about that dirty watered down milk chocolate. That's the worst note. That is the
Yeah.
worst. Because if you're gonna give chocolate, you want to go chocolatey sweet, or a bitter chocolate's fine, but push it. But a watered down chocolate is like, but let's talk about what it does have. It's earthy. It's very hold the smoke. It's pretty intense. Now, it's not gonna kick my ass, but holding the smoke is almost full strength. Puffing on it is medium to full. In the first inch, in a 54 gauge. So these are some pros and cons. It's not just like throw the whole bad baby out with the bathwater. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
so one, it's affordable. Two, it's got great construction. The draw is fine, which some cigars you buy it doesn't have a good draw. Um, I didn't even get to dry box it, so it just feels a little. This the, if you're gonna give me chocolate, that I know. So maybe I just gotta let that go. Some people go, oh, it's like a dusting of chocolate. They'll say a faint chocolate note. Listen, like, don't give me faint chocolate. I don't want faint chocolate. And that sounds like a cover band. All right, guys, let's hear it for faint chocolate. It's like, yeah, faint chocolate. What would the song sound like? What would the sound like? I don't know.
I think it'd probably be like, kinda like, do you know what shoegaze is?
Hmm?
Shoegaze? It's, I don't know, it's kinda like, it's kinda wishy-washy. I think it'd be sorta sound electronic, but it'd be wishy-washy, and the dudes would kinda be like, I don't know, like indie type of vocals. That
I
would be
was
my guess.
more of a cover band, but does it more with an ethnic type of background. So imagine like a Metallica, but like a Jamaican Metallica cover band, or imagine like Metallica if it was like a Jewish cover band, like they had more of like the Mazel Tov kind of vibe, but they
I
just
don't
cut.
think,
They
but
just
faint chocolate? I think
what's
that'd be
that?
like strong chocolate. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not going off. You're making it into another category. I'm not going.
No, 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 I'm saying if you had Jewish guys doing Metallica, faint chocolate, I think that's very strong. It's a strong vibe, you know what I mean? That's not faint. There's nothing faint about that.
Well, how would, and we can talk about this because you are Jewish, so it's not like I'm being insensitive. How
Mm.
would a Jewish cover band of Metallica sound like? Like
Okay.
with a song like um, say your prayers. I don't know. Like I'm trying to think how to sound Jewish and sing "Enter the Sandman." You know.
So I'm not a big, and
Oh,
I'm sorry to say, yeah,
all right. Give me what band do you like? For God's sakes.
I like the Garden. They're a punk band from LA. Yeah. No.
All
I
right.
don't I don't I don't listen to a lot of the old school
All right.
rock stuff.
This
But
is not going to work.
but I'll tell you
Tuesday,
how
get a new guest because our guest is fucking up.
I'll tell you how it would sound though. There's a type of Jewish singing, traditional Jewish singing called a nigun, Niggun, which is like
Okay. All right.
it's like a, I don't know how to put it, but it's a very like, you ever heard the shofar?
Yeah.
Okay, it's kind
Like,
of like that if people were singing. Like it has that same grab to it.
it has more of
Um,
a kind of feel to the vibe to it.
yeah. So it's kind of like from the
Does it
back
have
of the throat.
a feel to it? You know, like Middle Eastern music can have kind of like whether it's Acidic or Muslim has like a mystical vibe to it. It does. It's not traditional chord patterns like
Right.
American music. Like you know what I'm saying? No, like
So,
uh, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? No, like it's not traditional. Like
so
love hurts. Love, you know what I'm saying? When you talk
exactly.
Middle Eastern stuff, it's just like I like these Punjab music at the 7-Eleven. All the Indian guys have that like, but they have like Punjab rap. It's like
Yeah.
and I love that shit. I'm in there.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Dude, dude, I'm scratching off, and I'm like, I got a match on 5. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, 5X. Yeah, yeah. And then they'll end in gunshots, and you're like, wait, generally not a violent culture, but like just imagine like the guy with like the turban. He's like, but like, but they add like excessive gunshots, like almost like a war zone. So it's like almost like yo, this like and then they're trying to be two gangs. Like yo, ain't nobody doing like a rap video and like letting off 4,000 rounds. Like yo, are we in a war? Like are you a refugee? Like this is a little too hardcore. It's you know what I'm saying. It's like maybe that the translation is just like
It's taking it into a different category. It's
yeah,
no
the
longer
translation
hardcore. It's just a,
is like
yeah.
fuck with me and look at my woman and I'll wipe out your whole village. And you're like, what? That's too much. Too much. Not the whole village. Like that's too. You mean, okay, you want to crush your enemies? The whole town, like the village. I don't know, but it's hardcore. Like when they add the gunshots in the Middle Eastern rap, it's excessive. Like excessive.
I I do think it's funny because when
And
you take some
explosions. Like it'd be like and you're like, fuck. Yeah, you know, not even like Jay Z or Tupac are doing that. Like
yeah.
like first off, fuck your bitch, and also a nuclear bomb goes off. You're like, all right, there's no more bitches. You nuke the whole. You said fuck every bitch. You said
The whole bridge is just women and children crying.
you slaughtered our future. You slaughtered our. There's no future. There'll be no corn for winter. We have no grain and barley. We survived, but we're not going to survive the hunger. They're going to be eating people from the feet up. Oh my God! And I have big feet. Ah.
That's just from the second verse or second it's just the first verse is just hardcore, and then after that it's just people complaining and crying.
You to look up Punjab. You reckon? What's up?
I can hear you all the way in the bedroom.
Oh, can you, baby?
Yeah.
She's saying she can hear me in the bedroom. Well, you're gonna hear me in the bedroom later, baby. All right. Okay, baby. You want me to embarrass you? You want me to pull my balls out or something like that?
Yeah.
You want me to pull my balls out? Babe, I love you. Now go to sleep like a good woman, all right? Wait for me. Now get out of here before I embarrass you, all right? Now that's how you have a successful relationship with a person with a vagina. Did you see how I handled that? See, a woman will come in and not know her place in the pecking order. Kings over queens. I can't stress enough. Go to Las Vegas with a pair of queens. You're gonna lose the kings. Well, that's not nice. I'm not saying queen can't beat a man. They could beat a jack, but I'm not a jack off. I'm a king. The only thing above a man, a king, is God, the ace. That's why there's no face on the ace, because who's to say what God looks like? You know what I'm saying? No.
thought he looked like a man.
Right, and that's why if you're a Christian, we have an image of Christ, but Christ walked the earth. So there was physical people that saw Christ. No one's ever saw God because his power, you would die. It's like looking into the sun too long. Like, I want you to stare at the sun tomorrow you can't do it for 24 hours unless if you constantly ran west and looked around back. Yeah, you can't do it. Anyways, for 12 hours, you're going to go blind. And even then, God created the sun. So who would be even brighter? God. I don't fear the ocean. I fear the man that made the ocean. You understand that? I don't fear the shark. I fear the man that made the shark. So, you know what I'm saying? So people, imagine one day when you die, you meet God. He's like, sharks are scary, huh? I made that shit. I just picture like he's like on his board. He has like, and we goes, hey, we got categories. We have tiger shark, mako shark, and we have a megalodon. We've been keeping that shit in reserve, dude. You know that megalodon's been like lurking, and every time he comes to surface, the god's like, not yet, not yet. We're saving it for the end times. Like the shark is like, is it Sodom and Gomorrah yet? Oh. Like that shark's. Anyways, yeah. What if family values and decency is keeping the megalodon at the bottom of the ocean. And as divorces and abortion rises, the shark rises. Thoughts?
That sounds like honestly, it doesn't sound like a very compelling movie. I think just cutting back and forth between the two, Megalodon slowly moving up.
Dude, come on. We could sell the movie though. They're like, wait, the megalodon. They're like, stop killing your babies. The megalodon's coming. He's just like, oh.
It's just footage of him. He's just swimming.
What? And not just abortion, but what if the more? Because we're not talking about violence if it's self-defense or justified war, but most wars are because the elites they make the poor people go and fight and they make money off it. But really, it's just a sacrifice. They sacrifice these people because, anyways, we'll go into that. The point is this though: what if um, the evil that's happening on the like a megalodon or disease or something crazy? What if it's the more evil a society is? Like picture Pompeii. Pompeii was. Do you know anything about Pompeii? It was
Yeah, sure.
completely debaucherous, and they got completely wiped out. What if a good and moral, decent society?
I didn't know that it was debaucherous.
No, they found bathhouses from Pompeii, and they found locker rooms, and each locker room had a different dick pic. I'm being dead serious. They're like, we were quite shocked to find all the male penis engravings on the lockers, and there was many different kind of penises. And I'm like, that's why Sodom and Gomorrah, God.
It could also be graffiti. There was a strong culture of graffiti at that time.
I think Gio's ancestors made those lockers. You know what
I'm saying? I think so, but I think they were fucking around. But anyway, okay, so I didn't know they were debaucherous. I knew that they were
debaucherous. Now, see, it's one thing to consenting adults in private. There's another thing, and it's not going off your choosing of what you like as far as the other person. That's not.
You're saying you approve of normal sex. This is okay.
Forget about what I approve. What I'm saying is though, whatever you are into, whether it's a man or a woman, if you're of age and consenting and you do it in the privacy of your home, it's none of my business. As far as what God thinks, I'm not going to tell you that because I could go down that road. But
separation of church and state is everybody has freedom of religion. So
correct. But no one has the freedom to walk around the street with their balls out, no matter what you believe. But if you've noticed what's going on, people are.
That doesn't stop Gio, but continue.
So that's where the issues are, and you don't find people that follow any religious background running around naked in front of kids in New York City. But it's happening right now. Have you seen the videos on Twitter? Last week, it's an issue. It's an issue. Like, and the news is barely covering it. And there was guys dancing naked in front of kids. There was one guy looking at the kids in the parade in his underwear and thrusting and staring at children. The parents are like, yay! And let me just say this. That wouldn't be justified if they were straight or not straight. It's not just because of their choice of how you cook the chicken. You know what I'm saying? No, the problem is that's indecent no matter what lifestyle you choose. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
When it comes
Yeah,
to
100%.
sexuality, that's why you have a bedroom. So I don't care you however you want to live your life. That's why you have a bedroom. Doing that shit in front of children and look, you understand the problem with that. So it's not like I'm coming off as a big
Sure.
something like that. So we can't say as
I don't think I didn't even I glazed over the part that you said the guy's sexuality. I mean, that doesn't matter at all.
but what,
So,
but the issue is only one category in our society right now that's having parades doing that in front of children. You're not going to see the Christopher Columbus parade. A bunch of wise guys. Hey, forget about it. Look at my balls, everyone. Oh yeah, cannoli, cannoli, cannoli. It's not happening. You know what I'm saying? No. Look at these raviolis, everyone. Look at this ravioli. You see this meatball? You see, it's not happening. Why isn't it happening?
Sacco is green screen. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not happening because of Sacco's green screen.
No. You said the lounge looks different. I was saying how you put the green screen up.
So you understand what I'm saying?
You want different. Yeah.
So it's not like you're seeing. Man, I don't want to go down this. We're going off topic, but my point is though, well, however you want to live your life, there's certain decency when it comes to children. Like, leave them. Don't dance with kids like that. Like, it's a bad look. And here's the thing: I have family that's like that, and they're actually religious and conservative, and they wouldn't be dancing like that for the children. You know what I'm saying? Though, so it's like, so it's
Mm-mm.
not like it's all of them either. Though it's not like it's almost like it's almost like let's go with gun people. I'm a gun guy, but I'm responsible. I don't lose them. You know what I'm saying? I don't like brandish them out in public. Well, you're gonna get arrested. You know what I'm saying? You can't. You have to have responsibility with anything, any kind of power you have, and sex is a powerful thing. But you have to have. So your underwear is like your private's holster. You got to keep your privates in the holster until it's time for appropriate time to pull it out. Does that make any sense? Are we lost connection? Are we losing connection? Yeah, we need big firm. What happened? What happened? Maybe, maybe you need to plug in your phone. You're frustrating Richie. There you go. And just for that, Gio, you become Gio's gonna be a moderator now. Hey, bro, you gotta plug your phone in. You gotta plug your phone in. Are you there? Are you
Yeah, I miss Big Fur, man.
there? Dude, I can't control that. Everyone here is an individual. So it's kind of like America. America, you're an individual first. So people say, oh, it's not fair. There's rich people in America. Well, you also could choose to be poor. Now, you could have been born into a poor family, but like Sacco's living proof, he didn't come to America rich, and he earned that shit. So America has what's called opportunity. Opportunity, though, you could be opportunity as poor as you want or as rich as you want. Now, if you already were born into a rich family, but that could be anywhere in the world. But in America,
Mhm.
only in America where you could start off with nothing, and in 1 year you want to work two jobs, save enough money, you start a business after that. You know what I'm saying? Though, like my friend owns a landscaping business. You know how many guys from South America within a year he uses, and then they start their own business. They save enough money, they learn the trade, they speak enough English, they realize how to price stuff, and they have less overhead. And then they start small, but they'll get their own little truck or rent a truck. Just get a lawnmower and a rake. But then within a year, they have their own business. And maybe 2 years, they can hire a couple of their own people. And then it just, and I respect that. You know what I'm saying? No. So, but the problem is people don't want to do that first year and be humble enough to be someone's day laborer or someone's. Well, when you in America, you got to if you're starting off. I believe humility is a good trait for everyone. But if you're starting off in the bottom, you really have to be humble and hardworking. You got to take some shit, but it doesn't mean you have to stay there either, though. You know what I'm saying? Though you don't have to let someone's shit they're giving you keep you there. That doesn't define your value. It's like if you're a $20 cigar, but right now everyone wants to only pay for five. All right, we'll sell it for five. Enough people like it, you build the buzz. Now it's 10. You know what I'm saying? No. So if people don't believe in you, start somewhere. If they already believe in you, fine. But you know what I'm saying? No. So it's I think that's we're going off topic here. Why do we go? Why do we go off into the topic of opportunity in America?
Oh, because you can't control where firm is, and that's all good. I'm just saying,
Oh, so yeah,
miss
but
the dude.
how do we go
It's a
off?
good dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. So America, we're individuals, but also it is. I don't want to use the word community. It sounds communist. But we're a group of individuals. So individually, we could live our lives. But when push comes to shove, and if we were attacked, we would join up, and you'd have a national guard or whatever, or and not just about war, but let's just talk about anything else. Um, you own your business, but your business supports an airport, which is a group thinking. But each individual business, the guy that supplies the food for the plane, the guy that cleans the plane, the guy that fuels the plane, the guy that brings the fuel to the fuel people at the airport, the trucking, the shipping. You know what I'm saying? No, the maintenance, even the people that clean the plane, right? All of it is big business. So it is still each one is pulling their own weight, but towards like the United States, like and then America. Each state is individual and has their own rights, but you can travel from state to state with an open border. You know what I'm saying? Though other parts of the world, it's a different country. You know, so it's basically it's individuals of with like-minded set of rules and guidelines, which would be the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? Though, sadly, from state to state, the Constitution can vary, which is kind of crazy. But there still is a Constitution in each state, but they try to lessen it. You
Well,
know?
unless where there's oversight where you can't override the rules, I think people look to states to have more specific rules that will fit their precise populace. As you narrow into smaller and smaller groups of people, you can be a little bit more representative of your populace.
Yeah, but I don't think that the states that changed the Constitution, they're not representing the populace. The states were, put it this way, the cities with more minorities, the rules are more harsh. So to me, it's actually racist. Like if you're in an inner city, it's harder to get a carry license to protect yourself, and that's where you need it. If you're in Brooklyn or Baltimore, the good, hardworking people, most people there are good, hardworking people, and that's where they need to be able to protect themselves. But what do their politicians do? There's a lot of crime, so nobody can have it. Do the criminals listen? No, criminals do what they want, and then the good people are stuck in between the politicians' rules and the criminals ruling the street. So, you know, if that makes any sense too, I don't think when they made the Constitution, they were thinking of the issue of massive crime that we have. But when you really think about the crime in America, it's such a small percentage. Like I was reading this thing about San Francisco, and they were saying something like it was the same 850 something people that were constantly getting arrested for theft. So it's not like the whole city's stealing. So it's you get some people that just and it can be from any background that I'm just going to steal whatever I want to steal. And if you don't give them timeouts in the penitentiary, it becomes you might think, oh, the whole city's bad. No, it's not the whole city. There's good hard work. I'm from New York. I knew good hardworking people in New York City of every background. But in every background though, there's people in every group, whether you can see Italian, Greek, whatever, that might choose to be a criminal too though. So it's
I think when you have more freedom, the more freedom you have, the harsher the punishment should be on. Not harsher, but the more enforced punishment should be. Because
it's
if people are free, yeah,
you abuse your freedom. Is that what you
right.
said?
Jason asked who makes JDN. JDN makes Hoya. Like JDN makes JDN. Hoya is they do their own manufacturing, and a lot of companies use them for manufacturing. I think Drew Estate owns them now, uh, but I think they're excellent, and I think they have a real finesse in their growing and construction. Personally, I don't know. I
Joy,
kind of prefer them to Fuente, but
are you talking about Joy de Nicaragua?
hmm
Joy de Nicaragua is a massive.
yeah,
It's one of the biggest cigar companies in the world. They make so many Nicaraguan cigars, and they make so many cigars for other people. People don't realize that, and I couldn't even
yeah.
name it. And they also grow tobacco for other people, and they use their tobacco. Joya de Nicaragua, after Cuban embargo, was the first cigar to become the cigar of the White House after Cuban cigars were banned. So to me, I respect Joya de Nicaragua. I think of recently they're trying to become more relevant and come with more modern cigars and more modern blends. Old school Joy de Nicaragua, I like it, but I think those profiles, they're not old school Joy de Nicaraguas, bro. You ever have old school Joy de Nicaragua? At the classic ones, with just a green leaf on it, on the band.
I have a bunch of them. I haven't smoked any of them yet, but I have smoked the Classico, which was their milder version. They had the Antonio, they had the
Yeah.
Classico, which I think was even before the Antonio, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, put it this way: if you like the Leva V and the Millennial V,
Mm-hmm.
not sure. Are you gonna like the? You're gonna like the. There's nothing wrong with the brand, and I'm not saying people don't, but it gets no buzz and it gets no respect. To me, Joy de Nicaragua and La Aurora are equal. La
Mm.
Aurora, the oldest Dominican factory, and Joy de Nicaragua, I think, is one of the oldest and biggest. And they get no respect. And a part of that is their branding. La Aurora has terrible branding,
Mm-hmm.
terrible representation from shop to shop. Either don't have it, or if they do, they'll have just the expensive Preferidos for $20 in the tube.
Right.
Meanwhile, Aurora has fantastic Corojo and Maduros, fantastic for $8, like in a mid-tier line. That those
Mm-hmm.
cigars, another company would sell for $12, and they're fantastic and they're strong, and you don't see them. Why don't you see them? I don't understand. I think they just nobody asks for them. Nobody gives a
Mm-hmm.
shit. Their branding is so terrible. When's the last time you even looked up La Aurora anything? I don't know.
Oh, me personally, all the time. I'm a big fan of JDN and La Aurora. I think they both have a interesting house style. I think their tobacco tastes interesting. Um, I'm very interested in both companies, but you're right. Neither of them get respect.
Yeah, the benefit, see, for a guy like you and for me, because we understand this a lot about cigars, La Aurora and JDN, called Joy de Nicaragua, they give you so much for so little. And I think
Mm-hmm.
people disrespect that because they own their own farms. They've been
Mm-hmm.
having their own factories for what, 50, 60 years or more. And people look at the price and they go, oh, it's not going to be as good as Padron or this or that. You know what I'm saying? No. And they're so well established and they have such deep pockets. Um, and I feel like Oliva could be thrown there, but definitely Oliva has some better brand representation than Joy de Nicaragua. However, Oliva really gets no buzz, but Oliva is one of those standards that you see them more represent. You see Olivas more in lounges than Joy de Nicaragua.
No,
And
I disagree. I actually think I think Oliva is almost overrated. I think
in what
Oliva
way then?
is.
In what
What's it?
way?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Um, I think they are at least on the internet presence. I mean, it's like the internet presence is almost like Fuente, Padron, Oliva. Like that's like they're like top three.
But
So to me, yeah.
about though? You talking
What you
about
said?
the G or you talking about the V? Like Melania.
No, I'm talking about as a brand. I think Oliva is extremely popular at this point in time.
But online is one thing. But a lounge, if you go to a high end lounge, are people dying to get Oliva?
I mean, the only lounge I went to recently, which was very nice, in LA, called Vika, was I don't think they had any Oliva, or at least I didn't remember seeing any. It was all like Illusione, Tatuaje, Padron, Fuente, that type of stuff.
Yeah. Hey, listen, we could agree to disagree, and I respect that. But that's what I'm telling you. Oliva definitely has better brand representation than Joya, because
I think
when I go to
when I say yeah,
a lounge, they might have one or two Joya de Nicaraguas, but when I go to a lounge, they'll have every Oliva at the lounge.
that's
So
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Look, what I'm saying is when I say Oliva is overrated, I've smoked some Oliva sticks where I said, okay, for me,
but that's your
every
personal opinion, and I respect that. But lounges wouldn't have the whole Oliva line if people weren't buying them. So the
I
are
get that. I
yeah,
get that.
yeah.
But again, I mean, people aren't smoking La Aurora. People aren't smoking Hoya. Both are good cigars. I
So
think Hoya are very good cigars.
I think they're buying La Raw on the internet only. That's my opinion. Because obviously La Raw is selling tons of cigars, but I don't see them in a lounge. So the question is, we live in a world now because there's so many brands. Lounges can't carry everything. It's not possible. So they're only going to carry the shit that people come in and they want. They might test out something new for a month or two, And if they buy it, they'll get more. You know what I'm saying? No, if they don't buy it,
Yeah.
so I'm telling you, I've never seen a lounge that's like we're a full service Aurora lounge. Then you know, like you have like a Rocky Patel official
But
David off lounge.
this is going back to what we were talking about. Yeah, and look, I'm not saying Oliva is making bad cigars. Now, I haven't the only one that I smoked that really did a lot for me, ironically, was the O in Churchill. And I didn't like the V Maduro, I didn't like the V. I thought it was an okay cigar. Whatever. I'm not saying they're bad cigars though. But
Yeah,
all I'm trying to say is
it wasn't for you.
it wasn't for me.
I have so much connection with the V, and I know what it is. It's a mid-tier cigar, but I find it to be a mid-tier cigar that gives me a very strong presence. It's not sweet. Feels more like an Habano. And then the Milano V, I love. But if you don't, if it's not for you though, and I respect that. If it doesn't hit you right, it doesn't hit you right. And I respect that.
But to me, I'm not saying they're bad cigars, but what I am saying is for me it's not important what the price is or what the representation is. For me, what's important is how good is the cigar. Like the Cafrati is a totally overlooked cigar, very inexpensive, very good. I think the Hoya Red is like that. I think the Hoya Classico is like that. Gio can attest. Gio, you can attest. I sent him a Hoya Classico. He liked it. He's a cigar snob. You know what I mean? And that's like their first blend.
Yeah, but I'll say this: I think Hoya. I know Hoya still gets more representation in lounges than Aurora. Aurora gets no brand representation.
Yeah.
Like one time I went to a store and they actually had some Aurora, and I'm like, "Oh, is this a new cigar? Is this a new cigar?" And I look it up. It's like been out since 2005. And I'm like, "Where the fuck?" I had no idea it even existed. You know what I'm saying? No. So what's nice is if you want to dive into a company and try new blends in a sense to you. Okay, if you've never tried it, it's a new blend. Oh, it's been out for 10 years. If you never
Yeah.
tried it, it's a new blend for you. So
Yeah.
if you look up a La Aurora, try some of their cigars out, maybe some of their singles on CBIT, you could have a good
Mhm.
time. You know?
I don't know, Gio. Look it up, buddy.
Who's he talking about?
He wants to know what Oliva's parent company is. I don't
No,
know if they have a parent
Oliva,
company.
Oliva, Oliva has their own farms. Oliva,
Oliva definitely they manufacture for sure.
Oliva is vertically integrated.
Oh
It's,
no, sorry, Sako. Correct. Thank you for the correction, Sako. He says RP makes Oliva.
oh, get the fuck out of here! Okay, and we'll talk about that too. Rocky Patel. Did you see the new Rocky Patel conviction? Apparently, it's the pre-release to the felony, the felony conviction. It's a new cigar called the Conviction, and they're copying the Cohiba Spectre. 4 rollers, 50,000 cigars, 4 rollers, high-end box, 5 country blend. It's going to be very expensive. It's going to be the most expensive cigar, and supposedly it's going to be the best cigar. Of course, their guy was talking about this and that, and and I don't know. It's going to be $40, 30. There's a good chance. It's a good chance, and I can really care less. I'm kind of sick of Rocky Patel's high-end bullshit. They're not high-end cigars. I'm not saying he doesn't make a good cigar. I don't agree with his profiles. I think he uses some great tobacco. I just don't like his combinations. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it hits me the same way. Yeah, it hits me the same way. And look, I just want to clarify. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to say I think Oliva is one of the highest represented brands. So I'm just saying I think that I guess what I should have said is I think they're almost overrepresented. That's how I feel.
Well, on
Versus
the
versus
internet, I agree,
yeah.
I agree with you. On the internet, there's a lot of repetition. But at a lounge, what I'm saying is, I'd never been to a lounge. I used to do it. I was a lounge rat for like 15 years.
Mhm.
It was never like guys like, oh, you got Olivas. It was always, you got Padrones.
Right.
Oh, you got Fuente, but meaning Anejos and Opus X. You know what I'm saying though? Or like a limited
Right.
edition Don Carlos, or the in between the lines Hemingway. So basically the regular Fuente line nobody gave a shit about. Any regular cigar lounge, any regular cigar smoker, any lounge I went to, they didn't care about Fuente until between the lines, Don Carlo Reserve or higher end Don Carlos or Nejo or Opus X. The problem is those guys might get one box of that a month and it goes in 30 seconds, you know?
Right.
So, I think Fuente's a brand that I don't like as a whole brand. I don't recommend it. I don't care about curly heads. I don't care about their Chateau regular, the regular $8, $10 cigars. I think they're garbage. When I get to Anejo, Opus X, I get to Hemingway's. Hemingway's a value luxury cigar. I think Hemingway's their, I think Hemingway's their best cigar pound for pound for the price. When you get
Mm-hmm.
a $10 Hemingway short story, you're gonna have a good time. Smoke two back to back. You're gonna have a great night. A Hemingway Maduro signature, dude. I can't. You had that signature because I told you. How good was that cigar? The
I
problem,
had the work of art, but phenomenal. Yeah, really, really good.
uh, the, the problem is, you have that cigar and that doesn't represent the brand because they
Hmm.
say, well, they're all that good. When I go to aging room, I've liked every aging room, and maybe the reason why is aging room's a smaller company, so they're like they only make these kind of cigars. Where Fuente, they're like, we're gonna make a $2 cigar, and we're gonna make a $30 cigar, and
Right.
everything else in between. You know?
They're full service, dude. They're full service. You're getting. Yeah, I don't want to make the joke, but yeah,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
you get
it's
what you pay for.
exactly. So you can't say only Fuente is Fuente because, dude, imagine smoking. Okay, if you want to fuck your mind, smoke a curly head, and then smoke a Opus X. What would happen to your mind? Or smoke them at the same time, curly head and Opus X. Would the
Yeah,
curly head improve, or would the Opus X go down?
both, I guess.
Somewhere in between, right?
Yeah,
Uh, we'll call it like the joy and misery combination. The thing is,
in between the lines. Yeah.
yeah. The thing is, though, I can't say the same about Rocky Patel, and I don't. I'm not a cigar snob. I want to like Rocky Patel. I smoked probably over 20 different Rocky Patels. I want to like the brand. I want to like Perdomo. Perdomo has great construction. Perdomo has great quality. Perdomo has great quality tobacco at a reasonable price, and they're reliable, and they're available in a lot of lounges. I just don't like their profiles. I find Perdomos to be dirty. I find Perdomos to be like off-putting, and I mean that. And I'm not trying to be like a dick. Like, and if you love them, God bless, because they're really a great price point. For $10, $12, you can have a good Perdomo. But I would say you don't see any new Perdomos in a while. Have you?
I no, actually I don't. I think the last thing they did was like those intensos. They were like 7x70s. Also, Geo took a break suckling from Carlito's tit to say, "Don't disrespect Carlito." Okay, Geo.
Listen, I have never disrespected Carlito Fuente. I love what he represents. But just because I love Carlito Fuente, I'm not going to give Curly Head a pass. Like, come on. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm
But
not.
what I guess you have these brands that are everybody, people like them and they're popular, like Fuente and Padron. But then you have a whole series of brands which are overrepresented, like Rocky, Alec Bradley. Um,
Well, that's going to change because you know what?
yeah.
I told you what happened, and I got to be not too specific. But with one of the guys I talked to from General, um, they're not going to be advertising anymore in
Oh,
cigar.
right.
Did you know that? And I won't give specifics. That Alec Bradley, when General bought Alec Bradley, they got to see the books, and they saw how they were spending on advertising. And guess what? Every month they were spending 5 to 6 figures on advertising in Cigar Aficionado. So why do you think they're in their top 25?
Now, it's frustrating to me because Cigar Aficionado makes their process transparent, or should be. So I don't understand where the kink is. Like, I don't understand how they switch it around.
Well,
Like,
put it this way, General's
yeah.
the biggest company. What, over 20 brands? Maybe even with the forage.
Hmm.
They, I'm being careful how I say this. The person told me they get one obligatory cigar a year, basically in the Cigar Aficionado top 25. They just because if they don't throw one of them in there, it looks like that it is rigged because they're not advertising. He said that they choose not to advertise, and that's why they only get one cigar a year at best in the top 25. So you figure that out. You know what I'm saying?
So, yeah, a couple things I wanted to say about the stick that you're currently smoking. Um, I think it's interesting. Yeah, how's that going?
Great performance. It is pretty strong for a fat cigar. The finish is kind of heavy. The blend, here's the thing though, the blend is forgettable though. So, but I have a very experienced palate. For someone, if you're just looking for a pretty strong cigar, the darkness is only like 65%. It's really not that dark. It's for Maduro, and that's an issue. But if you're at a lounge and you see the cigar for $6, it almost at this price, and because what it is, I would say it's a good yard cigar. But if you're going to really focus on it and really try to work on your palate, what am I getting? It's the kind of picture. Don't stare at it too long. Just keep it moving. You can enjoy it. I'd say it's a cigar. You're walking around doing something, okay. But if you just focus on this, it's not great, but it's not bad.
But
And,
I
and
don't think. Yeah.
dollars, we have to give it some grace. Now, of course, as just a cigar, that's not phenomenal by any means. But for $6, so it's a factor, obviously. But then also, at the end of the day, if you say, "Well, I'll spend $10 for a better cigar," then yeah. The thing is, for $5, you could get that Grappa cigar.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're going to compare it to its competitors, plus or minus, yeah, I wouldn't say there's a high value on this because there's better cigars for the Confrati is better than the cigar. This cigar is going to get a 4.0. I almost said 3.9, but it has great construction and it's strong for a 54 gauge. But it's not. It's not. But the caveat is it's not box worthy, and I'm not highly recommending it. That my caveats are important. So I'm not going to. The construction, the draw is great, and it is pretty strong for 54 gauge. I give it that. But
What
you're so caught up on the muted chocolate note.
What happened to your old? I like the old scoring system. I can't make sense of. You'll be like, oh yeah, the cigar is terrible, 4.0. Cigar is terrible, like 3.9. You know what I mean? It doesn't. Cigar's amazing, like 4.7. Like I'm like, fuck, what the fuck it
So
mean, man?
how do I explain this? Like 4.0 is a good average cigar because
Well, so that'd be like an 88, very good in the old rating.
yeah, probably about 87, 88, give or take. You know what I'm saying? No, but
Okay.
the caveat's affected though. I gave it a caveat. Okay, and the price point affects it too though. If this cigar was $12, it'd be like a 3.5. You know what I'm saying?
The pro the, the problem I have with the new system is in the old system, once you hit 90, you were pretty okay with the cigars. Below 80, you were like, But now your delineation point's at like 4, but still at 4, it's on the fence. Do you see what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but after 4, the secondary points are well, okay, but it's like a guy gets a 69 on a test, another guy gets a 70. Like one is passing, one is failing. Oh, it's only a point, but a 4.0 at $6, a $6 cigar is not judged as hard as a $12 cigar.
I see what you mean.
Right.
I
So,
see what you mean.
but
Yeah.
if you zoom in and say, but how does it? So I'd have to have compared to all the cigars for $6. You can enjoy it and it's acceptable and good construction and it's pretty potent. Compared
Yeah.
compared to its competitors, there's a few cigars like the Confradia or the Grappa cigar that are better. But those cigars got like 4.5. So you know what I'm saying? So so I don't give a fuck about what you think about my system. And
We just want the darkness meter back, man. We want the darkness meter. We miss the darkness meter.
65% darkness.
Come on, dude. Can you just bring it back?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, but okay. So here's the thing. I think number one, like the Perla Del Mar, there was a huge wave of decent budget sticks, and I smoked the Maduro Perla Del Mar. I really thought it was pretty good. Um, I don't know.
Dropping
Yeah.
the ash. So when I
Okay.
drop the ash early, that's another caveat. What does that mean? The better the cigar, the longer I want to control the ash. Basically, if I drop the ash early, I kind of don't care anymore. Meaning,
Yeah. Yeah.
cigar, but I'm not going to buy it again in Maduro. Now I'm going to review the Habano, and but it's $6 for Gurkha. So the Pure Evil for $8, the Pure Evil is a way better cigar. So the Pure Evil is way better.
But I think what I was trying to say is there was a whole wave of, you had Charter Oak, and I didn't like the Charter Oak Maduro really at all, to be
Why,
honest. But
why,
what you say?
why not?
I felt like it was a it was like a medium body Maduro. The chocolate note was not impressing me. That's how I feel. I mean, I'm very, very picky with Maduros, though.
But for
The only
you,
Mad-
Maduro, it
Mhm.
has to be at least 3/4 strength, and if it has chocolate, it's gotta be apparent.
It's got to be well. It's got to be used on purpose. Now, here's what I mean. My three favorite are the Hemingway Maduro, the Sin Compromiso,
Okay.
and the 601 Blue for Maduros.
Now, are you factoring in price, or that doesn't matter?
I guess as okay.
Price is a factor because the better it is and the cheaper it is, you'll smoke it more, and you're like, wow, it's giving you a lot for your money. You know what I'm saying?
You know, at this gonna sound crazy, but the more I think about it, the difference between $10 and $20 doesn't seem that big of a deal because I'm also smoking less. Um, but I think at the end of the day, I just want to know what's good. Because I'll give you an example. The Hoya Red you can get very inexpensively online, a few bucks. I love that cigar. The I quite like the regular Sancho Panza, the Connecticut, the old school one, the brown label. I think it's good. Again, it can be had very inexpensively. So
They don't
I
make
guess yeah, yeah, true. That's true. You can't get it. But I guess to me, mhm.
try the new one then. Try the new one.
Yeah, I will try the new one. But I guess for me, it's just I guess really it is regardless of price, how good is it? That's the first consideration, and then you say, okay, what do
I
you say?
smoke it, but the more the price up front before I smoke it, the more I expect. If you come to my job site and I had a business and I say, how much you want to get paid? Well, I'm really good. I want $400 a day. After that day, I'm gonna go. Let me see what you did. If you blow my mind or such
Right,
high quality, I'll go. This guy's gonna do finish work for me.
right.
If you're doing grunt work at finish work pricing, go, bro. You're a $250 kind of guy, so you're not high value for me. So
Hmm, hmm.
no, I'm not humble enough to just carry pipe all day. And then I don't need you. Now, guy comes to work. He's like, how much you want? 250. I see what he does. He's doing great bull work. All right, then he's really good for that price point. You know what I'm saying? Though.
Right, right.
So if you're the more higher price it is, the more you're saying it's better, and if it's
No,
not better, that's where I have that. You get what I'm
so
saying?
so I agree with you. I agree with you. But for me, I think I would say any cigar that I'm interested, I'm willing to try. Up to $20, right? Let's say, for instance, just as an example, you smoke the cigar, you say, okay, how good is this cigar? Period, price, no object. Okay, that's number one. Fine. But then how much do you smoke it might be the price might be considered. You know what I mean?
But
Like
also,
for instance, yeah.
how does it compare to other cigars at that price point, or is it better, or is it if it's put it this way? If it's not better, if a $20 cigar you smoke is not better than a $15 cigar you like, now you're just pissing your money away. On a regular
Yeah,
basis.
but you might want a different experience.
I agree with you, but I mean, you do what you want. I get that. So if the money's no option, and I get that, but and if you only have one cigar a week, who cares? But if you're having like me, I have 5, 6 cigars a week.
Right.
I'm not going to come back because I'm also reviewing. I'm not if a cigar's okay for the price point, then I'm not going to recommend it that highly. I'll say it was
Yeah.
good, but that's why we zoom in and we zoom out when we review a cigar.
I think for me, like well, for instance, like the three I said, 601 Blue, Hemingway Maduro, and the Sin Compromiso. Sin Compromiso is the most expensive of those. All three of those are kind of on the same level for me in terms of how much I'm going to enjoy it. I think the Sin Compromiso is a little bit more um, beautiful, a little more elegant, and I think the Hemingway Maduro is a little bit more beautiful flavor, just a big picture in your mind.
The, the,
The
the,
Sin-
the Maduro Hemingway is a symphony. It's
yeah,
a beautiful.
exactly.
It's not a rock band, but it's all the notes work harmoniously, and it gradually builds up to that last third.
Yeah,
So that's why it feels like a show. Like the last third, you have the closing act. So where the 6-1 Maduro, that's a stronger cigar overall, not as pretty, but more ballsy and a very good value. And it's
right.
a 6-1 Maduro. Yeah, pound for pound. I call that the poor man's Liga Bravada. You know?
So I think if you're having an elegant moment, like let's see, how much do you think you get this in compromiso for? I think the Hemingway Maduro is around $12.
Outside, no, I'm putting this down.
Yeah,
It's at this point right here. Now it's actually not enjoyable right here. So I have to. When I gave that 4.0, I'm
yeah,
assuming it's going to stay that way, or maybe get better. It's at the point right now, halfway through. I'm not enjoying this at all. So now we're going to take away that rating because that's what lots of times I like to give the rating at the end.
yeah,
But it's nice to have a live feed like a game. You were up in the first quarter. You were up.
yeah,
It was tied at second quarter, and you
yeah,
lost in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. So in the end, you lost overall. You could say, "Well, I was waiting for half the game." It doesn't matter. You know, in the end, you have to zoom out and go, "What was the final score?" Right.
yeah.
So at this point right here, this is not enjoyable.
Mhm.
And so I don't. But guys would always say, "Oh, see, Gurkha sucks." No, this one honestly is not a good cigar. Where this is right now, this is not redeemable. This is at the point where I don't like this cigar anymore, and I'm not going to smoke it. Well, it's done. That cigar is done. So I'm going to tell you right now to pass on the that cigar. And if I'm going to give a cigar a pass, I'm not even going to give it a review. I mean, a rating. Um, and very rarely, where did you go? Where did you go? No, I'm not, Suckle. I am not. Where'd you go?
Sorry, man. I'm sick, so I have to like. Anyway,
Oh, it's okay.
continue.
So, anyways, that cigar, bro, it got to the point where it started tasting like shit. I mean, that's serious.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm done. I'm like, and
So disqualified.
yeah. So at that point, it wasn't even competing for my attention. So I'm not even going to give it a number because it's not worth the time.
Rich.
That means that cigar is a hard pass. The
Right.
Maduro. So I got a bad feeling about the Habano, but I don't want to be totally prejudiced. I want to give the Habano hopefully a better chance. You know, when I try that, my palate's clean. I haven't smoked a cigar today at all, and so that is it didn't not even it wasn't even done. I was halfway through.
Yeah.
I still had like 4 inches, so 3 inches of smoking
So
left.
so what happened? What changed? Like it got
It
bitter. It got what?
just started tasting like shit. It just started tasting like burnt shit, and that's a problem for me, man. That's like literally like I don't want to keep on rolling my palate on that. So
Yeah.
and I gave that cigar an honest chance. And you know me, I'm not a Gurkha lover or Gurkha hater. I'm just very honest, and I'll review each one of their cigars individually. The Marquesa is better, the 30th anniversary is better, and the Cellar Reserves are better. So that one, even if you say, oh, for the price point, but even for the price point, it should be enjoyable. And so that's a pass.
And in a world where you have the gravy, what's this?
These are the ones I wanted to try. This is an Oliva V, but in a senorita size, and I never tried it.
Nice.
So this I picked up for $20, and it says every Oliva experience embraces four family generations of craftsmanship, passing on the passion of tobacco and cigars. The Series V blend testifies to the successful marriage of Nicaraguan soil and premium Habano leaves. Flavor, body, and smoothness keep each other working in perfect harmony. And I can read on the rest, but so it's nice presentation. Okay, and so now let's open this up. You get a little picture of their farm on the bottom, which is pretty cool. And
What's the size on that?
it feels like it's
Like a 4x36 or something?
well, maybe even 4x4. What's the small size? The smallest before you become cigarillos, like
I would say a 4x40 is like the smallest you see a.
do like a 4x44 or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe. What size would you call this? What's the name? What's the name?
Like
Uh,
like a cigarillos pequeño.
Pequeños, thank you. I couldn't think of pequeños. So this is around pequeño size. So it is a long filler cigar. This is the smallest version of the Oliva V. Um,
That looks smaller than a Lancero to
well,
me.
it is small, like Sarah, but I have tremendous hands. So, you know,
That that
and
looks like a four by 36 to me. I don't know.
maybe, and I have a tremendous skull.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to try it in this size. Uh,
Hmm. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah,
That cigar, the Gurkha Grand Age 2, that's a pass because you got punch cigars for $6-7 that are phenomenal.
sure.
Like the
And you have the grappa. It seems like General's been punching way above their price range, right? So how are you going to go for that?
No, and that's where just being honest. So then now we start. So we said once we start. Listen, if all $5-6 cigars sucked, we couldn't say anything, right? Because nobody's
Right.
making $5-6 cigar. So
Right.
so that cigar sucked. That cigar sucked. It had strength going for it and construction, but the profile wasn't that good. Halfway through, it turned to shit. We're done. Now let's check this out. So this is an Oliva V. It looks exactly like the Oliva V wrapper. And here we go.
I'm seeing 4 1/4. Sorry, 4 1/8 by 40 31. 4 1/8 by 31. So quite small.
That's what it says.
I'm looking up a couple places. This place says 4 by 31, but approximately 4 1/8 by 31. So pretty confirmed.
Dude, I'm really excited to try this.
I bet that's going to be good, actually.
The aromatics are very good. Aromatics are really nice.
All right, let me shut up for the initial impression.
Yeah. We're ready in 3. You want to get a countdown from 3?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's the ignition for sure, man.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's such a better cigar. Oh, that's nice. Oh, the night is saved.
Wonderful.
Dude, that thing is smoking like a big boy cigar, man.
Yeah, that looks good.
Whoa. A heavy medium to full 3/4 strength off the bat. A long heavy finish, very spicy. Tons of black pepper, a lot of earth, a slight sweetness, which is nice, like a raw sugar, which is nice.
Mm.
So off the bat, it doesn't seem like an exotic cigar because the Lila V is not exotic, but it feels very salt of the earth kind of cigar, like a good working man cigar. Not trying to be high end because it's not, but it's pungent. It's it's like a cigar that knows what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's not trying to be what it's not, and that's worth the price of admission. So you're talking about $2 a piece. You get 10 of them for $20.
That's solid. How would you? It sounds when I smoked the full size V, I got kind of a chocolatiness to it, kind of a regalness. So this sounds a little more serious.
Whoa! Stronger than the regular V because of the size. Whoa! Holding that smoke. Oh, like wasabi in the nose, like heavy little spice. Wow, that's a nice quick smoke, man. You have this for lunch break, dude. You're gonna rock your socks. You smoke 2 of those at lunch. Holy shit! Like my eyes are wide open for that.
That sounds solid, dude. But you know when you have a good cigar and it's lit and it's just smoking out of both ends. You got that, but the smoke coming out of your nose is just like drifting out of your nose.
Oh, that's a lot of performance for because that's the smallest you could go. Normally, perfecto. I'm sorry. What's it called again?
Pequeño.
Normally, pequeños you see at like 44, like 4 by 44. So this is, I guess you can't call it a pequeño.
4x44 is a respectable petite Corona. I mean, that's a short petite Corona, but it is a petite Corona.
Generally, that's the smallest you go because you'll see like those Cohiba red dots 5-packs. Or I've seen, 4x44 is like a big small cigar or a small big cigar,
Mm-hmm.
So this is definitely solid. I wonder if they're using all long filler. I mean, you'd have to assume they probably are. Is this exactly the Oliva V, just smaller? How would you do this at this size? I don't know.
How do you think it compares to the profile?
I don't want to say that till I finish one.
Sure,
But
sure, fair enough.
Impressions is stronger than a regular V. It's hitting harder. Definitely has a lot of nicotine. Very spicy. Um, Long finish. I like it, and then because of the size, you can have this anytime. That's nice. That's all I'm going to say about it. It's for $2 a piece. I like the little box. Um, it's not. You still would have to put it, I guess, in a humidor. It's not dry cured tobacco.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know, uh, it's saying 100% tobacco. Let me see what else is it. It's just saying Series V. So, but here's the catch. I've never seen this before. Normally it says Series V. This says Series V blend.
Hmm.
That's just an extra word to add into it. Why would
Hmm.
you have a Series V blend?
I mean, there's no legislation on that anyway, so I don't see why you'd have to change it.
No, my point is why add the extra words? Everyone knows what Series V
Maybe because there's something standard across their Senorita line, and then this is their Series V blend. They might have an O blend, etc.
Maybe because it's a newer product, they're like, well, they want to spice it up.
But maybe they're putting it under a category of their Senorita line or their Pequeño line, whatever, and not under the right, because maybe it's not part of that in terms of like a product catalog. If you would have all the SKUs under the V line connected, this might not be connected to it.
If they're saying Series V blend, the key word is you're saying Series V, and it has the Series V colors. So we have to assume it's the same tobacco. You know what I'm saying, though?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But I'm saying it might not in terms of their product range be identical to the, or it might not be part of their full size line. Might be part of their Senorita line.
Right. But so I would assume it's the same tobacco because it's not like they said inspired by Series V. You know what I'm saying? Look,
Right, right.
So, I mean, you know,
But look, if it's different tobacco, but it tastes similar, like that's the same thing, right? Like
well, we
you
can't
don't
say,
have to use the same tobacco.
the size affects the blend. We know that.
Right,
So,
right.
and it has no problem in the smoking department. It's smoking like a big boy cigar.
Now, Richie, we gotta talk about your. I don't want to interrupt you, but we got to talk about your rating system, man, because w- when you don't like a cigar, you just give it a pass. That's it.
Because
So,
I'm not even going to recommend it. My updated system, the numbers are there to recommend it at what level you should expect.
but but what's the lowest number that you would recommend?
Probably like a 3.8 or 3.9. Once you get below that, I'm just not going to waste your time. I'm not going to say, well, if you want a piece of shit, yeah, 3.5, go ahead and enjoy it. At that point, it's like you have like the Michelin 1 star. If you're not going to make the 1 star, I'm not even. You don't even want to. I'm not going to the restaurant. You know what I'm saying though. So I'm not going to waste your time.
But wouldn't a 3.8 really be a one?
No, 3.8 would still be a decent cigar. So like I don't even want to recommend, like at that point it became unenjoyable. So I can't even. I'm not
I see
recommending.
what you
I'm not recommending a 3.2 or 3. I'm not going to waste your time. You know what I'm saying?
got you. Okay.
Especially if I don't want to finish it.
Yeah.
That's I didn't want to finish it. If I don't want to finish the cigar,
Yeah.
then
Fair enough.
I want you to smoke it. Richie cares about you. I mean, I don't care about you, but I care about your cigar experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough.
So what did you get out of that review? Richie said don't smoke it. So if you smoke it and you didn't like it, that's your fault. I warned you. Stay off the rocks. Stay
Yeah.
off the rocks. You ever see the sign, stay off the rocks? It's not even like, well, stay off the rocks, but it's a 3.9. Stay off the rocks.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. All right. I see what you mean.
Oh, Gio says the rating system is cooked. Gio, Gio, why don't you go look up a new rating system and let me know when you.
Gio, you're cooked, dude. Um. Anyway, not important, but to finish what I was saying about the Maduros, I think that all three are good Maduros.
A huge floral note, and I do get that when I have a regular Series V. You know,
Nice.
so if you like a floral note, if you
Yeah, I
don't,
do.
okay, then there you go.
That's solid. That sounds like a good stick,
Oh yeah,
especially for the size.
yeah. I mean, because when you think about it, like three of these would make up like a Series V, like Robusto. So that'd be $6, and a Series V is like $7, $8. So
I prefer a petite Corona to a Robusto personally. I don't know what. I don't know why. It just seems like very easy to smoke. Just like you can really like squeeze every little bit out of it. I don't know.
if you're really smoking just for flavor, yeah, Coronas and Petit Robustos or short Churchill, you get to I like the smaller the gauge for me, generally the better. But I get it too, like that golden era Churchill, 48 by 7. You get a lot of time out of that cigar, and it's great. I mean, the guys were talking about the golden era. The golden era is a phenomenal cigar, and you haven't smoked that yet.
Haven't smoked that yet. That when I saw the first news for it, I knew I'd want to smoke that, but I just haven't. I haven't really been smoking at all. I was taking a break, then I'm sick, and so I haven't really
What
smoking.
would you catch the flu? Or you right?
I think I just got a regular cold because I haven't gotten sick in like years. So
Are
I think
you
I
running?
just woke up.
Are you sleeping? Are you drinking water? Why'd you get sick? I never get sick. So why'd you get sick?
I'm just not built like Richie, man. I have a small skull, dude. It's the skull size.
Are you eating prunes and chia seeds?
Not eating prunes, but I'm eating fresh fruit. Um, Drinking water. But I just went out. I went out in public. You know,
Okay,
more public than usual. Yeah,
you admit it. You touch doorknobs in public, right? You do.
I
You go.
did. I washed my hands afterwards.
What's that?
I washed my hands afterwards, though.
Bullshit. Don't even touch it. Use the bottom of your shirt or the bottom of your jacket. Don't touch any doorknob or use your elbow if you can push it. Don't touch that shit, man. I can't stress it enough. That bacteria is massive. Homeless people and filthy people touch every door in public and they don't wash that stuff. I can't stress it enough. Think about it. Next time you get to a doorknob, use the public bat, anything, use the bottom of your shirt or an elbow or your foot. Stop using your hands in public. I can't stress it enough. I'm not saying you be paranoid and wear a glove, but trust me, next time you go to 7-Eleven, sit outside for like 5 minutes and watch every homeless bum go in and out. I seen a guy like go and rub his balls, and they went in and they opened the door, and he's gonna touch the Slurpee machine or the coffee machine, and you know what I'm saying? No, like, and now you got his ball shit on your hands, and then you open up your can of Gatorade or whatever it is, and you're right there on your mouth, and you're like, disgusting. You
It's a
see,
big gulp, dude. Big gulp, dude.
I mean, I never get sick.
So I don't know what I did, but I don't know. Maybe it was just allergies. I just was really congested for a week and a half. But it's all good.
You touch a homeless
But
man's
yeah, I
balls.
haven't smoked the punch. What do you say?
You touch a homeless man's balls. That's what it is.
I guess we figured it out. Um, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, I think 48 for me is the perfect. I think under 48 stuff is getting really condensed, which can be flavorful, but you're not getting quite enough space for the air to move around. And I think above 48, you're starting to water down. That's my feeling. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not that I can't enjoy a 50 to 52, but 48 I think is perfect. 48 or 47 I think is perfect.
Yeah,
I
48,
think
47.
I think that's 47 and 48 I think is optimal.
Yeah.
Uh, Optimal. Now you get to 50. Well, if it's like a Robusto 5 and 50, I feel that's a good trade off. But nobody's making like 5 by 48. Nobody's doing that.
There's there are a few. I smoked a the H2KCT, which was the my father, not my father. Yeah, yeah, I think my father. Anyway, but that's a 5.5 by 48 box press. It was just really nice. Um,
Box pressing is a whole other thing too.
yeah,
Like I feel like if you box press at 50 or 52, it kind of feels smaller. You know what I'm saying? No, it is what it
yeah.
is. Lonsdale's, you say 6.5 by 46. That's a nice size.
Lonsdale will be 6 by 44 though. I think or 6.5 by 44. 46 is getting into like I don't know what that would be, but that's like a Corona Gorda is like a 5.5 by 46.
Or double Corona. Well, it also varies between different companies. They slide with the names.
Yeah.
Dude, nobody calls Rothschild anymore. They'll call it a short Robusto. Well, dude, I've seen 4.5 by 50 just say Robusto now. They won't even say Rothschild. So
1.5 by 15. I think sure, but yeah, I don't know. I think there have been alternate names for this stuff for a long time, though. Like even on the Cuban side, I think they call Churchills, but they also call them Julieta number two. So
no, Cuban Churchills are generally 7 by 47.
yeah, but that's the Julieta number two originally. But I think they call it a Churchill now. So I think both names are legitimate.
Right, it can be, but then on the Cuban side, number two, and on the New World side, generally number two is a 6 by 52 Bellicoso.
Didn't know that. That's good to
Well,
know.
Montecristo number two, most popular is a
Oh, I see what you mean. Right.
Toro torpedo. You know,
Yeah.
Gio, why don't you shut the fuck up, Gio? Gio, I'm not entertaining you tonight, Gio. You know, you and your 99-cent army. You're not entertaining me, Gio. I don't give a shit. You know, you know. What do you want, Gio? You never want to come on the show. I try to have you on the show, and what do you tell me? He tells me, "Oh, I'll send him a link, and I'll get a private text message to say, I can't tonight." What are you doing? What are you with the president? You so busy?
There's no explaining that man's actions.
Look at the smoke
Uh,
output on that thing. Look at the smoke output on that thing. Watch this here. It's big for a little cigar.
Sometimes I feel like little cigars will give you that though. They will give you a lot of smoke. That's my experience.
So I do recommend this cigar. I'm in the last third. This cigar is going to get a 4.2. Enjoyable. It's solid. 4.2 is a solid rating. I recommend it. I'm not going to say stop what you're doing, but it's a solid recommendation. It's enjoyable all the way through. And I'm not going to say it's better than the V and Robusto or Toro. I don't think a little size like this can replace a full size cigar. But
Hmm.
I think in the right place, you go playing golf or at work or you go to a wedding and you want to sneak out for 15 minutes and if somebody wants one, it's not going to cost you anything. Hey, yeah, sure. I think it has its place to make nice little moments. You know what I'm saying?
That's solid. That's solid. Okay, I'm sorry for continuing to come back to this, but I'm just gonna say it about the Maduros. For those three Maduros, I think they're all good. If I'm just smoking something on a daily sort of situation, I go for the 601 Maduro. I just think it's an easy go-to. If I wanted that big symphony, then you go the Hemingway. If you want something more elegant, you go um Sin Compromiso. And I think you have to go against, what do you want for that moment, and is it worth the price? So I agree that the price does come into a factor. But what I wanted to say was, wait, what? Misfire. Um, what I wanted to say was, I think each one of those cigars handles the chocolate note in a special way. I think for me, the 601 Maduro almost has like a very confectionery type chocolate, like a Swiss chocolate for me, and a dark chocolate. The Hemingway Maduro, the way that it's blending the chocolate with the charred wood, and that whole symphony, the way it's using it as a whole world that it's creating, and it's like a theme for it. That's incredible. And then the yeah.
Not overdone on the Hemingway to the end. And at the
Mhm,
end, the Hemingway jalapeno comes in massively, but at the end. In
mhm,
the beginning, the black pepper spice is just, it's like a fresh pepper on your salad. Like
mhm,
it's there, it adds to it, but it doesn't get no. When you have chocolate sweetness, um, if the spice is so strong, it gets in the way of the sweetness.
mm,
The
mhm,
spice will always supersede sweetness if you push the cigar stronger. It's not like you push the cigar stronger and that chocolate note is like full strength chocolate. You're never gonna get like literally oh, it's a candy bar, like it's and still have full strength spice. The stronger you
mhm,
make the cigar, the spice takes over, or the earth might take over. You know what I'm saying? Though, I feel like certain notes at a certain point, um, when you get to heavy, medium, full, generally the scarier notes take over. That's my opinion. Like they have more range.
mhm.
That makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Um, anyway, to finish my line of thought, I think I think the Sin Compromiso is really impressive in the way that it utilizes the chocolate, does something elegant with the chocolate, mixes it with barnyard flavors, Habano flavors, something that's interesting and refined. What I mean to say in all of this is when you're using a chocolate note for me, it's not that it has to be the biggest chocolate note or the most refined chocolate note or anything like that, but it has to have a purpose in the blend. It can't just be like, here's a chocolate note out on the side, kind of watered down, and the rest of the cigar. I think when you do that, to
Have,
me, that's one of the laziest types of blends. What do you say?
have you had a Liga number 9? That's a nice chocolate note.
I haven't. I haven't. I need to smoke that.
You need to smoke and make sure you dry it out for a couple of days because it's very thick, heavy tobacco, and that
Hmm.
could have a slow burn, so you dry it out a little bit.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, yeah, chocolate can go really bad or really good. I think in a blend,
Yeah.
uh, it's easy to screw it up. If you push it too hard or not enough in the blend. But problem, you don't push it all, it becomes like point, like it's not even trying. And you know, if you're gonna have sweetness, like if you're gonna have a glass of water, but if you want to have lemonade, you're gonna have to make it sweet. Yeah, like nobody wants to drink unsweetened lemonade. What's the point? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. I think. Do you think that? Now, I actually feel similarly with a nutty note. I think. I think a nutty note because it's kind of that same type of bold note. You have to be using it for a purpose. But I think a creamy note you can almost always get away with. It doesn't matter if it's just kind of off to the side.
creamy
You know what I
note,
mean?
like a creamy note's almost like an additive. Like it's almost like a feeling of the cigar, not even a flavor.
Right.
Oh, the cigar's creamy. It's oily. And it's like that's almost like a texture of the cigar, not an individual note. You
Yeah.
know, yeah.
I'm thinking I like the Zeno though because it has a specific milk sensation to it. So I think it definitely is a
The
flavor.
Zeno
But
very reminds you. A regular Zeno is very buttery. Reminds you of buttered popcorn, like hot popcorn.
yeah,
Very
yeah.
buttery, a nice salt, and really nice peppery. It feels, I know what you're talking about. The Zeno is like buttered popcorn. That's a nice cigar.
But I think whenever I taste a cream note in a cigar, it's never. I've never had it. Not. I shouldn't say never, but I can't think of an example where it really gets in the way, like a chocolate note or a nut note, which can be great notes. But do you see what I'm trying to say?
No, I think that they don't operate on a higher vibration, so the stronger notes.
Mm-hmm.
You're never gonna have a creamy cigar. It's like if it's a profile, like, well, that's the strongest part of the cigar, but it's a nice baseline to have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What do you think about what do you think about an earth note? Because you were saying earlier with the Gurkha that you were getting an earth note, and I think sometimes it can go really, really well and can be the backbone of a cigar or give you something really interesting, but obviously it can go the
If
other way as
it's
well, right?
boring and it's really dirty or not refined and it has a lot of earth, it can. I think a cigar that crosses all the boundaries, that it is a dirty earth note, but it works, is like a Padron 1000, 2000 Maduro. You ever had those? It's a
I
cheaper.
don't no, I haven't.
It is very earthy, a lot of black pepper, not much sweetness, um, but it works. And it's a young cigar, but it's almost like Padron Mastered on the 1000 series, the cheap, dirty cigar. But that works. It does work. But you have to
Hmm.
get if you're in the mood for a dirty, cheaper Padron, it's phenomenal for what it does. Now it's kind of like a good shitty action movie. Like it's not trying to be Top Gun. It's not trying to be Lethal Weapon, but it's a good '80s B movie. You know what I'm saying? Though, so
Hmm.
but a lot of other companies that try like to make like a dirty cigar for $6-7. That's really strong. It doesn't always work out. So the
Hmm.
one these do work, but in their category. Like you should try a Padron 1000, 2000. Whether honestly, there's not like a huge variance between their Maduro and their sun grown. They call it a sun
Hmm.
grown. It's not a shade. Because the only like shade grown Padron is the Damaso, and that's kind of like what's the point? Padron doesn't do the shade grown or Parejo round cigars, so they did that with Damaso, and it's not bad, but it's not a $20 cigar. Plus, I've seen it for like $20,
Mhm.
and you're like, bro, don't waste your time on a $24 Connecticut Padron. Like to me, they made that just for people that smoke Davidoff, and they're like, oh, come over here. We have shade cigars, and but that's
Mhm.
so that cigar take off. They came out with Damaso probably almost 10 years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago. I know exactly when it came out. There's a reason, but I'm not going to tell you why. It was around 2016. 2016. That summer, I remember when I first had my first Damaso, and I got it for $7.99 because they screwed up because they forgot to put $17.99, and I smoked the whole box. So I saw the price on it, and I knew the MSRP, and I'm like, I looked around, and I was like, oh, they fucked up. I didn't say nothing. I just kept on buying it, and the guy was like, "Wow, that's a good price for a Padron." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what it is, you know." And then I went through that whole box like that month. I was really enjoying it for $7.99. And then when the real price came, and this is like 7 years ago, so $7.99 is a solid mid-tier price.
But
Then
then, yeah.
the real price came out of $17.99, and the guy's like, "Oh, you don't want the Maso anymore?" I'm like, "Not for $20, man. It's not a $20 cigar. For
Yeah.
$7.99, I'll smoke the Maso all day because it's a good Connecticut with a good amount of power to it. Not crazy, but and in your mind, you're like, I'm getting Padron for $8, and it's a higher end than like 1,000, but for 20
Mhm.
bucks, it's not. It lost its flair. It's kind of like a girl that's kind of pretty, and you'll sleep with her, but if she wants to start going to high end restaurants and high end hotels and trips, and she becomes more demanding, and you're like, it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Though it's not worth it.
I see what you're saying for sure.
Yeah.
I understand the analogy. Um, the best earth note I got was for me the one on the Cafrade because it was like brand new fresh earth, which was amazing to me. Um, I don't know. So I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting how it's a note that can go both ways. You know what I mean?
Are you saying it's 451?
I wasn't saying that. I don't think I'm saying that. No, I'm definitely not saying that. I'm saying sometimes it could be a real positive. Sometimes it can be kind of a, you know, it's almost like it could be negative
Well, speaking
when
about
it's like,
positive, did you see
was it?
that? Speaking about positive, did you see that restaurant? I think it was in San Francisco, where they advertised that you know have a restaurant. You might have a theme, right? Like a theme restaurant where you might say like there's a theme restaurant in Colorado where all the waitresses carry a gun, like the open carry, and that's the theme. And it's like a girl name, but all the waitresses are female, and they all carry a gun. So the theme is armed waitresses. Okay, that's the theme. Then you might have another theme like Dick's restaurant, where every waitress is an asshole to you, but it's on purpose. So it's the theme of the restaurant. They have a themed restaurant now. I think it's in San Francisco. And you know what the theme is? Everyone that works there has AIDS. This is a real restaurant. And they advertise that. Like all of our chefs and staff have AIDS. And of course, the media said, wow, how inclusive. What's they're getting in front of it, not to stigmatize. And listen, if you got AIDS, I feel bad for you, and I hope you have a job. Handling my fresh fruit, like, are they wearing gloves? Are they? You're handling your. You're gonna go there and have sushi, raw meat. They're not gonna cook it, and oh my god, every person in the restaurant to work there has AIDS. Like,
Dude, you cut your hands sometimes chopping stuff. It does happen, man.
well, what about you?
Just
What about using the bathroom?
well, I don't. Does that is? I think AIDS transfers by blood. Um,
Yeah, but generally those people bleed out their ass when they shit. I've seen that in bathrooms. You ever see blood over a toilet? I've seen it. I've seen blood and shit on a toilet bowl. And know what I didn't do? I didn't use it.
lick it.
I
Okay.
opened the door with my bottom of my shirt. I don't touch the handle. And I opened it up. I said, nope, that's it. Not going in that toilet. You're going to take a shit on a bloody shit toilet? Because if you're bleeding while you're shitting, you probably got AIDS.
Or dysentery. I mean, there's some other.
The point is,
situations where you can-
why take a chance? Why take a chance?
yeah, no, I don't think it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, would you want another theme? Would you want a restaurant where all those chefs and the waitresses have herpes?
No, now that I think that restaurant you probably want to leave even past than the AIDS one. I don't even know which would you rather eat at, the AIDS one or the herpes one.
The herpes one, but I'm using a straw. Mandatory. I want a straw. I'm not putting my lips to that glass.
Dude, the AIDS one is such a bad idea because people always like people will consistently cut themselves in the kitchen. Like I think that's just part of the occupational hazard. Not in a big way, but they'll nick themselves. Like,
This is the Sodom and Gomorrah we live in.
dude, imagine Yelp review 1 star. I got AIDS.
Well, imagine somebody gave you for Christmas a gift certificate, and you're like, you know what I'm saying, though? And
That's pretty good, dude.
and yeah, what's the name of the restaurant? Positive? You know what I'm saying, though? What's the, well, what would you name that restaurant?
Call it the rubber knife.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. I mean, that's a true story. I'm not making this up. Yeah, I don't want AIDS pizza. I don't want that. Yeah, not for too long. Yeah, bro, I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not, dude, yeah, bro. Things, so many things can go wrong. I get the logistics of it, but when you have everyone handling all your food, handling the dishes, handling your forks and knives, handling sharp objects in the kitchen, handling the money, handling this, cleaning the bathrooms, statistically,
You could call it raw dog.
yeah, 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 I guess so. I just know that I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
Raw dog bistro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying though, or you can call it short timers because every time you go back, oh, what happened to Johnny? He's my favorite waiter. Oh, he died of AIDS. You're like, oh, everyone here's a short timer. They're not going to be here long. You better tip the waiter good because you might not see him here next week. He died of AIDS.
I
Like,
mean, as we've talked about, though, it's not a death sentence, but yeah.
it's not good for your life. Okay, you know, like they just have the pictures on the wall of all the people that died. Like, wow, you had somebody
Yeah.
war or a terrorist attack. No, it's been a month. It's so
And what happens when medical science gets better and people stop getting AIDS? You have to change your theme. I guess that's won't
well.
happen that fast, but
Generally speaking, if you're getting AIDS, you're not just getting AIDS. Like you're getting hepatitis, syphilis, gonorrhea, herpes, chlamydia, because you're having tons of loose sex and not wearing a condom with other diseased people. So nobody. If you have AIDS, you don't just have AIDS. I hate to say it.
this is shit I think about 0% of the time.
I
Yeah, go
saw
ahead.
this commercial and they were talking about like this disease, you know, like a pill for AIDS, but they're like, does not protect about getting AIDS and does not protect against chlamydia or they said something like anal herpes or anal gonorrhea and this and that. I'm like, wow, I didn't even know you can get like anal syphilis. And you're like, I'm watching the commercial and you're eating like grapes and you're like, you don't even want to eat anymore. You're like, it's terrible. It's terrible. But I don't understand like why people, if you're going to sleep with someone, why don't you get checked out beforehand? I mean, if you ask me to borrow $5,000, they do a credit check, right?
Look, man, I don't do that. You know what I mean? So I don't do that like partially for that reason. So
I'm just saying though, man. Like, I think we live in a world. Like, for example, if you go into a nightclub, at nighttime, obviously a nightclub, whether it's a trendy one or in a rough neighborhood or it's a crazy place, what are they generally going to have in the front? A bouncer. Now, what is the bouncer going to do? Pat you down or a metal detector, right? For guns or knives. Why? Because those kill you, right? Statistically, though, More people die when they go to a nightclub and they take someone home and they get AIDS than getting shot. So how come they don't do an AIDS test to get into a nightclub? If I had a nightclub, I want a syphilis and gonorrhea and herpes check at the door and AIDS. And then to get in, you'll have like a clean section, that's VIP. And you'll have like maybe the syphilis and gonorrhea because that's treatable. They can have another section. I'm not trying to segregate people, but maybe you get a different stamp on your hand if if you're clean or not clean. And that way, if you meet a girl you're talking to, like, oh yeah, this girl's so cool. Then you see her grab her drink and it just says S for syphilis or like SC for syphilis and chlamydia, and you're like, yeah, I gotta go. A nice meeting you. See you around. You know.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea because you said like segregating people. At the same time, I think I wouldn't let anybody in with treatable.
Totally. Let me finish. If you know the person has those diseases and you choose to hang out with them, you can do that. You're a free man, but you know the risks now. That's all I'm saying. Because the problem is, if you know what happens when you have a disease, you're supposed to tell the other person before you have sex with them. But a lot of people don't, or they don't know their status. Does that make any sense? No, it's not like World War II in Germany. Okay, I didn't say you're going to hurt these people, but before you go back to a motel with somebody or your car in the parking lot or in the bathroom, you should kind of know because like it kind of loses its flair. But at least why can't you be honest? You know what I'm saying? No,
I don't think it's like World War II in Germany because you're a discrete business.
I'm trying to save life.
Yeah. Well, no, but also you're a business, and if your part of your business is to say people who are in here are going to be listed in terms of what they have.
I'm not trying to bring back segregation. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, I've been to nightclubs. You know what they said? No baseball hats. Why? Because of gangs. I've been to nightclubs and what they say? No boots. Why? Because of gangs or steel toe boots. You're gonna knock a motherfucker out, right? You know what I'm saying? Though you're gonna kick a bouncer in the head. So I see no jeans, no boots, and no baseball hats. You couldn't come in. Now that's segregation, right? So why can't you say no AIDS?
No, it's not segregation, man. Segregation is like what Gio was saying, fucking separate water fountains. That's segregation. And that's illegal. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why that's not acceptable.
No, and
From a legal argument to a moral argument. Yeah.
you're missing my point because the goal of
Uh, no, no,
no,
I'm not. I'm not missing your
I'm
point. Yeah,
talking to the group. You're
yeah,
missing
yeah.
my point because the goal is when you go to a nightclub. What's the goal? If you're a young man, you want to get laid.
I
You
want to
go ahead,
dance, but
go ahead of time. Just like when you go to a sushi place, they say caution: consuming raw fish could lead to illness or death. It could. So
just put the dude. Just put the same warning.
the problem is though the most people if they have something, let's say something basic like herpes, right? Most girls that have herpes are not going to tell you, and you're going to find out if you sleep with her, because then all of a sudden you got problems, or you got a big bump on your face, or you got a big bump on your dick. You get what I'm saying though? So it'd be different if you're like, they're like, oh man, I got herpes from this girl, but like, didn't she tell you? Didn't she have? Make it a T-shirt. She could have a shirt that says herpes, and so you knew the risk. You knew the risk. And I'll say this: when you buy cigarettes or tobacco, isn't there warnings? There's warnings on cigarettes, right? So if there's warnings on cigarettes, there's warnings on alcohol, right? You buy a bottle of alcohol, there's a warning. Could cause birth defects. Uh, don't operate heavy machinery or vehicle, right? Well, why can't people have a warning? Hey, right now you have gonorrhea. Caution. That's all I'm saying, though. And I'll say this: it would be an incentive for someone to have safe sex or be more choosy who they partner with, so that way they can be in the VIP section. And how about this? Everyone with no diseases gets one free drink.
I mean, Joshua makes a good point. Why go nightclub?
That's true too, I guess.
I no, I think that's one thing. I think another thing that I'd want to do.
But you
Um,
no, everything I do in my life is warnings. I buy a chemical to clean the toilet bowl, has warnings in the back. Poison control, if you get in your eyes or your mouth,
sure.
or contact on your skin, use gloves when you clean, right? You buy a gun, it lets you know the warnings. And in the gun, it has, as I said, it'll say on the lots of times, retract slide, because they could have a round in the chamber. Or caution, could fire without a magazine. There's some warnings that let you know this is a dangerous thing. Even though you know a gun is dangerous, sometimes there's warnings for reasons. Um, how come people don't have warnings? And we act like, oh, what's the worst that can happen? I don't know, permanent damage to your body, and you can get someone else sick. Because let's just say you're out there and you have a girlfriend or a wife, or you have a boyfriend or a husband, and you're going out to a nightclub and you're going to slide that night and have some fun. Well, isn't it better if you're going to go slide with someone who doesn't have a disease so you don't bring it home to your pregnant wife? Isn't it? Does that make any sense? I'm not condoning cheating, but that way, if you went to my nightclub, you knew even if you were doing something you shouldn't be doing, you're not going to catch a disease.
Richie's cheat on your pregnant wife. This is what we're getting into.
No. I'm not saying that, but people do it though. I can't ask someone at the nightclub door, "You have a significant other? You shouldn't be here right now," right? Because nobody cares, right? You know what I'm saying? No, but I'm just trying to limit the damage to society. Because if you go sleep with someone at a nightclub and they got AIDS, and then you go home and sleep with your wife and she's got AIDS now, but she's pregnant, now your kid's got AIDS too. I'm telling you, this happens. So I'm trying to, dude, come on, I'm trying to make a better world here, man.
I also think it.
And
I want.
fuck Gio. Fuck Gio.
Wait, sorry, Richie. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm getting a little news. It's fuck Geo again, dude. I'm sorry. Um, I also want to figure out how to. It's not tonight's problem, but I want to figure out how to have a nightclub where it can be better monitored for people's safety. So like, um, people can't get date rape. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't get attacked or drugged, or also just in terms of having. I think it'd be interesting. What do you think about something where it's like if somebody's being attacked, like the music stops and like the lights can come on, and there can be some sort of situation where it can very quickly be. I just think it's important that people should have a safe experience, all the way around. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, but there is no guarantees in life of safety. Prison technically has no weapons. It should be the safest place, and it's the most dangerous. So if you're around dangerous people, there is no safety. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is though, I'm just trying to have okay. If you catch a DWI, you have to have the interlock to blow in the car so you can drive, right? So if you catch a disease, there should be some kind of warning, and because most people aren't going to say nothing, and they should. They should. It happened to me one time. Remember that I told you about the girl that was kind of blind from McDonald's? The girl I hung out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We were about to do it, and I had a Jimmy, but then she told me, she's like, "Oh wait, I got to tell you something." I said, "What?" I'm thinking like, "Oh." And she was all nice, pretty, smelled nice. We're in my bed, little red light on. I'm like, "What's the big deal?" She's like, "Oh, I got to tell you something." And she's kind of embarrassing. I'm like, "What?" She goes, she said she had um, it was some kind of genital warts. And I was just like, oh, oh. And I was like, oh, that's cool. That's all right. And then I was like, we'll just kiss tonight, and that's it. And then I didn't do anything else. I was like, yeah, we should take it. But at least she was nice and let me know. Now imagine, if I didn't have a Jimmy on and she told me afterwards, she's like, by the way, enjoy the warts. You're like, oh, no. You see what I'm saying though? She was decent. But how many people are not decent?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I mean, you can even.
nobody people have caught diseases from someone else because they didn't tell them, and now they feel scorned, and so they want to give. There was a man that was an attractive, rich man, nice car. He had a Porsche, a six pack, and everything. But he caught AIDS from a girl because she didn't tell him. He fucked hundreds of women without a It did. This was a story. It didn't tell them because he wanted to get back at women now because he ruined his life. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
But so that's
dude,
what.
Uncle Larry's right.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna be click on the Gurkha review and he's gonna be like, dude, he's just smoking a Leva V. He's just smoking a Leva V senoritas. What is this?
I know what he's talking about, the nightclub. A segregated nightclub. Yeah. That's not what I'm talking about. But I mean, okay. But do you see what I'm saying though? So do you see how those situations?
What about a system where people can update it, like 10 days since last test, and like this is like clean bill of health, like this many days ago, and there's a standardized system that way people can just opt in. You know what I mean? Someone could be like, oh yeah, here are my results, but it's like from a month and a half ago. You're like, nah. You know what I mean? I'm good. Or maybe
I don't know, man. I don't think the world's ready for my ideas. And there's some truth to it.
I mean, dude, your idea is keep having sex outside of marriage and a megalodon is going to eat people, but
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all.
I'm teasing you.
I'm not, but
I'm
I'm
teasing.
limit the damage. Okay? Because if everyone was being responsible, they would stay within a relationship or their wife, or,
Oh,
or if they're going to be having fun being single, or if they're going to be cheating, they'd be wearing jimmies. But why not more than that? Why not? Why not find out if the person is diseased beforehand? I think it's a good idea. What's wrong with that?
I agree. I said your ideas are people keep having premarital sex and a megalodon starts eating people.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that was in the beginning. That was in the beginning. That's a true statement. I truly believe, as a whole, the more a society turns from God, the more God allows larger punishment of that society. I can't stress it enough.
I think the testing is a good idea. And I think personally, I mean, I'm I'm cautious enough where if I felt like there was any question, would just ask for I would ask for somebody's clean bill of health. I mean, I'm
Okay,
willing to give mine.
let's put it into perspective. Okay, women have no problem when they meet a man to ask you, "How much do you make? Who do you work for? What do you do? What kind of car do you drive? How big is your dick?" They have standards, and that's fine. So as a man, because I can only talk to men here, right? Because women aren't logical. You might ask the girl, "Okay, yeah, I'll tell you how much I make. I'll tell you what kind of town I live in. I'll tell you what kind of car I drive. But I want to know, do you have syphilis, gonorrhea, AIDS, hepatitis, or herpes? I
But
want to know."
girls should also ask if men have gonorrhea, syphilis, or herpes. I think it goes both ways. I think that's
No,
pretty.
no, I'm going to tell you this right now. They don't care. If a guy is rich, they don't give a shit. Dude, they don't care. They don't care. Since the addition of birth control, all the thing is, well, I can't get pregnant because you're right. Because if you're wearing jimmies, you wouldn't get pregnant either, and it also protects against diseases. Women on birth control, dude, I'm telling you, they're not making the guy wear a jimmy. They go, oh, I can't get pregnant. I'm being dead serious. There's always the norm against the grain, but the norm is most people out there, because if the girl tells you you need to wear a jimmy, the guy's gonna put it on because he wants to get laid that night. But so women control the access to sex in a straight relationship, but men control the access to relationships. Right? A woman will let you sleep with her tonight. A man will let you sleep in his house. Like, okay, we're gonna be together. Like, it's not like the girl says, "Will you be my boyfriend?" That doesn't happen. The man's like, "Yo, I think I want to keep this girl in my life."
I
So the
was thinking about that recently. Uh-huh. I had a girlfriend that I realized in retrospect was trying to train me through intimacy to act a certain way. Like I would like show up for her at a certain time or like go do an activity she wanted. And it's hard to say for sure because I don't know the truth of what her thought process was. But in action, I think she was trying to train me with intimacy, and I'm not saying just sex, but I'm just saying intimacy in general. I think that's really bad. I don't think I would ever put up with that type of relationship again. Which maybe means I'm gonna have to go over to men or just be alone. But um,
Dude,
I
but
I think it's a fucked up way to be.
a relationship with the woman, if you're going to live with the woman, especially in this modern era,
Mhm.
at best, it's not an easy thing. It's not, especially if you're a man with any kind of balls. Um, the women are not respectful of a man's power. So, like, they want equality, but they don't want equal responsibility. So, you know what I'm saying? No, so it's, yeah, you have to, if, like with my woman, I put my foot down on things. And maybe she doesn't like that, but she respects that. If I was a pushover and was like, whatever you say, babe, happy wife, whatever you say, happy life, that's a hostage. That's like, just do whatever they want and they'll stop kicking you. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not abusing her, never. But you know what I'm saying? No, but as a man, if you're not in charge overall, then you're not a man. If there is a natural pecking order. It has to be. If there's not, okay. Now there's equality. We both can work. We can split the bills, and that's fine. But there's a natural. If something's big and heavy, I'm going to pick it up. Why? I'm the bigger, stronger one. If
Yeah, but that's
someone,
a role. That doesn't make you the boss.
what do
You
you mean?
don't believe a part. You don't. Well, hold on. You don't believe a partnership could exist like in business?
We're not talking about just business though. Okay, I'm telling you right now. If somebody's breaking in, or we're walking down the street and a wild dog comes, or somebody comes to rob us, or a crazy homeless guy with a knife or a stick or whatever, going to attack us, I'm going to step up, guaranteed. Why? Because I'm an alpha male. Males always used to be alpha, but somehow in this society, you got a lot of beta bitch males. I'm telling you, man. But it's not natural for a man to be a beta. That's a choice. It's a
I
choice
think
to be a bitch. A man is pure power, pure fire, pure rage. But there's a time and place for all of that. Not like when you're making eggs, but if you're getting attacked, that's part of survival. Once you take a man without those survival skills, he's not a man no more. He's just a chick with a dick.
that's the most interesting argument for trans that you've ever made. I think. So you're saying, hold on. You're saying male or female is not determined by
I'm not saying.
biological sex.
I did not say that.
You're you're saying
Oh,
that
I did not say that. I'm saying a man is naturally supposed to be the alpha, the powerful, the intimidating one to protect the family. So if he wants to choose to act like a woman, that's a choice. That's not natural for a man to be feminine. It's
but
not.
that's a role.
Okay, let me explain to you right now. What happens to a single mother? What do they always say? Well, there's no father in the picture, so the mother has to be more masculine, right? Because she has to
Okay.
play both roles. Because why? Because you need a disciplinarian. Why? You need someone to provide for the family. That's more important. But if you have a single dad, he's not going to wear a dress and be like, "Huh, I make cookies." No, he's going to be the fucking. He's going to be a fun dad. He's going to be the single dad. So when push comes to shove, as a society, the masculine traits is more important for society to exist. The feminine traits is very nice to have, and it balances out. But at the end of the day, you need that masculine part of society to have as a. There's no society that woman built. Yeah, men and women come from a woman's womb, but it starts with the father. But a society who built this right here? You see all those lights? You see this highway? Who built that highway? Who maintained
God.
that? Who built
Oh,
that? Who
men,
ran all those electrical wires? Who,
women. I don't know who.
who built all those 5G towers?
Aliens,
Come on, bro.
liberals.
Bro, did feminine or masculine energy make that car right there in that factory and get the steel and the ore and get the oil from the ground? Was that feminine energy? No.
That design looks feminine to me, bro. I don't know.
Come on, man. Stop playing fucking games with Richie, man.
Okay.
And I'm not
All right.
not like I'm not harping against feminine energy.
No.
It has
Okay.
its place. just like a male energy has its place. But what I'm telling you, at the one is more important because if the power goes off or you go back to just pure survival, what's more important when it comes to pure survival?
Bro, I don't know. You're saying
What is,
one's more.
if
You're
you're
saying one's
if
more
you're,
important,
if you're in a war, do you think you want to harness your feminine energy or your masculine energy?
dude. If you wanna raise a human, do you want masculine energy or feminine energy? Without feminine energy, how are you going to have any sort of connection to the inner self? You just like constantly just yelling at the dude like, pick up your toys. Okay, get to school. Like, what the fuck is that? You're saying one's more important? I think you need a balance of both.
You want to raise your son like a sissy, and that's going to help him out when he grows up. Oh, why are people so mean? Shut the fuck up and go to work.
Dude, why are people so mean is a very good question. How can you really be an alpha without asking the question why are people so mean?
That's the reality of life. You see all the homeless people. Why is it so mean? If they got their shit together and they had discipline, you wouldn't end up on the streets and homeless. So all that being nice, how's that work out? How's that work out for a man? Not good. Okay, not good. Now a woman, she could use her femininity, and that's why you see less homeless women because they could attach themselves to a man because the man's the provider. But for a lot of men, when they fuck up, there's no safety net for men unless you're in a rich family. That's different because you come from wealth. Okay, you can fuck up all your life. But for regular men, which is majority of life, majority of men, there's no safety barrier. So by being hard on a man, that protects him. Okay, I did 5 years in the Marine Corps. Do you think they were nice to me? No, they were terrible. But that makes a man hard. That makes him strong. That makes him disciplined. That makes him reliable. That makes him resilient. Okay? Life is a battle. I can't stress it enough. So a woman's role is to be feminine. That's fine. And sometimes a woman they might have to tap in to try to do a man's job, but they can never do a man's job like a man could do it. For example, when I was a kid, my mother, I was always respect my mother because I love my mother. But if my mother said, "I'm going to tell your father when he gets home," terrified. Why? Because when the sheriff came home, when the king came home to his castle, he was going to fuck you up because that's his lady. When you have a lady that's protected by a man, do you see what I'm saying though? It's like a demon they can summon. Oh, this is not just a woman anymore. There's someone behind her, a lot bigger and scarier. So you see what I'm saying though? Imagine if my dad was feminine. Do you think we're gonna be scared? I'm gonna tell your daddy when he gets home. Is he gonna make cookies again? You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm
There's
saying?
gonna be no cookies because you're a bad boy, dude.
Yeah, he's, oh no, we're gonna get chocolate chip cookies with half the amount of chocolate chips. No, bro. So understand what I'm saying, bro. Like societies were built by strong men, and here's the thing: those strong men protect the women in those strong societies. I can't stress it enough. When you have a bunch of weak men, okay, you have a woman on a train. Recently, this happened in Philadelphia. I'm not going to use the word, but you can figure it out. She was getting attacked, you know, sexually on the train. And there was men on the train. And know what they did? Nothing. A bunch of soft, feminine men did nothing about it. Do you think if I'm on a train and some woman is getting physically
Attacked.
attacked like that, you think Richie's just going to stand by and be like, I don't know what to do. I was raised like a feminine man. Get the fuck out. You just gave me a free play because I know the law and I know the laws of God as well. This ain't right. Because the bottom line is it's always going to be strong men and weak women. And even a strong woman is going to lose to a strong man. So if this guy is abusing that strength, you need another strong man to correct that. I can't stress that enough.
I think you're I think you're explaining your worldview, which is fine, but I don't I don't think it necessarily proves that one is better than the other, or I don't remember what the original argument was, but you know what I'm saying?
What's better than the other? What's better than the other?
No, I'm saying neither is better. If you had one that was better, then why wouldn't you change the one that's worse?
What?
If women if women's role isn't as important as men's role.
I didn't say as important, like it's not important at all, but the survival, the masculine energy is the most important. It is.
Taco. Yeah, okay. But for survival, yeah. But we don't live in a world of survival.
Oh, we don't? People don't
No.
get attacked? There's no danger?
Dude, the level of danger that we have now versus hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago is so negligible, dude. I've not had to fight for my life one time. Not one time, dude.
I think you
Ne-
live in a very closed world.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Look, if this were thousands of
Are
years,
you living in a very sheltered world? Like, you know what I'm saying, though? When you have to provide for yourself and do everything for yourself, you're going to want that masculine side of you. You know what I'm saying, though? You're going to need that.
what I'm saying is I've never had to literally physically fight for my life ever. And thousands of years ago, I don't think that would have been true ever.
Right. So if it ever came to happen, though, you're saying you never could be attacked? So if it did, are you going to be ready?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, well, hopefully, but what I'm saying is, look, you never know. Depending on the attack, you might not be ready. The best attack, you're not going to be ready, right? Depending. But look, dude, look, it seems like Putin wasn't ready for Prigozhin to roll in like that. Putin's a very powerful man. That's a very masculine man who's done many masculine things. He's a very strong man. You can love him or hate him. I'm not commending the guy by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm saying if you're measuring power, Putin's a powerful man. He wasn't ready for that attack. He could have got blasted, but fortunately, I guess he had enough of a network that he was able to look. I won't speculate on it, but what I'm saying is you're saying we live in a world of survival. I'm saying we don't. I'm saying we live in a world of refinement, if anything.
So you survive. Do you survive by your own means, or you see what I'm saying? That
No, what I'm saying is our system is so built up.
who,
People
who built this system so we can have this society? Who built all the roads and all the plumbing and all the electrical? Who
look,
maintains?
I,
Who?
I don't
Who? How come
no, no, hold on.
our country's not getting constantly invaded and they steal our shit? Who is?
Richie, I don't know, but I know the answer you want. And the answer you want is men. And let's say men. For sake of argument, that's fine with me. I have no problem with that in terms of the argument.
And
That
I'm
doesn't
not
change.
saying that women can't tag along with the men, but let's just be real. It's not a standing army of 3 million women. It's not going to happen.
This is not my argument.
Yeah.
Men, you want to say men are better in the army. Okay, fine. You could see statistics for that. That could be true. There might be edge cases where it's not true. I don't know. That's not my problem. Let's say, again, for sake of argument, men are stronger. They're better in the army. They're what were you saying? Oh, they're better in a state of survival. Okay, let's say all those things are true. Fine. What
I'm
I'm
saying,
saying,
I'm saying men have built every society we ever had in the history of the
okay,
world.
and what I'm saying is,
The Roman
the-
Empire, the Babylonian Empire, the Egyptian Empire, the Greek Empire.
oh, what about the Roman Empire? Did you say Roman Empire? I'm just kidding. Of course. Okay, fine. If you're saying all of them, fine, all of them. What I'm saying is, the world we live in now is not a constant state of war. It is a constant state of war, but that's not the most pressing issue that we deal with. The most pressing issue that we deal with is not fighting a bear. That's not what.
Why did that happen? Because the men killed all the bear and got them out there, and they only stay in the woods for the most part.
Okay,
They,
great.
I'm in Colorado. They used to be very dangerous to be out here in the woods in the mountains, but they pushed all those animals back. Why? The men and the hunters, they killed everything dangerous, and they still keep them out. You know what I'm saying, though?
Okay, fine, fine. But then men did their job. In your
So
argument,
if
that
I'm telling you, if men stop doing their job, it's going to go to shit real quick, and that's what you're going to see. Men keep society stable. And women have their role in the society. That's fantastic. But you can't have a stable society without men. That's all I'm saying. I can't
I
stress. I can't
here's
stress.
let
I
me
can't,
let me directly make my argument, not beat around the bush. My direct argument is the most important thing, in my opinion, that we can do is develop technology, develop our social systems, etc., so that we can create the ideal infrastructure and the ideal technology for all of our citizens. Do I think that men can do that better than women? I don't have any reason to believe that. I don't have any reason to believe that women and men can't do that equally well.
and that's where we're going to have to disagree. I don't understand your theory on that because I don't feel it's tested or true. Because just let me know what happens. Let me know in any part of the world where all the men sit back and stay home and they cook, and let the women make a society happen. Let one war where 100% of the people fighting, both sides, is all women. Let me know. You know what happens. Come on, bro. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen because women are not gonna want to die for other women. They don't even like fucking other women. They hate each other. Come on, come on.
I just don't.
That's why you have the
I,
phrase brotherly love. A man will die for another man they care about. A woman, like, fuck that bitch. I never even liked her. Come on.
but that's a social norm. I mean, are any of these things innate or are they learned roles? You could say men are bigger and more physically powerful. Okay, that's a fact.
Yeah.
But but and so you say, okay, men should be the ones who go to war. They're bigger and physically powerful. I'd say that's a fact, and then you're following the logic to say, okay, they should fight. Fine. If you're going to send somebody, I mean, look, if you're fighting with rocks and you have some chicks, they're like 5'6" to 5'11", whatever, and then you have some dudes that are like 5'8" to 6'4", and they're just in a higher weight
I'm
class.
not
Aren't you
saying
going to send the dudes?
that woman can't tag along with the men and try to do some manly stuff. That can happen, and that's not the norm in
No,
society. But you're not gonna have all the women doing all this shit and maybe some of the men tag along.
no,
It,
no. But what I'm saying is the physical difference between men and women is real, right?
yeah,
It's literal.
yeah,
It is what it is, so to speak.
yeah.
But those differences, I think we've outgrown those as a society. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the physical aspect is any longer the most important part that should define how someone lives their life.
What I'm saying is, men have made this society we're in so stable that you're taking the men's strength for granted. Let the power.
I'm not taking men's strength for granted, but go ahead.
Well, as a society, no, our society, they, they shit on men like it's nothing. Like the guy building a wall, or a guy making the roads, or a guy running pipe, or a guy putting in a cesspool. He'd scoff that. Oh, you know what I'm saying? No, it's like that's not a sexy job. But without that, we wouldn't have a society. So you can't,
The
have this cushy society life we live in. What I'm saying is, for the norm in the history of the world, it's not the norm. And you let men stop doing those roles, and you're going to see real quick, real quick.
I'm never making the argument that the people building infrastructure should be scoffed at. I think we don't give enough respect to teachers either. There are a lot of roles that we don't give respect to that are absolutely fundamental for our infrastructure. And to scoff at it is just, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, who are you to scoff at it? Like, I don't even understand what person would scoff at it. Do you know what I mean? Like somebody who's so removed and living in luxury that they are disconnected from the reality of how things are built.
Look at the reality of how those men are paid, making meager wages to keep society alive, and you get people working from their house on a computer, whether man or woman, making two, three times the salary, and that guy's out there killing himself or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Though to offer you the society so you can do that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, there's less and less young men that want to do that kind of work because it's
hmm
not respected. If the money was there, you know what I'm saying? Though, so it is what it is.
I think, yeah. I mean, it's a free market, right? If
What's,
people are
what's proven is all throughout time. It's one thing to build a society. People do that. Every 100 years, 500 years, societies get built, but then societies decline as well. Why is there no more Egyptian empire? Why is there no more Greek empire? Because it happened and then it destroyed from within. Once you get too built, too stable, you take it for granted. You lose the hunger. You get too drunk on the lap of luxury for everything, and then you lose, and then it transfers somewhere else. I can't stress it enough.
Well, I think that's a good argument. I think that's very interesting. That's fair enough.
One thing building is another thing maintaining. It's another thing maintaining, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. You need men to maintain a society.
And maintenance isn't sexy. That's the other thing, because when you build a new bridge, people go, "Oh my god, a new bridge," you know. But maintaining that bridge, nobody's it's a thankless job, I think, in comparison, right?
And that's all I'm saying. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I think
And the other issue with
yeah.
that, we're talking about men and women, as far as a society, how it's viewed. Women are born with natural value because of their body and because of their looks. Because generally, whether she's pretty or not, she can get stuff with their butt naturally. Men have to go out there and work for their attributes. You know what I'm saying? Why is it that just a pretty girl with nothing going for her, besides she has a nice box, can get a millionaire because with a luxury yacht and everything? Why? He has to be rich and all this stuff. And what does she
Well,
have? She was,
see, but
she was just born with that. You see what I'm saying, though?
but
So
that's the part I have an issue with, because I think by valuing women just for uh, their body or their physical appearance or something like that, I think we devalue half of our citizenry, right? We're saying to all these women, "Oh, it's fine to be fucking useless, just be pretty," and I think
that's
that
under the woman's role. Generally, their younger years, it's like going to Vegas and everything's comped. Dinners, cars, houses. They leave the husband, they get compensated. Then they get older and they don't have the same power anymore because the beauty's gone. So it's. I'm not saying all women abuse that, but it happens a lot. And then
sorry,
it's
Gio, can you expand on that?
what
Women's purpose is purely physical, lol, Gio says. Um, no, Richie, I understand. I understand what you're saying as an observation. I'm not saying your observation is not real. I'm not saying your observation is not true. I think that that when now I don't think it's always true, but I think when it is true, I think that's a sad thing. I don't think that's a good thing.
right. And this is what I'm talking about. True equality. True equality means when you go to a bar. When I was growing up, going to bars, you know what they had every Thursday night? You know what Thursday night was?
What what women drink free or something?
Ladies drink free. Is that equality? Imagine you went to a bar and they said Italians drink free every Thursday night. You're like, what the fuck?
That'd be dope, dude. I'd go on Thursdays, dude.
But how is that not that that'd be segregation, but that's like a social violation where only one part of the society. But see, I think men now, modern men, they
Yeah,
outthought it. I think so now a man can identify as a woman and ladies' night is over.
dude. I don't know, dude. Wait, hold on,
What
dude.
what if the
Italian
whole
drink
four
free. How fun would that shit be?
what if the whole 451 movement was just for men to get free drinks on Thursday night? And now that shit's over. If you're a bartender now, and I go in there, it's ladies' night, I go, yeah, I'll take a Budweiser. Yeah, it's $6. Ladies drink free on Thursday night. Yeah, ladies. Did you assume? Oh, sorry, ma'am. Can't say nothing now. Bingo, free drinks.
Dude, some dude walked in. They charged him. He's like, "I'll show you," and he started the whole thing.
Outsmarted this shit.
I don't think that's quite what happened, but but
I just say,
um,
I just say it. So I don't know, man. It's you say the
dude,
game.
how fun would Italians drink free on Thursdays be? That would be lit.
So that yeah, you have to do yeah, but then it's like you go down Irish drink free on Monday.
Dude,
Yeah,
that'd be crazy.
yeah, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I
That
don't.
would be really fun, actually. Just like, because then you just have one group just super lit,
Well,
and
hold on,
you
hold
just
on.
like,
How do you prove it? Are you taking DNA swabs? You got to bring your family history tree. How do you prove it? How do you
yeah,
prove
that'd be too weird.
Yeah. How do you prove that? And that's what I'm talking about. Know what equality means? Nothing. It means nobody's important. You're all the same, and it sucks for everyone. But that's the reality of of natural law. Like so, like if a shark is coming and you're in the water, that's true equality. He's gonna get anyone he wants to get. You can't be like, no, but I'm a lady, so you can't do that. No, it's equality, baby. So that's what I'm saying. No, it's equality, gravity. If a man and a woman jumps off this balcony, they're both gonna fall and they're both gonna die. That's equality. That's true equality. True equality means true consequences. That's what I'm
I
saying.
think I think Sacco has replaced himself with a bot.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the real soccer tonight.
I don't think it's the real Sacco. He's just saying random stuff. God made the man from dirt and women from bone, and bone is tougher than dirt. He's just saying random stuff. Cigars are art. I think it's Chat GPT, dude. Cigars are for smoking.
Yeah,
Melania Vicaduro Boxworthy.
that the woman came from the bone of a man, and the man was made from dirt. So it is
Yeah,
what
but
it is.
Sacco thinks we came from fish, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's
I think
oh, this dumb conversation. Gio, hold on, Gio. Gio, yeah, I got something for you, Gio. How about that? You have a good conversation. What? Maybe Gail Sack is over there. Here's what it is. Why don't you go make your own cigar channel? And here's what it is. Do what you got to do. Nobody cares.
he has a cigar channel, dude. It's called My Cigar Stash. Just not many people follow it.
It's a brutal world. So
That's a quality, though, dude. That's a quality.
well, like I said, I think people don't realize what true equality is. True equality is true consequences. You know, and no favors. Um, and I don't think people realize that.
Do you think true equality would be bad as a result because it's too brutal? People can't deal with it.
I think people will say true equality is not fair. Um, for example, and you could. This is not me. You could go on YouTube and watch. They ask modern women. They'll say, "Do you believe women should have equal rights?" And they'll always say yes. And I believe that equal rights. And then they'll say, "Well, who should pay on the first date?" And every woman says, "The guy." Is that equality? Is that equality?
No,
Because
definitely not.
that worked when women were not working, or they. So back in the day, where it's like they would just be the housewife and raise the kids and fine. But now women work, so you know. And the question is, they've done studies. Women were happier statistically when they were stay-at-home wives, and a lot of non-traditional women are reverting back to being traditional because if both the man and the woman are working, and now they're paying $3,000 a month to put the kid in daycare, and your whole salary is going to daycare for two kids. What's the point? You kind of, what I'm saying though. It's this. I'm gonna tell you this: the bigger picture, society made equality when it comes to women, just so they can make more money. And I'll explain. Because it used to be not the norm as a woman grows up to go live by herself. She would live with a man, so you needed one apartment or one house. But now that woman can have her own apartment. So now society makes more apartments. You know what I'm saying? Or you get divorced, and now one family needs two houses or two apartments. See what I'm saying though? So in a
Like,
way, people used to have more wealth because they stayed together when they were traditional. Now, more people are broke because they're living on their own, and and also broke here in the mind. Because then as you want to stay single, lady, that's fine. Then as you get older, and you're like, well, where all the good men go? They all say this: 35, 45 years old. Where all the men go? Well, you wasted your youth sleeping with all the young men. And now men, as they get older, if they invest themselves to make a business and have their own money, they can now date all the young girls, right? If you're 45 years old, you got a nice house, nice car, you can get any 20-year-old you want. You're gonna want another 45-year-old with like four kids and damage and emotional damage. It's not gonna happen. So, and you can say, well, a woman will say, well, I make my own money, but in a relationship, that doesn't go to the man or help the man out. I've seen all these interviews. The woman says, "The money, my money's my money." and a man's money is my money too. So it's not, so that's not true equality. When people get divorced, generally speaking, the man gets fucked, and the man has to pay support to the woman. So that's not true equality. That's not true equality. So that's what I'm saying, though. So true equality would be equal suffering, and when things are good, equal pleasure. But when things go bad, it's really, hey, you want true equality? Hey, the ship is sinking. Is it women and children first? Who's
That's
going?
funny, dude. Children, yeah. Right?
There's men that identify as children now. There's nothing you can do about it.
I would kill them first. They're not going at all.
You know what I'm saying, though? But that's what I'm saying, though. So you see what I'm saying? When things go bad, then you'll see that equality go out the window. Oh no, we got to save the women and the children first. Well, I thought you want equality now. And I said this for years. So it's not that I'm saying, oh, treat women badly. Not at all. What I'm saying,
No, I know.
that equal equality when it comes to every category. People don't realize how much men have suffered in the history of this world. And so if you want to be equal to a man, you could just see the suffering. You know?
And I've
I
never
saw a bunch of guys today putting up a brick wall over a building, 95 degrees. And they were facing the hot Colorado sun. Brutal. There's 20 guys up there all working on a Saturday. They went a red light. I'm watching them work. Hot day. And I said to Lauren, how many women are up there? And she's like, none. I said, why do you think that? She goes, well, that's not their job. Oh, so it's a man's job? So are you a reverse, not Messiah? Are you a womanist? Are you're saying men are supposed to do this, or you know, that's their job. Imagine if you said, "No, that's a woman's job." Doing this. So
but that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
but so quickly, a woman will prove, "Oh, that's not a man. That's not a woman's job. It's a man's job." Oh, a man has to work in the hot sun to put up bricks.
Well, I mean, you could say, yeah, a man should do that, and he's stronger, physically, whatever, fine, on average.
But
But you
what happens when a man stops doing that?
hold on.
Over.
But dude, but women literally birth children. That's a woman's job. It's not a man's job. A man can't do it.
Okay, so but women so quickly will say men are irrelevant. They'll say that men are irrelevant. I don't
Yeah.
need them.
Okay. So Richie, whoever's saying that is a pea-brained person, man.
But what I'm saying is the society we live in, women say they don't need a man, and what I'm saying is the fact that they're living in a society where they don't need a man is because of men. That's all.
But again, Rich. Okay, so two things. First thing is, I've never ever said, never accused you. I've never said that you don't like women or you're
I
trying to treat
love.
women badly. I've never said that. Okay, so we're in agreement about that. I'm not saying that. Okay, so that's number one, because you said that. But number two, I want to say the same way you could say, okay, here's a vision of your worldview and how these groups would interconnect, and I'm saying, well, that's not how I would see it. The same way someone could say men are irrelevant. I think that's even more ridiculous than either of our worldviews, right? Do you see what I'm saying? That's a totally ridiculous. It's a farcical. I think if someone said women are irrelevant or men are irrelevant, I think it's a farcical view.
I never. They all have their roles. For example, let's go to World War II. Right, women did a lot of roles as nurses or in a hospital, taking care of the wounded soldiers or Marines, etc. But when things went bad in World War II, who went to go defeat the Nazis? Was it women to go fight? Now the woman had the supportive role, take care of the wounded. But who went and fought the Nazis to free all the people being decimated by the Nazis? Who was it? It was men. So when things go really bad in society, you're going to need those alpha males to push back the evil. Then once the evil goes away, then what happens is it's like, look at these crazy guys. They're so violent. They're so this. Well, they're so that. And then you forget you need them. And then when that Hitler comes back, when that Mussolini comes back, when that Stalin comes back, oh, we need those guys again. And that's what I'm trying to say, though. So in the normal day to day when things are fine, it's easy to say who needs a man. That's what I'm. That's all I'm saying. That lack of disrespect. We would, our society wouldn't be here right now if we didn't push back. Hitler would have taken over the world if we didn't push him back. Their army was so advanced. Their technology was so advanced. They would have taken over Britain. They would have taken over France. They did. You know what I'm saying, though? They would have decimated any culture, right? They decided didn't deem fit. But who pushed them back? Men.
Yeah.
And and
Strong men. Strong
and,
men.
and a lot of those men died, and even more were wounded, and even more that survived unwounded were wounded here. So that's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying I hate women. I love women. What I'm saying is we each have our role. That's all I'm saying, though.
Now I agree with that.
I'm being equal. I'm saying we both have our roles, but they're different.
I
Women,
agree. I agree.
modern women will say men have no role. I don't even. Men are stupid. Okay, okay.
Not okay, dude. That's not okay, dude. That's not okay. But go ahead.
And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying. But
No, I agree with that very much. I think something that's interesting that I noticed the other day. I think for a while, we had that generation that was fighting the Nazis, right? And those were very strong men. Those were men's men. You know what I'm saying? Um, and then Monty Python's Flying Circus Cycle. Um, so those were strong men. And then I think generations past that, you're right. The men have become very
cycles, there's four phase cycles. Hard times
right. Exactly.
create
Exactly.
strong men. Why? Because only the strong will survive.
Yeah.
Strong men create
Good
uh,
times.
good times. Good
Yeah.
times create weak societies. Weak men, weak societies create hard times. So right now we have a bunch of weak men, but to
Yeah.
create, you know what I'm saying though.
But I think times are getting so bad that I think men are getting tougher again. That's my opinion.
Well, but here's the thing though. There's always going to be a surplus. You realize that only 3% of the American men fought the British. 3%. Do you get what I'm saying? So even within a society, you only need a certain percentage of organized, strong men to keep the society. What I'm
Yeah.
is if you have keep dwindling those numbers to a weak society, you get what I'm trying to say. Though we can go around the bush with this, And so, look, I love women. I do. But I will not love a woman that thinks men are irrelevant, and because they have everything handed to them because they're pretty. And they're like, okay, that's fine. But that man's strength, that nightclub you go into tonight, that bathroom you're gonna take a shower in tonight, that hospital you're gonna go have your baby in, men built all this. You can say whatever you want. Every time you pass a construction site, look around. Every time you see a maintenance worker, you see a car mechanic, men are maintaining this world. And if we stop maintaining this world, that's what I'm saying.
My only argument is I think both roles are important. That's all I was
I
trying to
never
say.
said they weren't. I never said they weren't.
Well, you said men are more important, and I think
I said their role is more important to have a society. It is.
okay, all right,
A woman makes the house a home, but a man makes the fucking house. You
but
can't
but
make a house into a home if you don't have a
but
house.
but to overall to have the existence to have human life go on, even just beside the
But
biological point.
that's not true. You say women have the baby. That's true. Can women fuck themselves? They need a man to fuck them.
All I'm saying is both are important. That's all I'm saying. And I just don't want to take away from the importance of either. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's
and I agree with you on that. You know what I'm saying? No. What I'm saying is it's natural for a man and woman to do that, and then the woman has the baby that the man gave them. But it's not natural for this building to make itself. We have to go out there and do it. That's the difference. It's not natural. It's not natural to dig holes. It's not natural to run pipe.
I disagree. I think humans are naturally inquisitive and will find a way to build more shit. I think they're always trying to build more shit. I think you can't stop them.
You say humans, men will. Men will build more shit. And women can tag along here and there, but come on,
Like, look, if you just had women and they could reproduce on their own, Would they build more shit? Who knows? I mean, there's just literally no way to know. There's no way to know.
There's an absolute way to know because it's never fucking happened.
Yeah, but if look, maybe men build more shit faster than women. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying, for instance, I'm just saying you would never know because men would just outpace women.
He said, "My what pay half my half? What's the difference? Was it that's the only part of a relationship pay my half? My half? So we're equal in every other aspect? Yeah, we're gonna pay that. She's gonna split that because that's equality. I'm not gonna pay the whole rent. She wants equality. You go to work every day, right? Why would I pay the whole half? I can pay the whole rent. I'm not. I'm not. If somebody breaks in, though, we're not going to take turns, though, fighting that. If the building's on fire, she's not going to carry me out the building. I got to carry her out the building, right?
Dude, yeah, you gotta save money for Gurkha Crest too, or whatever. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't ban me. No, like that's I think they're just trolling, dude. They're trolling.
When it comes to protecting us here, I buy guns, and then I always say, well, why don't you go to the store and buy your own gun? She goes, well, I don't need to. You can protect me. I guess she scoffs at it, like, oh, that's. She says that's your job. That's your job. You know?
All I'm saying is both people have important roles. What I think the most interesting thing you were talking about though is it's not just men, it's strong men and how people devalue that role over time. And now I also think that it can be overvalued. You can't say we only need super strong alpha men all the time who are ready to jump out of a plane and shoot everybody. You need those people, but if you only have those people, that's probably imbalanced. Do you see what I mean? But I think what I'm trying to say is I think people quickly undervalue the role of a strong man. You can't have everybody be a super leader, or maybe you can. I don't know.
Those guys that are going to be sitting back or studying or trying to get more intelligent, which is important, but that's not possible if they're not in a society where they're protected by strong men.
That's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying you can't. I'm saying you people undervalue that role of strong men. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying you need those people very much, and I think we're getting them more.
See, well, yeah, sure, women could, and they don't. Overall, they choose not to. Overall, women rely on men to protect them. Men don't rely on women to protect them. Overall, that's
I was walking with a friend of mine, um,
no.
and what you say?
He said, "Oh, you." He said, "Oh, you." Yeah, yeah, men did create children. They gave. They got. Do you know how sex works? A man has to have sex with a woman so she can get pregnant. Women can't get themselves pregnant. I can't stress that enough. You let me know what woman. Oh, I'm pregnant. Who's the father? Who's the father? Oh, the patriarch. Who got you pregnant? I can't stress it enough. Here's what it is. Hetero mono, baby. This was a good full circle. It's a good full circle. And this is why you don't smoke Gurkha.
Yeah, never again, dude. I don't know, dude. I'm ready to be a Gurkha hater, man. I think this cigar is the mood, and that was just crazy, man.
So that was a bad cigar. That was a bad cigar. Kind of, it didn't go the way I thought it would be.
Dude, but is it really worth smoking Gurkha when you can get duds like that?
What's that?
Is it worth smoking Gurkha when you can get cigars that are that bad? Like the risk is just too high.
I'll give you that. There is some risk on that new one, but the ones I told you, like the Trienta, the Nicaragua, the Marquesa, the Cellar Reserves, are solid. Look, come on. I mean, there was
But
that.
dude, the Cellar Reserve's what? It's like a $20 cigar in a lounge.
He said, "I'm requesting a."
Dude, Gio, if you think this was a waste of your time, I got bad news for you, bud.
Hold on, Gio. I got some. Oh, Gio, before you go, Gio, let me know what's going on in such your important fucking life Saturday night. Let me know, Gio. Did you have a hard day? Was it hard? What did your Chipotle order get fucked up on the Uber Eats? But you figure that out, Gio, when you're over there in the fucking dome. All right, figure that out, Gio. Let me know if you go hang out with Vixen. Yeah, the Gurkha Ghost is not bad, but I get what you're saying. But if we say that though, then we have to say about every brand, if you have a bad cigar, is it worth it? You know, or you could say, I get what you're saying too. Are more Gurkhas bad than good? And I can understand that too.
But you could also say, look, if Gurkha comes out with a super premium that's in the line that you know is good, okay, give it some of your time, try it out. Okay, fine. I, whatever. For me, I don't really want to. I'm not really going to go back to any Alec Bradley personally, because I've just had too many experiences where I was like, I don't even want to smoke this. So it's just not worth it. You know what I mean? At least for me. Again, I'm not a cigar reviewer, but
And that there's a out of any brand, there's enough bad history with Gurkha. I get that. Alec Bradley, I can see it too. Alec Bradley had me in the beginning. I did like their. Wow, this is like a racetrack over here. The Prince Audio was really good when it first came out. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know outside of just making more money. I don't know if general buying Alec Bradley was a good idea. I
yeah,
think he did it as an investment, saying, "Look, Alec Bradley, no matter what, is going to make, let's just say, $10 million a year, and we don't need new shelf space because at the lounges, people already buy Alec Bradley, and so people are going to think it's general. So in a way, they kind of bought the competition and added it to
yeah,
the portfolio. You know what I'm saying, though? So I understand why they did it as a business. The question is, and from what I talked to them, they told me right now the cigars aren't going to change. Um, but I believe the Plasencia cigars are still going to be Plasencia because a lot of Alec Bradley's made Plasencia. So now
they are.
instead of Alec
Dude,
Bradley,
what Alec Bradley is made of Placencia?
there's a bunch of them.
Really? I didn't know
Uh,
that.
the black market, all those are Plasencia.
I'll have to smoke that. I smoked the I thought I smoked the black market. It was like totally mediocre. I
But
smoked
just because
poison?
Plasencia is a good manufacturer and
Yeah,
their own brand doesn't mean everything they manufacture is going to be good. They'll
I
make
see.
they'll make a cigar for whatever price point you want, and they let him choose the blend. So
Right.
I think the black markets are okay, but they're not like phenomenal. And
Dude, I yeah.
when you're not making your own cigar, you're getting less for your money because Plasencia is going to make the cigar. Now General's going to have to pay for it, and then you're going to pay for it.
Right, right. I smoked the coil, the magic toast. Magic toast was really not so good, really boring. Um just like straight but coil, magic toast. The Prensado I had wasn't even that good. The temp not the
Pensados used to be phenomenal. They changed.
yeah.
They're not as good as they used to be.
The what's it called? The lineage, not good. Lineage is not good.
I don't
Not
remember a lot of Alec Bradley. I think they're inconsistent. Like when you try them and they're okay, and I don't know. I put it this way: I don't go back to that brand. That's
the
one of
o-
those brands. Them and
the
Perdomo I go back to.
the only Alec Bradley I would go back to, which is crazy, is the Project 40.
Say
I
again.
think that's a really decent cigar, especially at the price. I said the Project 40 is the only one I'd go back to at all. I think it's a decent cigar at the price. Everything else is just kind of like I can't finish them. I don't remember the last time I finished an Alec Bradley. Like anyway, all I'm saying is, to me, if Alec Bradley came out with a new cigar, I don't see why I'm smoking it. Same thing with Rocky Patel. So why Gurkha when you're getting a cigar like this? Are the highs that high?
So with brands like Gurkha or Perdomo or Alec Bradley, are these brands that you could just pass on? And I think the answer is yes. I think within each brand, though, there's some stuff you could find you like. But I get what you're saying, though. I mean, but then I can say Fuente. I don't smoke Fuente Curly Head. I don't smoke Fuente mid tier. So what? So what? And if what we're saying is true about those brands, why does Fuente get a pass? Oh, I know why. Because then on their higher end stuff is magical. So the proof is, if you have a brand that's big enough, if you make magical shit up here, we give the bad shit a pass.
Yeah, but the thing is, above $10, I think Fuente is pretty good. And also, if you just had like a random three Fuentes, right, in the medium range, you're gonna have at least one or two that you're interested in. I think, you know. But Rocky Patel, Alec Bradley, I don't think that's the case. Saying if you just took a random sample, and you can't judge the super low end, right? That's not fair. So you can't judge the curly head. Like, what are you going to put that against? Like, what are you really going to pit that against?
I think what a lot of those brands don't have, when you talk about recognition, you think about whatever Fuente makes, though, they make, and they don't stop making it, and they don't go anywhere. Like Cuban Corona or Hemingway. It's been around since I've been alive. I mean, right, since I've been smoking cigars. So it's, I think, that kind of long-term availability and reliability, I think that means for something. You know what I'm saying? No, and they make cigars that are important or good. I think a lot of the brands, they try stuff or they come and go. Is it kind of gimmicky, or
Mm.
or is it? I don't know. You know,
I think for me, it's like if I try three from a brand
yeah.
and more than one of them is just really not so good, or I can't finish it, I don't know. If most of the cigars you're getting from a brand just aren't that good, when you have brands like Hoya or like you said, La Aurora, they're new to you. You've never smoked them, but La Aurora's got good stuff. People don't even smoke them, so why try Gurkha?
Well, out here they get, for some reason, the reps out here. There's more Gurkha than Aurora. I don't see Aurora in stores out here. Maybe one, the Preferito. I mean, the Tubo. So I don't know why that happens. I don't know why that happens. But so
Yeah,
I
that's
got,
that's fair.
a lot of people just pass on, and I get it. I mean, let's be honest, Gurkha's not a great brand. There's a few cigars, like I said, that are pretty good, but overall, they're not even in my top 5 or top 10. So as far as a brand,
I guess now I hear what you're saying. If you have to buy from a lounge, that's one thing. But for me, when I usually buy stuff online, like I just pick from whatever that exists, right? So I think my question is, it's kind of like with your rating system, right? Below like a 3.8, like just don't recommend it. At what point do you say I'm not even going to smoke from this brand?
no, I can see that. I can see it because, like today, you can say, well, it was only a $6 cigar, but we spoke magical shit. Even the Partagas Cortado or the Partagas, it was the Partagas Cortado with the 2 wrappers. That was really good. It was the barber pole, and that was like $6-7. The punch dad bod was $6. The diesel was $5. The El Rico was $8, and these are phenomenal cigars. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't see the disrespect on the economical general side, like where they actually gave a shit. On that side, honestly, I'm kind of dreading that I bought the Habano. I'm kind of dreading it. I'm really actually kind of dreading it because that really. When's the last time you see me put a cigar down halfway?
I don't even remember last time.
I just didn't throw it over the balcony because I don't want to start a forest fire. It's dry out here, and
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember you chucked one, but that was months ago, man.
yeah, but I had like grass behind there, and that grass is always wet because they those sprinklers. So here I would be throwing that. I might land on someone's head.
Well, I don't know, man. It's just yeah. I mean, just to and you put it down so early, man. Like you know what I mean?
And it's not like the beginning was phenomenal. So
Yeah.
it just progressively got worse. It wasn't bad at the beginning, wasn't great, and then it just went to shit. And there was no way I wanted to go further. So that's the question. I mean, I can see that you have one bad cigar from a brand, you go, why would I want to invest any more? But
I've I've never had. I don't think I've ever had a cigar that I thought was really bad that was made of Hoya. You know.
no, no, I haven't had a garbage one. I've had ones I like better. I like the.
Yeah, yeah,
I like the. What's that one I like? The dark Corojo. That's fun.
yeah, yeah. You really like the Dark Corojo. I think you like the Antonio as well.
That's
If
a
I
good
could don't.
cigar. It's a fun cigar. Um, yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, Espinosa's another brand I respect. Dude, this is like a NASCAR racetrack. Dudes are doing 100 miles an
They're
hour.
going fast, dude.
Well, they're driving to Boulder. I'm like 5 miles from Boulder. I'm like five
Got you.
miles from the baseline of the mountain. So people, like Saturday night, this highway here, man, is like a racetrack. It's like everyone has like a V8 supercar, man. Like I guess gas is cheap. You know what I'm saying though? You're not gonna get my Corolla going down that thing. But so I guess you could have three kinds of brands. You could have kind of like solid brands, and then trade. So who would you consider like high tier brands? Not just because they make high tier cigars, but so obviously Fuente, right? But
Obviously, Davidoff, dude.
oh, Davidoff, yeah.
I mean, you never smoke bullshit from Davidoff, I don't think. Um,
Um,
see, see, for me, Hoya's like it's not a high tier brand per se,
I
but
would say
it's
so.
a consistent brand.
I'd say I'd say Hoyo is a solid mid tier brand, but a really respected.
Yeah.
Like they don't make anything.
Yeah.
Aging Room is a solid mid tier brand, and I would say almost upper mid tier brand because a lot of the Aging Room makes some nice shit, man. A lot of the Aging Rooms are really nice.
To be honest, AJ is pretty solid. I mean, he doesn't make tremendous bullshit at this point, in my experience.
Gotten better. I got to give him that. Well, if you talk about it, but then you have AJ with other people and AJ whatever. Punch is a brand I can recommend. Punch is a solid brand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really thinking more of on a manufacturer side that's not making like crazy bullshit. But yeah, I think the other thing is, yeah, I do like Tatuaje. I think that you have brands that have really good cigars and then some misses, and then I think you have some brands that are just basically good, and then they might have some that you like better than others.
So is it better
And then
to
I
have
think
a brand that's solid but not crazy good, or a brand that has highs and lows? What's better?
I guess highs and lows, but like what's okay, let me ask you this. What's a brand that you think has tremendous highs but also some serious misses? And you can't say Fuente with the curly head because the curly head is not it's a budget cigar.
I
Or you know
give
what I
it a
mean?
pass because that's a $3 cigar. So,
That's what I'm saying. You can't you can't you can't be like, yeah, it's not as good as oh dude, Aladino, bro. Aladino's such a solid,
that's a solid mid tier brand.
so solid.
Solid. They don't have a cigar like an Opus X level or Neho, but they're really solid. Same thing like Aging Room. Aging Room, Aladino, the whole brand is reliable. I like that. You're never gonna have those Opus X and Neho or pick another brand. Those magical moments, but I think depending on what kind of night you are. If you're just looking not to get blown away but have a solid night, you can go with any Aladino and have a great time. You know what I'm saying though? But you look at Drew Estate, I can't say that. Drew Estate's got a lot of bullshit. A
A
lot.
lot of bullshit.
A
I
lot.
think that I think the Herrera Esteli is maybe one of the most overrated cigars. If I mean, I don't know. I
Which,
smoked a few of those. I thought they were bland. But
which
the Herrera Esteli. Do you know
I
that
don't
one?
think I've had that one.
I smoked it in a couple Vitolas, and it's just sweet and bland, man. It's just a really mid. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, but I mean, look, you have all the Drew Estate acid cigars are garbage. Um,
Yeah, but
that,
you can't seriously consider that in the conversation, right? That's like a curly head.
I get that too. So, but it's still part of the brand, though. That's a massive part.
Yeah.
Of it. The only Drew Estates I really can recommend is the legal line. You could say the Undercrown, but the Undercrowns aren't like amazing, but they're not bad. The Undercrowns I think are solid. So that's so, but so
I think most of the underground is getting discontinued too, so people clearly don't like them that much.
no more are they running short on them though?
Oh, maybe.
Because
I
I
don't
think
know.
they have a shortage of the crop in Connecticut. I think.
Maybe that's why. But what do you think? Okay, not including anything that's like infused or short fill or anything like that. What do you think the brand is that has the best cigars, but also the worst cigars? And I don't think you can say Davidoff or Fuente because the Davidoff stuff's like pretty, and you can't say okay Davidoff and it's like they have the Baccarat. Like again, like that doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but that's a separate company though. But I get because see, Davidoff is a company.
Right.
Hold on, Davidoff is a company and a corporation. That's the problem.
Right. But what I'm saying is, in terms of a line, in terms of a named line, who do you think has the best and the worst cigar? And give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
That's tough. But you talking about single company? Oh, he's coming back.
Yeah. Just like one line, like Drew Estate or Hoya or Davidoff or.
I'll get what you're saying. Like who has great and bad cigars, but like who's the worst of all that? I don't know. I think a company that lost track, and we've already talked about this, is Camacho. Yeah, Gurkha definitely has a lot of issues, but I think with Gurkha, people expected to have issues, so no one's really going to Gurkha and expecting to be blown away. They have some. I think they have some nice stuff, but overall, no. Hey, what's up, Johnny? Smoking the drum.
I think.
I think Camacho has become irrelevant, and they have so much money in the backing of Davidoff and a great Honduran factory, and I don't know, they played themselves. Like nobody cares about Camacho anymore,
I
and
haven't smoked
they
a great
literally
Camacho.
they're cutting. I forget how many, but they're cutting a lot of their cigars. You heard about that, right?
Yeah. Like the Criollo and stuff.
So I don't know. What's up, Johnny?
Camacho might be a good answer though, because I remember smoking the Triple Maduro and it was quite good. Actually, you know what I could say? I really like the CAO Cameroon, and I actually like the CAO Gold, but there's some CAOs that are really like
Okay, yeah.
basically unsmokable.
You have the CEO Extreme. You have some bottom end CEOs. Like I don't even like the CAO. I don't think the Nicaragua. Um,
Dude,
you
the
know,
Nicaraguas, dude,
yeah,
dude, that cigar is terrible. Am I cutting out? Dude, that cigar is fucking awful.
I don't even think I like the Italia. I didn't like the Colombia. So
Colombia's so bad, dude, so bad.
yeah, the flatheads were good. Flatheads were good. Um, the Brazilian was good. Uh, the
Brazil is good.
the Mortal Coils get better, and then they had the Firewalker was great. Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. Though there's some extremes on that. There is
Yeah,
extremes on that. Uh,
that's a brand with some extremes, man. I think that's a pretty good contestant for this.
yeah, I can see that. What other brand has those extremes? I don't see
Maybe
Monte Cristo doesn't have any of those extremes. I think
no.
I think Monte Cristo was pretty reserved until recently. They started making some stronger stuff, but they're all the classic Monte Cristos. You know what you're expecting: nice, medium
Yeah,
cigars, and then the newer ones are like, yeah, kick your ass. So I don't see any problems with that brand. I don't see any problems with Cohiba. I'll say this: I think Partagas has some problems, and not that they make any terrible cigars, but they're not. I think they're trying to reinvigorate the brand and become relevant. So you know what I'm saying? No, so I don't know you know, what they need to do. I don't know.
I don't know. I really like the Yellow Band Party. So I don't know.
Yeah, the classics are nice. The Legends great. The Ducatus is great. The new one I heard was really good. Anthony P smoked it. He said that was phenomenal. So I don't know.
The green one.
Yeah, the Cortado was cheap and really good. So I think that they're and there's another one coming out. If I read correctly,
There's a green one. There's a Partagas greens coming out.
which one? How much is that?
I think it's in the mid tier. I don't know. But dude,
Oh,
they said it's the first.
they're making a Partagas with Mexican San Andreas. Now that's the one.
Dude, but Partagas is a classic example of Mexican San Andreas. That's what's so fucked up. Don't you realize the Partagas Yellow Band is Cameroon wrapper with a Mexican San Andreas binder?
But not in the. They don't have any in the wrapper position.
But dude, they just flipped the order, dude.
No, I know, but it does change the cigar though. Okay. You don't think it's relevant? Let me tell you right now. Look at the classic gold Macanudo. That's Ecuadorian Connecticut. Used to be a Jamaican Connecticut, but the Ecuadorian Connecticut. But what does it use? Mexican San Andreas binder.
That's Mexican.
But that's not a strong cigar at all. But if you would have put
Yeah.
strong Mexican San Andreas in the wrapper position, I'm telling you, it changes everything.
I just think I think that it could be an interesting cigar. I'm not saying that, but I don't think it's a revolution for the brand when it's a classic example of using Mexican San Andreas. That's what I'm saying.
I just feel we're at a point where no matter how much you try to vitalize a brand, and I like to see it, I think this generation's already made up their mind on what they want. Even though they might smoke a brand, but I don't think Partagas or Bolivar is going to get the respect that it's due. It should. Bolivar is growing in leaps and bounds, but at the end of the day, guys are going to be like, no, I want to have the, Saka, or I want to have, this or that, or Padron, and so it's kind of like, it's hard when you have to backpedal. It's hard when you have a brand and you lost your relevance. And even though you're like, no, we're better now, and they are, people are still like, who cares? So,
dude, that Bolivar that you smoked though, the new one, that looks pretty good.
It's phenomenal. So now maybe it's a cycle. Now in 10 years we can speak saying something different. Because if we zoom out, not just year to year, but if we zoom out, I mean, like even 12, 15 years ago when I started smoking cigars, Padron where it wasn't where it is now. Like Padron, when I was smoking cigars 10, 15 years ago, was like the 1 or 2 boxes on the top shelf in the lounge. So like, oh, we have Padron 64. Oh, we got a box of Padron 26. Now it's like you go to shops, they have 5, 6, 10 different boxes of Padrones, and they're generally you got to give it to them, even though they're expensive and they're high quality, but they're always generally available. It's not like any place that generally carries Padron 26. I really very rarely see them, but we don't have them in stock. You know what I'm saying? So, Johnny, that's absolutely, Johnny. You got to stay fresh. So, so in 10 years, I think things could change on cigars that get more market share, I guess.
But I don't think Partagas is a good one because it seems like for the most part Partagas seems to be doing pretty decent. You know what I mean? I can't. Is there a really bad Partagas?
But
and is there a really good?
What I'm saying is, I don't think they're going to get the respect till they get to themselves to that level of. At the end of the day, I don't think it. But at the end of the day, there's people that are like, oh, it's the fake Cuban, and it's never going to get past that. It's never going to get past that. Or it's a cigar. So it's just mass produced, and so those two things against it are huge. Even though they might sell in volume, whatever, but
it's so frustrating, man. That blend is still Cifuentes' original blend, man. And it's such a good blend. It's such a smart blend.
I know, but it is with that.
Well, my question originally was just what brand would you say? Okay, I'm going to keep smoking their stuff because it might be good or it might be bad. And I think CAO is the only example I can think of where I'd say I can smoke like the CAO Nicaragua I smoked recently, and I'm terrible. But I'll keep smoking CAO because they've had some cigars that I really like.
I don't know. I think that last Gurkha really pissed me off because like I was hoping it'd be a good new blend. You know what I'm saying? No. Absolutely, Sacco. He did do Bobby Lupo, So, I mean, I think Oliva is a brand that, for me, is just a very conservative brand, consistent, and it's not really making any changes. And I remember they talked to a guy about that. And they said, so why don't we ever see new blends? And the guy's like, he said, we're not trying to make new blends for the most part. He said, we're just going to make more sizes of the ones we have. And so I think that their thinking is not to rock the boat. So that's that with that. Padron has everything down to a science, and they're not going to fuck with that. They're very smart with their business plan, I don't, outside of Damaso, I don't really see Padron making mistakes. We don't see them really changing it up either, but I don't think
But
they.
yeah, but they don't take risks either.
No, no, I think they did in the beginning, and now they're done. Like I'm saying, they're like
Yeah.
because if you went back 15 years ago, how many people wanted strong, heavy, expensive Nicaraguan cigars? Not really that many people. Like, the market changed.
But my question is, what's the brand that proves that it's worthwhile sticking through a brand through its mistakes?
Oh, mistakes. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? And I think for me, CAO is the only one because
If you,
again, some
I
cigars
don't,
just
I don't
hit me.
see Macanudo making mistakes. Like Macanudo, if you think about Macanudo, Macanudo has a well-rounded brand. They have the classics for all the beginners. They have the inexpensive Inspirados for the guy
Yeah.
who smoke a good, pretty strong cigar. It's not their best stuff, but it's really reasonably priced. You know what I'm saying, though? They have higher end stuff with the vintages or some small batch stuff. So
Hmm.
I don't see Macanudo making any garbage. They might make some stuff that I think is too mild, but that's my fault for going, oh, it's this 10-year aged Connecticut cigar. It was too mild. Well, what did you expect? It was that kind of party. So,
Yeah.
but I don't see them, and that's a huge brand. And because you're forgetting the fact that Macanudo is not a heritage brand. So they can sell Macanudo in Europe without changing the name.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a big
Right.
seller for General.
You did ding them for the Jamao though, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, the problem with that was it wasn't a bad cigar, but the problem was it wasn't worth the price jump. It was a little better than Inspirato, but it was twice the price. It was $14. So that's look, you don't see the Jamaica.
Okay.
I don't see it anywhere because anybody that likes Inspirato, they like it because it's a great high value cigar for $7. Nobody wants a little better version of of Inspirato for $15. That's all I'm saying, though. It's like that's like when McDonald's made the lobster roll. Like people go to McDonald's shitty cheeseburgers, and it used to be cheap. Now and then they try to make a lobster sandwich. Nobody wants a lobster sandwich from McDonald's. You have to stay. I hate to say when you make a brand, if things go well, you got to kind of stay in your lane.
Right.
Look at Rocky Patel. Rocky Patel was affordable, reliable, whether you like the blends or not. They're available. It was what it was: $5, $6, $7 cigars, and they were everywhere, and they moved like hotcakes. Now Rocky Patel thinks he's Davidoff.
Right.
Rocky Patel thinks he's Ashton. And I remember going to the store and seeing Rocky Patel's cost more than Ashton VSG, and I just knew looking at it, going, I know this cigar is not better than Ashton VSG. So why would I pay more money,
Yeah.
$23, for a Rocky Patel? Like, weren't you just making like not even 10 years ago the $5 what's it called in the 100 count boxes? What is that cigar? The Edge, like
Oh,
that.
I know that. Yeah.
That that was their claim to fame. A piece of shit $5 cigar that a lot of guys like because like it's $5, you know. And I never liked that. And then remember I smoked the 15-year Edge and that was garbage.
What do you think about black label trading? Because I only smoked one
I
black label.
like that brand doesn't make mistakes. I
I
like
only smoked one and it was bad, my
which
opinion.
which one?
I smoked the Viaticum in the Lancero.
That is the one cigar I didn't try. So that's
That's unlucky. It's
I
unlucky, man.
I cannot speak on it.
Yeah,
But I
fair
can't
enough.
say if I did have it, I would have the same experience. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, no.
But everyone I had, the royalty, the they have all those weird names. I can't remember the fucking names.
Right,
The
right.
Killer Bee,
It's like, dude, they're like Rat Death or something. You know what I mean?
yeah,
All the names are crazy.
they're like evil, ungodly cigar. And
Yeah, yeah.
what it is. And also, you busted my ball sock when you want to go to the dome. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like that's a good solid brand. If you get into boutiques, for me, this is a personal opinion. I think Tatuai has, for me, is a lot of cigars I don't like. This is some I really like, but I
Oh,
don't.
interesting.
But I'll say this: the ones I don't like, it's a personal preference. I don't think they're garbage.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna say, oh, Tatuai. Now they don't have the buzz they have, but I'm gonna tell you why. nobody could stay that boutique brand buzz forever because they got too big. Tatuaje is much bigger than they were 10 years ago.
I mean, dude, I think Illusione has kept their buzz, and I think it's well deserved. I think some of the Illusione sticks are really really good.
Not only are their cigars very reliable and interesting, I think their banding and their boxing and that they do like a lot of Illuminati shit. And whether they're playing on it or make joking around, the point is though they have an interesting, unique thing to it. You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah,
So I got and their prices are not crazy. You know, so I think
yeah,
most of their stuff is like what $8 to $12. And so I think it's a good price point, and you're getting solid Nicaraguan, like strong cigars. So
yeah.
I think they have that go. I don't think they really make tons of mistakes.
What I'm saying is I think they've endured better than Tatuaje, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that in some ways. I think Tatuai, he made too many lines, and they came and went. Remember, there was those higher end Tatuais, and it didn't have a Tatuai name. It had a different name. Remember that name?
Are you talking about the Atelier?
Yeah, I was calling a late tier. Yeah, that came
Atelier, yeah.
that came and went, and whatever. Then
Interesting. I have a box of those. I'll have to smoke them. I haven't even smoked a
I'm gonna
single one.
tell you a brand that nobody gives a shit about anymore, but that's different than staying relevant. Like Fuente has people stuff they give a shit, and the bottom
Hmm.
cares. But this is talking about just completely falling off as a brand. Is Crown Heads? I don't. Uh, Nobody gives a shit about Crown Heads. I don't see Crown Heads anywhere. If you went back, maybe like a couple years ago, like
Yeah,
their Four Kicks and what's the other ones they make every year?
they got the Mil Diaz. They've got the Crown Heads Court.
No,
They
they had
are.
the one they
Oh,
make
you're talking about the
Las Calabasas.
yeah, Las Calaveras. Yeah,
Yeah, so I'm not saying they're not a good brand, but I don't know. I don't see them anymore. Yeah, maybe
nothing from their lines has like really hit my palate personally. They're not bad. I haven't had one that like really didn't hit my palate either, but I've found them all kind of mediocre personally. As much as I hate to say it, but because I
I
like the
I
yeah.
don't think most of the cigars I've had are worth the money, whether they're good or bad. I'm just saying, you're like they were charging like a high boutique price, $12, $14, and you're like, for like a Robusto, and you're like, this isn't that great. Like honestly, like, yeah, nah, nah.
You know what's weird? Did you try the original Four Kicks, the red band?
I don't remember.
That was their breakout cigar, and
They
out
had,
of
they had one after a football team. What was the one they had after like a? They named after like a college football team or something like that. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
I mean, I'm going back to like 2019, maybe 2020. Yeah.
I don't know. Was that the Howard one?
Then they had the one with the bull on it. They
That's
had
the war.
they had two cigars, and one cigar I think they just changed the wrapper and the binder. They made the binder the wrapper and the wrapper the binder. And you know what I'm saying though? And there's two different cigars.
Interesting. I don't know that one. I know they made a different version of the Four Kicks, and they made it with a Sumatra, I think, instead of a Habano. That's the blue line.
I'll tell you a brand that I don't think is amazing, but a brand that is consistent. Another one, but it's consistent, and you
Sorry. Can I just say before we move on, the
yeah,
Four Kicks, the red band, out of all their cigars, that was their breakout cigar. I thought that one was actually the best. I thought that was really solid.
can't remember it. I can't
Anyway,
remember.
sorry. Go ahead.
The Island Jim. What is that guy?
Oh, Oscar Valadares.
I think Oscar, the Island Jim guy. I think they're fun cigars. I think they look fun. Their boxing's ridiculous. It's like surfer stoner.
Yeah.
Why having a fucking blast, not giving a. It's kind of like that guy Jimmy. If Jimmy Buffett made cigars, and they have the Oscar Leaf and all these other fun shit. I think their artistic value is great. Their boxes look funny. Their bands are ridiculous. They did that stuff with the. Who's the one that did the cigars with the rock band? the hippie dippy rock band.
Oh, comfortably
Yeah,
numb cigar.
yeah. Who made that?
That, that
That's,
was with Foundation.
that was Espinosa, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. I think it might have. Wait, was it Foundation or Espinosa? I
No,
think Espinosa. You're right. Espinosa.
but Espinosa's shit is made by, for the most part, AJ, and Foundation stuff is made mostly by AJ. So,
Yeah,
um, but yeah, I think Island Jim, the Oscar stuff. I don't think I can say anything bad about them. Nothing like over the top great, but
I haven't smoked a single one of those. I look at that brand and I'm just
I
like,
see high end stores because it has buzz, and I still see it at regular stores. Like, you know, I think they sell. I think the Leaf is a big seller for them.
I might try a leaf. I don't know. Something about that brand doesn't jump out at me. I just never was compelled to try it.
But no, I'm not saying whether I like it or dislike it. I'm just saying, honestly, thinking about brands you're talking about that fell off or didn't fall off or have great.
Oh,
I'm just saying I don't think I've ever seen them fall. I think they've been solid.
yeah, they kind of stayed where they were.
Yeah. Oh, that brand. I'm gonna post it tomorrow. I had something last night. The last cigar at my old place. HR Orochi Rabanya completely fell off. And the weird thing about that falling off is it's not a bad brand. It's not a good brand. It's a great brand. So I don't understand why they fell off. I had an aged Orochi Rabanya yesterday that the cellophane was completely brown and it was still strong as shit.
Nice.
So heavy and like classic, like a classic Habano, but like it's almost as strong as that Orico, but not as strong. But
Was that the blue? Which color was that? The brown?
it was the signature, the brown, and it was great.
That's
And I
awesome.
paid $7.99 from the clearance rack. And the funny thing is, I can't find that cigar. Like I don't know,
That's awesome.
nobody. I mean, it's besides clearance rack. So why are they going to? Every website says discontinued. How could a whole brand that HR started in Cuba? They had the Cuban. It's a Cuban brand. Roger Urbana, and then I don't know, but
No, I think Vega Robana. The Robana is the Cuban version. It's like the dude's dad, and then HR is like a
the grandson,
spinoff. It's
the grandson.
something like that. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so, and I think these are Nicaraguan cigars. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Did he die?
It's funny you bring it up because I was just reseasoning my humidor, and I was putting in all the. I bought a ton of the HR Claros when you reviewed them,
Yeah,
and I was just looking at them. They just look so good, man. I can't wait to smoke one of them, and they're like 7 years old now. So I'm gonna try one of those. Like the next cigar I smoke might be one of those. They
that's
just look so good. So yeah,
what happened to. I understand a cigar going out, but the whole brand.
I
And
think they just gave up, man. Just moved on.
that sounds like something had to happen. You know, because if you okay, let's just say if you get tired of running a brand, you sell it. Or if you're going to go out of business, you sell it for really cheap. It's
Yeah,
disappeared. Like, why is it? What do you say? I don't want to do this no more.
maybe he didn't want to give his name away. Maybe he thought he'd come back to it later. I don't know.
Maybe he got sued by Cuba for using the family name
Maybe.
because he doesn't have the same money like Cohiba to fight
Yeah,
the court. Maybe he got a cease and desist, and his lawyers couldn't fight in court for 20 years like Cohiba.
yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wonder. I can't wait, dude. Dude, I've been sitting them there, and I was aged them for like a year, but they were already old, like 7 years.
So
Those things.
when are you gonna smoke the Claros?
I smoked one before, but I didn't. It was like too wet or something. I didn't get a good read off of it, but
So
I'm gonna smoke one soon.
you
As
just
soon as I'm not sick, I'm gonna smoke one soon.
well, we take it out now. Let it dry box for a week.
Well, I think I've got my stuff pretty like acclimated because I've been like watching my humidor more closely. So I think over time, if you leave it in the humidor, it'll start to be at the right.
Before you smoke a cigar, if you let it sit out of the cellophane for a couple of days in a dry box, it just helps the combustion. You know?
I'll try it. I tried that. I did a bunch of those. There was like a month where I was just dry boxing everything.
Uh,
I was really obsessed with the dry boxing. for me, what I found was I was just getting less flavor. It didn't help my burn, and I was just getting less flavor. It was just harsher. I don't know what happened.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but that was just my experience. I have no idea, but it was just like I tried it and it didn't work for me. You know,
Wow. Okay.
I tried it a bunch of different ways too. I also tried dry boxing it because it's so humid here. I tried dry boxing it in just like a bag with a 62 pack. You know, just try to bring the humidity down. It didn't help, man. It made the cigar taste worse to me. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe dry boxing in a really humid environment doesn't help it. I don't know.
But I usually store my stuff at 65 in the first place, which is like pretty smokable, I think, especially if it's a lighter shade cigar. So I don't know. I'll try it.
Yeah,
I'll try it.
I'll tell you a brand I don't give a shit about is Vega Fina. That's that's
Oh yeah,
that's an Altatus brand. I don't give a shit about that.
people don't talk about that brand at all.
No, but it's not a good brand. I don't give a shit about Vega Fina.
Have you smoked any of them?
Yeah, yeah. When I was new to cigars, and after my divorce, they were $5
Yeah,
because a Vega Fina was it was one tier lower than Romeo. Like you know what I'm saying though. So and same factory, and as the palate grew, and as I did better in life, I was like, why am I smoking? These things suck. And so I'm not So that's whatever. Um, I think brands like Romeo is just too big to fail, and I don't see them. They worked for a time making new shit with AJ and Placencia, but as of late, I think they're just trying to keep what they have, and then once in a while they have these yearly special releases, super high end Romeos by Placencia that are a waste of time. I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't strong enough. Like the Romeo Envy, that was a waste of time. It was nice, but it was like a 55 gauge, and
yeah,
it just they made it too low priming, and it was like, what happened? Like the balls dropped off.
dude. I don't like 55. A lot of cigars opt for 55.
But
I think it's one of the
that was an
worst ring
$18
gauges.
cigar. $18 cigar. So like it really got my hopes up and it was not
Yeah,
worth it. And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
No?
You think 18 at a 55, they'd be putting in tons of strong power, like interesting filler, but
No, the flavor was nice. So I was getting a really nice apple note. And but it was so minute to the last third. I was really trying to like hold the smoke so hard. I'm like, where's the flavor? It was nice, but you're like, come on. It was so like, no, come on.
I
But
hate that.
but that's too much. So
Yeah.
I don't smoke Romeo really. I'll
You know
fuck
what's interesting about Vega Fina? Uh huh.
I'll fuck with Monte Cristo.
Definitely.
Uh, yeah, I wish we had a list of every single possible brand and just go down the list. That'd be nice if I had a print off. Uh,
Vega Fina. Here, wait, hold on. Here's what I can do. One sec. I'm gonna wash my hands. Um, I was gonna say, oh, the interesting thing about Vega Fina is in Japan or like in foreign countries, a lot of places carry Vega Fina, which I think is interesting, like in Europe.
well,
Maybe it's just
there's
because.
no counterpart and it's affordable.
Uh huh. Yeah,
So that's
I
why.
guess that's it. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Okay, here, hold on.
I mean, they're not garbage, but they're just not. The only one that wasn't like the only one that was pretty decent it was a Vega Fina in Nicaragua. It wasn't that bad. Yeah.
All right, here's what we got. This way we can visualize a lot more. Let's see.
Oh,
What about LFD, dude?
right off the bat, Avo. Nobody cares. Avo, waste of a
Yeah,
brand. Avo, Avo,
dude.
Avo checked out. Avo checked out.
This thing, dude. I've been sitting it. This is a Coronado. It smells like fucking straight, like ginseng or ginger. It's just like a very intense root, spicy smell. I'm excited for that.
Coronado's a great cigar.
I think LFD is solid. I haven't smoked anything bad from LFD.
They have their issues sometimes with burn because they're too thick tobacco,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
they're not falling off. They've been staying relevant. The new releases, the Lennox was great. Solus was even better.
What do you
So
think? What do you think about the Room 101? Because I haven't smoked anything from Room 101 that I was impressed by.
I'm not impressed. I'm not
Yeah,
impressed.
but do you think? Hold on. Do you think there's anything that's great from Room 101? Do you know
No,
what I mean?
no.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're garbage, but to me, they were all too low priming, too boring, and they were affordable. I remember Room 101 used to have a cigar, the Payback, that was
Yeah.
like, no joke. What was it like? It was huge. The Payback was
This is it. This is it.
no, but the Payback it was a bigger size. The original.
Payback.
Let me finish. The original Paybacks were fucking gigantic. I
Okay.
don't. I'm going back years ago. They were bigger than 6x60. They were gigantic,
Oh wow.
and they were like $6, $7. So they would everyone buy them, but they're boring cigars.
What about Caldwell? Caldwell definitely has misses, but do you think anything's a big hit? I don't know any big
I
hits from
think they
Caldwell.
are, but I think they had some nice stuff. But for me, I'm not chasing. I'm not chasing the price, and I don't care.
Yeah.
Overall, I could care less about the brand.
Yeah. I don't think. Again, I don't think they have those high highs enough to.
Well, I think it's too hard to find and too expensive. So I don't care.
You know what I think is interesting? Christoph. The only Christoph I smoked was like
Okay,
good but not
another
great.
brand that fell off. Christoph
Hmm.
is a really popular brand, and I don't know what the fuck happened to it.
Let me move this.
Uh,
All right. Let's see.
what's the other brand? Chupacabra? I don't like that brand overall.
Oh yeah, yeah. Esteban Carrera.
Eh, I could pass. I could pass on that brand.
Let's see. Adrian we like. Davidoff we like, obviously.
Yeah.
Um, my father we like. Sosa, that's not known by the lounge. We got the La Aurora, obviously. More Christoph. More. Okay. No, I think this is just more stuff we talked about. The timeless, but I think those are all good. The timeless stuff.
Timeless man. Such easy to love cigars.
Yeah. I smoked one of those with Gio, and I got a bad burn, of course, because I'm cursed. But that's a good. Those were really good. Let's see, we got Illusione, Drew Estate, like we talked about, hit and miss, I guess. But I haven't smoked a Drew Estate that I was really wowed by, so I don't even think that counts.
Is this your daily smokes? Because there's a lot of nice cigars.
No, this is mostly like my. I guess this is my better humidor. This is like my good stuff that I just have singles of. Because all my good stuff, remember, I put in that one cooler, and that got ruined. But these are like singles that I have that are good.
Yeah.
Um,
I like all the small sizes.
yeah, dude, I love small sizes, man.
Yeah.
That's a good way to go. All right, I don't think I have more variety in here though.
Well, the biggest one that we could say it fell off is the Avo. Avo has complete
Yeah.
Avo. Dude, what happened to Avo?
No, I mean, but was Avo ever that good? Let's see what we got in here.
I don't know.
Here we got hella HRs, dude. Hella HRs. Xeno, we like Xeno. What about down here is the I can't get to them, but they're Southern Draw. A lot of people like them, but I think that's kind of. Mhm.
I think they're a good brand. I think I think they make some nice blends, and they're generally pretty strong.
Yeah.
I got nothing bad to say about Southern Draw.
But do you think they had any real duds?
Honestly, no. I think everyone I tried, I like. That's for my opinion. I actually like their Connecticut. Uh, the Jacob's Flower was great. Jacob's
Yeah.
Flower.
So that I would that then they're pretty consistent. Um, I don't know, dude. This is the type of shit, dude. I'll keep a fucking back rat in the humidor, dude. I'll keep it. I got a back rat right next to an Opus, dude. Who's got that going? This is all Aganorsa, so I don't think Aganorsa has a strong reputation the same way. If that makes sense.
Well, they just started kind of making their own brands, because these
Yeah.
are the cars for everyone else. So I think it's gonna take time. Um, I go
Okay.
to the stores, and I see them trying to rebrand some of their old cigars
Yeah.
because they rebrand them. It was called Pop. Remember Costa something, and then now it's just
Yeah, Costa Fernandez. I'm looking here.
yeah.
Um, I guess the other one that we could say is La Polina. La Polina has some decent cigars and then some real misses. So I think I'd say that's a pretty good. That's
So,
a pretty good candidate for hit and miss.
so that's the infamous couch.
Yeah, dude. Let's see. But all these cigars are good. These are not ones that got ruined. Let's see what we got here. These are hard to see. Undercrown. Got a Cusano in there. Your favorite Hoyo. All right, here. Hold on one sec. I'll pull out. I'll pull out one. One of these guys will be able to get a little bit more information.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see what we got in here. 100 couch flies. Yeah, this is just the same stuff as before though. Antonio, obviously, dude,
Great.
massive winner. I gotta smoke one of these, dude. I got both. I got both these sizes, man. I'm excited. This is just the Toro, and this is like this. It's like the really short, fat one, but I thought that was interesting. Um, Monty, Macanudo, we talked about them. I guess we talked about everything that I've got. I guess my cigar collection is not so big that I'm gonna pull out stuff we didn't even think about. What about Hoyo?
Dude, I like Hoyo.
Yeah.
Here's the deal with Hoyo. They have a massive presence, but they don't have a big presence in the lounges, and they don't push it a lot. Like I don't know why General have a bigger presence for Hoyo. I don't know.
Dude, I didn't even realize I have Laranjas, dude.
Those are good.
That's dope. I had no idea I owned this cigar. I have two of them. Wow. Is it? I guess that's when you have too many cigars. If you see a cigar and you're like, "There's no way I own this,"
Yeah.
at that point, you know. Yeah, Hoyo, dude. Dion Giolito of Illusione said he used to smoke the Excalibur #1 in Maduro. I really want to try that one. I don't have any in the Maduro.
Yeah.
Um,
The Epicure #2 is really good.
let's see, Monty Camacho. All right, I guess this is more dupes. This is more dupes. All right, sorry, man. I thought it would have more. I thought it would have more variety, but I guess not.
I think plenty of variety.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think my candidate for most highs and lows would be CAO and La Polina, if you could even consider it that way, because I think La Polina has some really good stuff, but also some really bad stuff.
Yeah, but La Polita is a smaller brand, you know.
But
So
yeah, it's really small, so I don't think that doesn't count.
yeah, I get that with the CEO because their bottom end stuff or their internet only stuff is kind of like whatever. Um, like so, you're saying more like a scale. Eventually, does a brand have more irrelevant or stupid cigars or bad cigars? Yeah, I can see that. Uh,
More range, really. You know what has the most range?
like Fuente just has too much good stuff that outweighs the curly head and the irrelevant mid tier. So,
Right.
yeah.
So I think
Okay, what about this? My father. My father.
I
That's
haven't smoked anything bad from my father at all.
insane though. So and they've stayed relevant as well because not that they always making new stuff, but every year or two they come out with something and their brand presence. I've only seen their brand presence at lounges grow.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think they have a lot of range because I think their stuff is good, and I also don't think they fell off or anything like that. So I don't think they're a
I
good.
think they know their market. I think they know their customers, what they like, and they're very specific, kind of like with Padron, what they're making, you know. And um, so, yeah, I got nothing bad to say about my father. Now the higher end stuff, they making this other cigar for $40. I can say it's a reach, like it shouldn't be a $40 cigar, but that doesn't surpass, their what? How many different brands they have, and I think they're very reliable and they're reputable. I mean, they're not going to be the best cigars you can have, but you know when you have a My Father Bijou, or a My Father Classic, or a My Father Promesa, you're going to have a good time. You know.
Yeah, for sure. No, I totally agree with that. Here's one of my Gurkhas, dude.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. So I'll tell you right now, a brand that's growing um, is Foundation. I see Foundation really growing.
Yeah, I haven't been impressed with anything from Foundation so far.
Yeah, okay. Have you tried the Olmec? You didn't like the Olmec?
I didn't like the Olmec. I
I
thought it was.
I disrespect you for that. You crazy?
That's fair enough. I felt like, look, I didn't think it was bad, but I just felt like it was like a boutique AJ with like a high end price tag.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that it's not a high value cigar.
Right.
I can see that.
Look, I think at $8 that cigar is like a decent buy all day. But I think at like $12 or $14, whatever it is, I think it's just too high.
Well, no, they go more than that. If you're talking about like the High Claire or their
No. I'm talking about specifically the Olmec. Specifically the Olmec. I think it's priced too high.
I always smoked in New York. It was like $20 and change.
Yeah, it's just too high, man.
Yeah.
Got more Christoph.
Okay, what about
Um,
a brand like Ashton? Is Ashton irrelevant? They don't make anything new, but everything they make, I feel like Ashton, everything they make is done. Like they have the ESG, VSG, Symmetry, the Eight Girl, and the Classic Connecticut, and the Cabinet Connecticut. The more. That's it. I feel like they figured out what they're doing, and it's kind of like Forte. For the most part, Forte making new shit. If you consider, I mean, the Rare Pink, but Rare Pink was a new release. That hasn't been around. That many releases, but it was phenomenal release. Um, yeah, that's the one no one cares about. They discontinued that. So I think Ashton doesn't want to flood their market. Like they made their brands and they're accepted. But what are they going to do? Make 10 more new cigars? And the ones they make, they sell. The VSG sells, the ESG sells. What I'm saying? So,
I think a lot of
you think a point of a company where they get where they want to be,
yeah.
they stay with it.
I think a lot of companies. I don't like the way they do their SKUs or their marketing plan or like I don't know. Like I'm looking right now. I've got Cohiba in my hand. I got the Monte Cristo in my hand. I think both of them are examples of brands that kind of sprawl a little bit too much. Like maybe have a few too many lines that don't quite fit into the brand. I think Ashton's the total opposite. I think Ashton is the perfectly um, what's it called? Not manufactured, but I'm forgetting the term right now. But when you have a collection of items and you've categorized them and you have all of your brands,
Each blend
merchandise.
is good, but each blend covers an area the other one doesn't. But it's not.
Exactly.
It's not so off that you're like, why would they make this cigar? You know what I'm saying though. Um, you know,
It is hard to look at a CAO Cameroon and not want to smoke it. You know what I mean?
that's
That's a
that's
that's a tough one. But no, but I think that's the thing. I think Ashton is the perfectly uh merchandised cigar brand. I think they could take out the Puro Soul, and then I think it would be absolutely streamlined.
I don't remember the Puro Soul.
See, you got to think about it. You don't even remember the cigar. That's what I
Oh
mean.
wait,
I think they could take that
was
one
that
out.
was a more expensive Connecticut, right? Or no, or Sungrown. That was a Sun.
No, it's Sungrown because the more expensive Connecticut's the cabinet.
Yeah, the Puro Soul. I never gave a shit about.
You never what?
I never gave a shit about that one.
That's what I'm saying. They could get rid of that one and it'd be fine. And I think then they would be perfect.
Yeah, they Ace Maduro is a great. Ace Maduro is just basically a repackaged Hemingway Maduro.
Right.
Ace Maduro is a phenomenal. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
The VSG is insane. The ESG is insane. The Symmetry is a fun cigar, but it's a lower priming, so it's not.
Mhm.
Um, and then I don't fuck with their light stuff, but for newbies like that stuff.
Yeah,
Uh,
but it's perfectly merchandised. You know what I mean? You have an option for whatever you want, and that's what I think is so incredible about Ashton.
the only
Even
thing they don't
Mhm.
have in this market, which Maybe they don't. It's a strong Nicaraguan cigar.
But that's not what Ashton's about, and I think that's perfect. I think not having that cigar helps them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Because why they want to try to get that category? Because, for example, like when Davidoff did that with David Nicaragua, okay, they did that what 10 years ago, but it's not like they're making. Well, are they making more Nicaraguan cigars? Even though it's rolled in Dominican Republic. Um, I'm surprised with the David of Nicaragua they just stuck with one version. Like, aren't they making a 10th anniversary one? I heard they're making a special.
But I think having an don't you think having an Ashton Nicaragua would be like a big mistake?
Well, I think we're going to see it when Fuente opens up his factory in Nicaragua.
I see. Okay, I can buy that. I can hear that.
If they stay with Fuente, you're right. Yeah, if they ask my father to make an Ashton Fuente, you know what I'm saying? Well, here's the thing: they do have that. They have it under
Right,
La Roma de Cuba because La Roma de Cuba is my father, but
right, right.
La Roma de Cuba is Ashton. But they decided to make their Nicaraguan cigars a mid-tier brand.
But I think that's perfect. Again, I think that totally makes sense, and that's what I'm trying to say. I think
Well,
that's the brilliance of it.
separate instead of making mid-tier, they could have made mid-tier Ashton, but that wouldn't have worked because
Right,
Ashton was trying to be a premium brand.
right.
So I think that was smart by making a separate company for their mid-tier lineup, which I
I
think that
agree.
maybe that's the smarter way to do it.
I think so. No, I think they handled that perfectly. I think that was like
Because
a
mind they think of Ashton as only luxury, whereas
only
when you
only
think
luxury and mainly Dominican.
that too, but when you think of Padron, it's like, oh, we got Padrones. Oh, but they're 1,000 series. So it's like,
Right,
guys, if you're gonna Padron didn't have 1,000, it would be considered an only luxury brand. But
right,
because of the 1,000 series, that offsets the whole brand. You can't say the whole brand is luxury.
right.
So Ashton is a luxury brand. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think so, and I think again I guess it's like Davidoff, but Davidoff and Ashton kind of make sense together. But Padron is different as a result. Do you know what I mean?
But what about with Ashton? They have their mid-tier Nicaraguans with La Roma de Cuba. But what about their slightly higher cigars, but below Ashton? The one with the bird. What the fuck is that?
The San Cristobal.
I don't, dude. I don't see them as much as they used to be. Yeah, but maybe
I
that's though. Are they still relevant? Do you see shops carry them?
I've only smoked the Revelation, and it was out of my ruined cooler. But despite being ruined, it was phenomenal. So I got to look more into that brand. Like I was shocked at how good that stick was.
Who makes that? Is that's my father as well,
That's
right?
my father. Yeah, those are my father.
But so why did they flood their market with another mid-tier Nicaraguan brand made by?
The only thing I don't get, why do they have San Cristobal and La Roma? That one I don't understand. But I think my guess would be because La Roma seems to lean more toward the San Andreas side,
Yeah, but
and
what
more
happened
Maduro.
by the rights to because San Cristobal is a I think San Cristobal is a Cuban brand, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
So when they buy, how they get the rights to the name? How does that work?
That I don't know at all. Actually, I always wondered about that because I think it's isn't that the only Cuban named non-general non-Altadas? You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying because all the other Cuban brands are under General Titus.
Right.
But here's the thing, though: nobody, when people think San Cristobal, nobody thinks that's a fake Cuban. They just go, "Oh, it's an Ashton cigar." You know what I'm saying?
Right. True. Yeah. I guess they handled their PR better.
Well, no, why? Because they don't have 10 non-Cubans. Because General has like Cardigans, Cohiba, Punch. They have so many Nacho Panza. Those are all Cuban names. So I think maybe having one is okay. You know,
I think I think it's because it's not as famous of a name.
that's
I
the
think
San Cristobal. I only had one San Cristobal Cuban. It was good. But
yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Ashton's the people to look to in terms of marketing. when it comes to cigars. But it's also more classic because at the same time you don't see them expanding, so they're not really taking more of a share either, right?
Well, they expanded without their name under Aroma, and yeah, but you're right. But they were smart. They didn't compete against themselves. If
But
they would
no,
do
yeah,
other brands, that would have been stupid.
but people don't really talk about La Aroma that much, or they don't talk about San
But
Cristobal that
what
much.
to talk about? La Aroma is a good, affordable mid-tier brand. $7, $8, even $6 when they first came out. And there's nothing to brag about that. They were good, reliable, strong, simple cigars. That's my opinion.
I think that I think Davidoff did a better job, though. You know what I mean? Because they keep climbing to new heights. They've got all the LE stuff. Gio's constantly buying boxes of their stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, if you're talking about just classic Davidoff, I mean, that company has more money than what to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Though, I mean,
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's true.
right. So Davidoff is they could.
I'm,
Davidoff's not worried about the money. They have more. There's so much money because remember, Davidoff is a brand that can be sold in America and
mhm,
around the world. And because
right,
it could be a Cuban brand, but it's still the same company. It's not like, oh, it's a fake Cuban brand. If anything,
right,
it's like, oh, that was a Cuban company that left Cuba, which is unheard of. So it's kind of
right,
yet they're still accepted. Like if you went to England, you would go to a Davidoff lounge, and there'd be Davidoff is the only brand that we sold next to Cubans that doesn't get like shit on. Like I'm saying, like oh, no one's gonna say
right.
oh that's a New World cigar. Does that make any sense? Because it used to be a Cuban brand.
But I
So
think that's so interesting that they were the one brand that was able to really pull that off. You know what I mean?
it's the most unique brand because of that. Because even before
Yeah.
that, Davidoff was the only private brand that was made in communist Cuba. So that's the insane
Mhm.
part. Davidoff is that
Yeah.
it was such a popular brand and so much money that they didn't want Davidoff to leave, and he could have. You know what I'm saying, though.
Mhm.
So yeah, so it's but the balls that he burned are because he didn't want to sell them. That's crazy.
Yeah. I
Imagine the
guess that's it, dude. Yeah.
imagine the guy that lit the match on that.
That'd be sad, dude. Because honestly, you probably cover me in gasoline or something. You know?
No, what I'm saying is like even if they weren't up to his standards at the time, that was what in the 1990 when he did that or late 80s.
Hmm.
Was he 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 went to leave Cuba, but I think he had the old stock, he had to wait a certain amount of time for whoever it was. He's like, I'm not going to sell this stuff. And so, how many? Let's say a couple of 100,000 boxes of cigars. That's enough cigars to
Hmm.
ship the world. And he's like, Nah, I'm going to burn them. Like that's like some Joker level Heath Ledger shit. It's like, nah.
I guess that's what you got to do if you want to be the king. You know, he really made a true luxury cigar brand, and he set the rules for what that means, and he pulled it off, right? I mean,
That is
he's like the
and
Hermes of
any
cigars.
any company I've ever heard of. Any company. I don't care cars or guns. That is the craziest quality control I've ever heard of in my life.
Look, man, I can't give you an example, but I'm sure Hermes has done stuff like that. Like they're, you know, I don't know. There are a few fashion companies that would operate similarly, I believe, in those scenarios. So
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about Casa Magna. I don't think I've had enough. Because I
yeah,
think that is Quesada.
Quesada, that's the one we didn't cover.
Dude, there's so many sleeper brands that you're like that. You're like, and that's a huge fucking Dominican brand. But you're like, oh, like I don't see a lot of representation in lounges, but yet they're a big brand. I think they make cigars for other people, and for who I don't know.
I smoked a Quesada that was made for Ventura Cigar Company, which is a local Californian brand, I think. Um, it was terrible. It was like one of the worst cigars I've ever smoked. so bad, like really truly just awful. It was just funky tangy in a way that was just not pleasant. Just barely tasted like a cigar, man. It was like really weird. It didn't taste like a cigar. Um, but the other thing is, the second Casada cigar I ever smoked was the Timeless, because they make the Timeless. The Is it the Prestige?
Oh, so they're making out of their factory. The natural
The one. Do you know the Timeless that it's a Honduran wrapper, I think, and then it's Nicaraguan Dominican filler?
Supreme, the Supreme,
No, it's not the Supreme. I
dude.
think it's the I think it's the Prestige.
When the Nat Sherman Supreme was out, that was
Yeah.
phenomenal. The original one. I don't know if they redid that because what's that? What's I do it. The original
Here,
Supreme was great.
hold on. I got it right here. Hold up. Let me just pull it out.
The Supreme was stronger. The time was,
Prestige.
but the Prestige was stronger than the Timeless.
Prestige. I got the Prestige right here. I'm not gonna pull it out because I'd
Uh,
have to flip it. But this guy, this one is made in that's made in Casada, and that's a really good cigar. So I don't know.
yeah.
Oh, those were bad quality. My fault. I'll chuck them, Sacco. I'll get rid of them.
I don't even notice. Sacco left for an hour and he came back. He's like, he's you see, he's using the alpha male side. He's toughening you up. He's like, he's he's like Ed for no reason. He's just like, you're like, all right, yeah.
Badly made. Yeah, I agree, dude. I'm gonna get rid of them. I'll just toss them in the trash. I couldn't stand them. They had good flavor though.
Which one was this?
Oh, I'm kidding, but I did think the timeless the Prestige, that one's made at Casada, and I thought it was really good.
Well, bro, I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm about to pass out. I think this is a short night. I'm sorry, guys. It was a quick video. We
It's
were,
okay.
but how long? 2 hour, 200, no, 251 minutes. How many hours is that?
I thought we get to talk, man. 60. Isn't it 4 hours? Isn't that 4 hours?
120. No, it's 4 hours and 11 minutes. Bro, what the hell did we talk about?
We talked about the Gurkha cigar.
The AIDS restaurant.
No. That was later on. We talked about first. We talked about the Gurkha cigar, your experience with it. And then we were chatting about Maduros, right, and just general stuff around the Gurkha cigar. Then you chucked the cigar. Then we were talking about the Oliva cigar. Finished the stuff up on the Maduros. Then we talked about, I forget what happened in the middle, and then we talked about women and
Oh,
men's role,
and the nightclub with the AIDS and everything.
and then the nightclub with the AIDS, and then oh yeah, that was I think before the no, I don't know, and then we talked about oh
Society.
yeah, which
Okay.
brands we'd yeah,
Yeah.
winners and losers.
Yeah, and then brands offsetting and or if they lost relevant. Maybe we
Well,
and maybe I need to make a bottom 25 of just brands that know that like if it was like a stock not to invest in. I would not invest in Camacho or Avo right now. I think Davidoff is looking at that as a bleeding hole. Like, what should they do with these brands? And it's bleeding. Nobody gives a shit about Avo. And the reason why it's less bleeding than Camacho because Avo is smaller. Camacho has so many cigars, and I'm not even saying they're bad, but nobody cares.
dude, the Camacho Ecuador is such a fucking bad cigar in my opinion.
The Corojo is better.
The Corojo's better, dude. The Ecuador is like fucking perfume, dude. It's a terrible cigar. I don't know what's wrong with that stick, man. Maybe I'll smoke it again. I have another, but
You know, though, their bottom end Camachos, the color ones, the yellow, red, and blue. And then even the Corojo is not bad, but I don't know. I like the higher end Camachos, um, but it is what it is. I don't know what happened to that brand. It just didn't stand the test of time. You know what I'm saying? Though.
I think you know what the problem is though. We look at that brand, and that used to be Aladino. So we smoke an Aladino Corojo. That stood the test of time, right? So I think they tried to make them too strong. I think they tried to amp up something that was beautiful as it was.
Well, I think though when you buy a brand just for the name to have in your portfolio,
Yeah.
you might have good intentions, but you lose sight of what the brand is. And also, once they bought that brand, know what it was? Even though Davidoff was a great brand, oh, that's the fake Camachos. Because I remember when that happened, all the old timers, they wouldn't buy it. So why don't you like Camacho? I like the Triple Maduro. They're like, listen, kid, the original Triple Maduro or the Corojo, that was the best Corojo in the world. You don't know what real Corojo was, the original Camacho. And it was before my time. So I understand all the old timers wouldn't buy, like, that's the new Camacho. Those are the fake Camachos. So it's the same thing that happened with like parties in general. So I think they played themselves. When you buy a company out and you don't keep the same people there, look what happened to EP Carrillo and La Gloria. So La Gloria is not where it used to be. When EP Carrillo, they're not the same, man. Like,
Well, that's what's funny is that's what people say about El Rico.
is what?
Because EP Carrillo used to make El Rico, right?
Yeah, but it's not like El Rico's making tons of different blends. It's only like one cigar. Like it's like
That's true.
you want it in broadleaf or Habano, one size. There you go. And I'll tell you what, that thing is still strong. So I think it's easy to keep that going. Whereas like La Gloria Cabana is a massive brand in volume, and
Hmm.
it's probably what 5, 6, 7 different blends, but the volume on the Series R and the N, just those two, then the Esteli, and then dude, like that, they were bumping those cigars. Like back in the day, the store couldn't keep them in stock because the Gloria Series R was like $6.99, 6x60 Maduro, and guys would swear by it, like, and they weren't bad. It was big size, but like when it was EP Carrillo, I don't know what changed. So it is what it is. So I think when you trade, same thing now, but Alec Bradley, are they going to say that's the fake Alec Bradley? No, because no one really gave a shit about Alec Bradley. So I
Dude,
think
the fake Alec Bradley would probably be better. And no offense to Alec Bradley, but like,
yeah, exactly. It's kind of like,
I guess offense to them, honestly. But like, I don't mean to be mean, but it's just like my experience that I've had. Anyway, yeah.
yeah, I think Alec Bradley is almost there with Gurkha. You know what I'm saying? No,
I think they're with Rocky, dude. That's what I didn't realize. I think Alec Bradley and Rocky are on the same level, basically. And here's my argument. Here's my argument.
yeah,
Here's my
but
argument.
give Rocky Patel credit for his balls. He's like, I'm the best guy in the world. Like, like, and I used to make $5 cigars, and then I was 10. But now I'm a $30 cigar company, and you're like, oh,
Dude, we're just lucky that you can't advertise cigars on the TV. Because if you could, it would just be tons of Rocky ads, and it would be like a Davidoff cigar, and then like a foot would step on it and be like, "Don't smoke this bullshit." And then it's like Rocky Patel, like check out the new cigar. You know what I mean?
I understand it's just like a Ford or a Chevy commercial will call out the other company. Like, remember when Chevy, they dropped the rocks in their truck? And like, yeah, the truck bed's scratched, but our truck bed's made of steel. Let's look at the Ford. And they dropped the rocks and just went right through. Like they dropped rocks like from 6 feet, and it punctured the aluminum bed. And everyone's like, "Yeah, I don't want a hole in my truck." And they're like, "Chevy, you don't want a hole in your truck." So imagine if they had company like, oh man, imagine. Well, first off, nobody would have to make an anti-Gurkha commercial. They'd be like, "Yeah, remember this company making $1 million cigars? Yeah, enjoy that shit." Like Gurkha,
Yeah,
$1 million cigars. Like you don't
that'd
need
be
a
so funny, dude. Dude, you get for Aladino, you can get a good cigar for $10. That'd be like the most boring ad. You'd be like, "Yeah, I know."
yeah, yeah, Aladino or the Camacho you used to smoke. You know what I'm saying? Though? I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Romeo Reserve 1875. We know you don't give a shit, but come on, you used to smoke it when you were brand new. You're like, yeah, you're right. You
Come
know,
back,
so,
Romeo and Julieta, come back.
I think like the Romeo 1875 and the Macanudo Gold should just be like they're like hand in hand. Like, hey, remember first grade? Like yeah, and then oh, acid Kuba Kuba, you can make fun of them. Like, just don't do drugs. What's wrong with you?
Don't do acid, yeah.
And that Padron commercial, be like, you better buy it because next year it's going up $1.50. Like,
Dude, I think
like you see the Padron plan, see 2024, it says plus $1.50, 2025 plus $1.50. It's just like per stick, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Raising that. Like, the guy's just like snorting cocaine. He's like, what? 2025, we're going up again. I gotta buy more.
Dude, it's like, dude, Padron is like it's like 10% off compared to where it'll be in like 3 years. You know what I mean? Like right now, buy Padron right now for 10% off
Yeah, but
compared to like Star compared to 5 years.
and save in 5 years, you can get your money back times two, because it's gonna keep going up. A Monte Cristo commercial, like you see the guy like in a nice suit and white gloves. He's like picks the phone. He's like, "Hello, yes, AJ, could you make us another strong cigar?" Quite, quite. No, we're still gonna make our nice fun cigars, but we like your style too. They don't match in our portfolio at all. Like you think about the 1935 doesn't match the Monte Cristo at all. But they're like, who cares? It'd be like
No, dude,
it'd
on the other side of the
be
phone,
Toyota.
like it's
What's
just
that?
like I said on the other side of the phone, it's just like, dude, you can't put that in the Monte Cristo portfolio. It's a legendary portfolio. Don't you understand? You have a strong brand like this, and the guy's like, oh no, yes, we're gonna do. It's just like talking over AJ, and he's just
Like honestly, we don't need you, but everyone makes fun of us because they say our cigars are soft. They're nice, but they're too soft. AJ, go. He's like, well, how much AJ do you want? Go full AJ. AJ's like,
he's like, I've never
well,
gone full commercials.
exactly, yeah, exactly, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Tatuai. He's like, Dad. Yeah, remember I married your daughter? Yeah, he married my father's daughter. Could you make me another cigar? I gotta have another monster. Fucking Cohiba. Cohiba's like, listen, we're not fake, okay? We're not fake Cubans. We're not fake, I don't know.
Dude, fucking the infomercial would be hilarious. Like Rocky on the infomercial, like
But
like order now, or like Gurkha, order now for like 90% off this golden cigar. You know what I mean? Like,
Rocky, but every time, bro, he's like, I'm telling you, every time he's like, I just watched another video. He's like, because we're using like the best tobaccos, we get like the nicest tobaccos, and we're getting some really good tobaccos, and these tobaccos, he just keeps on talking about his magical tobaccos, and you're like, and then like Fuente's just like, I like kids, they should go to school. I feed children. I feed a lot of children. Thank you, God. And but like he's like Fuente's just like you can't say nothing bad about that. The guy's like feed.
dude, Fuente is just like, dude, Carlito's just like, yeah, it's all about family. You know what I mean? It's all about family. You know what I mean? It's all about community. We feed the communities. Like,
Fuente doesn't even talk about tobacco. Fuente doesn't even talk about like Rocky Patel's like tobaccos and like I make tobacco and Fuente's making like the best like Opus X Purple Rain and he's just like I feed hungry children. You know what I'm saying? He's,
dude, I remember seeing a Rocky video, and he was like, early on, he was like, that he started making cigars because he had like pretty good taste. And I
yeah.
was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I smoked the cigar and I was like, whoever would blend this has terrible taste. So I was just like, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, no.
I don't even know what he's talking about, man. Yeah.
He has a terrible taste. Like I think AJ Fernandez could help out Rocky Patel. I really think so.
That's so funny. That's the only collaboration I'd be like,
I hate to say it, but I think he needs. I think
yeah.
Rocky Patel needs AJ.
He needs an AJ intervention, dude.
He does. Um, I wonder if AJ talks to himself in the mirror for his own brand, though. He's like, AJ, I need your help. What? Could you make a strong cigar for my brand? What's the name of your brand? AJ Fernandez. So you want AJ Fernandez to make an AJ Fernandez? Like he's just like losing his shit.
Yes, yeah.
Like it's AJ Fernandez by
He's like will you let me make it as strong as you want? Yeah.
it's slightly homoerotic. He's like, what would you do if I did this for you?
Yeah.
He's like a gold coin, like he's just like throws the coin sack. I don't know, man. Yeah. But yeah, so then you have Monte Cristo. They're like, yes, AJ, yes, make those strong cigars. We're so happy to work with you. He hangs the phone, and then he picks the phone again. He's like, hello, Placencia. Yes, we're so happy to work with you. Yes, make those beautiful ones. Kind of don't go full AJ, but make the Espada, the Epics. Just make some nice ones for us.
We want something a little modern, but we
Yeah,
don't want to go crazy. We're Monte Cristo.
yeah,
We wouldn't do that.
stronger than classic Monte Cristo, but don't go full AJ. We already have that covered. We already have that covered. Like, they Monte Cristo's crazy. Think about that. They have their own line. They have the Essential line, and they have the AJ line. But somehow, actually, all three lines kind of go together. They, I got to give it to them. Even though there's different levels of strength, but the sizes and shapes. If you look at next time you buy Monte Cristo, look at the shapes and sizes. They have a certain unique mold they
Hmm.
use, and like the way the shoulder bends and everything. Um, I don't know. I got to give to that. Their construction and the shapes are very consistent, and their bands and their advertising. Um, but then Monte Cristo has their group of the maestros. Like every like 2-3 years, they're like group of the maestros. Make us a special 100 count box that sells out that everybody loves, and then never make it again. And
Dude, Partagas would be just one of those guys with the conspiracy board with all the strings attached to it,
yeah,
just
yeah,
trying to explain why they're not the fake Partagas. We're the
yeah,
real Partagas. We're the real Partagas. Look,
yeah. And like Partagas went downhill when Benji died. When Benji used to make, you remember Benji, the guy Benji, what's his name? Benji something.
Benji Menendez?
Benji Menendez. He's the guy
He
that
died?
taught. He's the guy that taught Rick. Who's the guy from CAO that left to make
Rick Rodriguez?
what? Yeah,
Rick Rodriguez?
learned from Benji from Partagas. Benji was the old guy from Cuba, and Benji was working for General on the Partagas and other cigars. And I believe Benji was tight with the Padron brother, the one that died too, that was making the punch cigars and the
Are you
Boulevard.
talking? Are you sure you're not talking about Cifuentes?
No, he didn't make Partagas.
Yeah, he
Benji,
did.
no, no, Cifuentes did, but Benji didn't. But Benji
Oh,
was
gotcha.
making blends for them. And the best Partagas was the Benji cigar. It was called the Partagas Benji something. And that was the best fucking Partagas you'd ever have in your life. And they'll never make it again. And that makes me really sad. That was the best. Dude, that cigar will blow your mind. That cigar will blow your mind. And um, nobody has it. Because they stopped making it because Benji died. And that made me sad. I think Partagas used to have the glory days back in the day. It was a lot more popular. Um, and it became irrelevant. I don't know. I think the internet kind of changed everything, and you had brands that tried to become more internet friendly or internet pricing, and that kind of fucked up the brands that didn't do that. Look at them, Partagas, Padron, Davidoff. They never did internet pricing, meaning the price was the price. Plus or minus $10 a box, but there was no deals on Padron. There was no deals on Fuente. So that actually helped them in the long run. Because once you do deals, you have to always do deals.
Yeah.
Because once you do deals, they're never going to want the no deal. And now you just fucked your brand. So it does help out the customer.
And then the price is the lower price. So if you were trying to say this is worth $10, but you're getting it for $6, now it's worth $6, and then you can't take it lower either. You know what I mean? So
How do you keep the quality up if then people only want to pay less for your cigars?
yeah.
In a way, it's kind of like you negotiate with terrorism, and then now it's just a slippery slope. So, yeah. Who else? Yeah, Apple commercials like hello, hello,
Hello? Hello?
hello.
Hello?
He's just in a room. He's like in a one of those rooms like where they leave someone, like what they call it, like a safe
Wait,
house. He's like we're not going to get rid of you. We just want you to fade off like you didn't exist. So like Apple, they're just doing a slow death, a slow death. Like it was just a mistake from the beginning. Um,
What about Camacho?
yeah, Camacho is just. Yeah.
I mean, really, honestly, the Camacho commercial, which is like realistic, would just be them like acting super tough in a way that like nobody relates to. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, because they're bands like Live Bold,
yeah,
or
yeah. You ever punch a kitten? You're feeling so amped up. You just punch a kitten. Yeah, like
that group just doing too much cocaine and Red Bull.
yeah,
Um,
dude. I think it's just us and Joshua, or one. There's like one other dude who's just like not.
yeah, it's Hunter Biden. He's on home arrest for probation. He's just like, I love.
he's he's like, dude, the shit I gotta watch now.
He's like, this is great. He's like, this.
He's like, I should have just hung out with Richie, dude. I shouldn't have gotten into all that trouble.
He drops like a 5G tip. He's like, yo, keep this shit going. I'm like, all right, man.
He said more jokes about Monte Cristo's butler, dude. Five
Fucking,
G's.
fucking, Gio pissed me off. He's like, yo, I can't get these 2 hours back of my life. Fuck you, Gio. You know what I'm saying? I mean, fuck you, Gio. He said,
What's
Gio,
up, Drew?
Gio, you had nothing else going on, Gio. You have nothing else going on. You're jerking off. You know what I'm saying, though? Because your girlfriend said you're 451. And
Dude, the dude came to hang out. Then it says, he's just a dude. I mean, I think he was kidding, but
but you could kid, but all kidding has even 1% truth. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think, dude, you know what I think the truth is. I
Example,
think you,
like if a guy kept on telling his wife he's gonna kill her, even if he doesn't do it, somewhere in his mind he's thinking about it. Like you know, what I'm saying, let's say if you saw your parents having dinner and your dad was like, "Is dinner ready?" and your mom's like, it's 10 minutes. He's like, "It better be, or I'm gonna fucking kill you." And then she's like, "Why?" He's like, "Nah, I'm just kidding." No, there was something in his mind, like you know what I'm saying, like. So when people make jokes, there's always you get what I'm saying though. It's like I used to know this guy that always make jokes about little kids, like he liked them, but he would always do it in a weird way, and everyone was like, "I don't like that guy." You know what I'm saying? They're like, because
yeah, yeah.
like we'd be in the cigar lounge and some girls walk by, pretty girl, a woman, in mini skirts or something. And all the guys would be like looking, and then the girls would pass, and the guys would be like, "Man, those girls were beautiful, man, like 22 years old, they were smoking hot." And that guy would always wait and go, "Man, they were too old." And we're all like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, if they were like 7 years younger." And we'll all be like, "What?" He's like, "Nah, I'm just kidding." Like, but he would do it every time. And everyone, as soon as that guy would leave, everyone would be like, "Fuck that guy, man." They're like, "That guy's definitely a pedo." Like everyone, but that was like he was just so consistent with it. You know what I'm saying though? Like the TV be on, and like let's say like Miley Cyrus came on, like a song or something, and he'd be like, "Oh, she was better when she was on Disney," and it was like, "What?" Like you know, you're like,
That's such a fucked up joke, dude.
no, yeah, it's a fucked up joke, but if you're continually doing that, you're like, that's not a joke. You know what I'm saying though? There's
That's crazy, dude.
this guy he was like the village like that kind of guy. Everyone knew. You know what I'm saying though? Like, yeah. I mean, you couldn't convict him over it because he didn't admit to anything. But really poor taste. You know what I'm saying though?
I mean, kind of beyond Portes, but yeah, I know what you mean. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I think
Like if they came to the lounge with a cigar, they're like, "What kind of tobacco?" He's like, "It's using 20-year age tobacco." He's like, "That's too old." He's just like, this guy's just he's so fucked up. You know what I'm saying? He's only smoking Padron 1000. He's like, "I like the young tobacco." You're like, "Oh," he's just a fucked up guy. Like everyone always looked at that guy like everyone disproved this guy's existence. But he bought
dude,
cigars, whatever.
um, I think with Gio, man, he just didn't have shit going on, man. I think it was a joke at his own expense.
Yeah, if it was such a bad time for 2 hours, why are you here? Like,
Yeah,
you had nothing going on.
I think he's saying he's got that little going on.
He's like, I want my 2 hours back. Okay, and where would you put your 2 hours?
Yeah,
You know, sit there in your underwear playing with your dog. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds weird, man.
I just love busting Gio's balls. Like it probably takes up 10% of my day.
But it probably keeps your mood up, you know.
Yeah, yeah, but not really. No.
What would the Geo ad on TV for cigars?
He's like, "Hi, I'm Gio. I used to be a cigar snob, but then I learned from Richie, you don't always got to spend $50 on gouged cigars. I mean, those are great $20 cigars, but I found out there's good $10, $12 cigars, even $8 cigars, and the difference in the money. I don't know what I do with that money, but still, there's extra money. I don't know. I don't know.
Here's what I think, dude. Here's what I think. It'd be like Geo's cigar service, and what they do is they ship you the brand new, most hyped up, expensive cigar, so you can take pictures of it, and then you send it back.
Every turn, I forgot that story.
So you get like you only have to pay like $15 or $20, and you get to like hold the box for a little while.
Yeah, put on Instagram.
Yeah, and send it back. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have Sacco on the commercial, like he's just calling up like David off or something. He's like, "Any new cigars coming out?" They're like, "Yeah, we gotta send me 2 boxes." He just hangs up. He didn't say what it was. He's added to my account. You know, it's like,
He's just calls up Cohiba. Can you stop making cheap cigars? Can you make something more expensive?
yeah, yeah.
I need a more exclusive cigar.
You have a Spectre version of the Spectre. He's like, "What?" You know, like they're like, we could do that. You know, say the box instead of go this way, the cigars come out both ways, 3 ways.
The
And
cigars just they launch out. They've got little rocket propellants at the bottom. They go grab them.
I just picture like at his house, like an 18-wheeler coming every Friday. It's just like cigar delivery. It's like, dee, dee, dee. Hey, where do you want them, sir? Put them over there. It's,
It's like 3 tiny boxes, but they're all crazy.
I love what he says. Like he's like, yeah. He's like, I have no more room. Like he's like, I gotta start smoking these. He's like 40,000 cigars. He he makes you laugh, man. God
They
bless.
gotta they gotta have a Spectre box with a flat screen TV at the side and just slideshow of Sacco in it.
Yeah, it just says flex,
Yeah,
flex, flex.
it's a whole video show. It's about his flex and Sacco.
Yeah. Who else? Sack is obviously the most interesting guy here, but I think Sack is guy. I think I offended Sack.
Dang, dude.
I don't know what happened. What happened? I haven't seen Notorious in a while too. I hope he's okay.
Remember, Notorious took time off. Remember,
Yeah, but I
that was
think
big for him.
Big Firm is gone. I don't know. Maybe he's hanging out with Vixen. I don't know.
I hope so, man.
I hope so. Like, leaves or dies. They're like, I hope he's with Vix. You know what I'm saying? I hope like,
He's in a better place now. He's hanging out with Vix.
think he's doing the cigar news in the car with Vixen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, who else you got in the group?
She's like, oh yeah, big firm. Yes, nice. Yes. She's just like really into it, earnestly though. She's not teasing him or anything. She's just like, really,
He's
that's
like
awesome.
acid chocolate. You know.
Yeah. That's on one side of the screen. He's just looking through the cigars. She's like totally stoked. The
Yeah,
viewership is totally stoked. Everybody loves it.
we used to get some girls in the show. Like, they just come in and they come on and be like, remember that one girl was like, my husband watches your show. Remember that girl? What was she talking shit?
Oh yeah, she said something like, "Oh, I already know you're wrong" or something. Like it was something crazy.
I was like, get the
She
fuck.
just came in fighting, man.
Yeah, like it's a guy show, man. Like, go to a woman's cigar. Oh, there's no women's cigar clubs. Why not? Because then you can't have 20 women hanging out. They're like, oh, I'm busy. Guys will hang out and meet strangers and be like, yo, what's up, bro? You want a free cigar? And I pay my own money. Yeah, cool, bro. I'll buy you a cigar now. Like Attic Cigar Lounge, man, like 20 girls hanging out. You think they're gonna share Davidoffs? No, no. I can't. I can't. I can't stress. Good life.
His dream life.
He's like, I can't keep my eyes open. He's like,
Dude, I think this was the best part of the lounge, dude. We did like all the best content to like 2 people.
it's literally like 5 hours in. You know. Yeah.
But the shit with the commercials was funny, man. I mean, that was getting up to something funny.
I know. I saw some shit today about marijuana cigars. Like they're literally gonna have THC infused. Not even like what's not like what's the C stuff called, the fake stuff?
Oh, CBD.
No, like
Wait, Richie, we're getting more viewers.
yeah, I know. We can't stay on much longer. I gotta go.
We've gone so long now. It's going back up.
Yeah, it's going back. Yeah, it's people on the other side of the world. Like, what is going on? I think that yeah, I saw this thing about a company making kind of cigars infused with THC. How is
I
that?
know. Wasn't there was like that jaw
Yes,
jaw
but
yeah.
that wasn't THC. That was CBD.
Okay,
No,
gotcha.
but I heard that they were like infusing. My,
With THC,
yeah, but who the hell want to smoke that?
I'd try it, man. I'll try it one time. Fuck it.
Yeah, I don't know. No, man, dude. Oh, dude, imagine if that became the rage. And with the all new, sticky.
Dude, that's one of those things, like you said, like good times make weak men. That's the ultimate maker of weak men. If you're smoking a cigar that's dipped in THC, dude, you're gonna be a weak man. There's no way back from that, dude. Like, you could be so lazy.
Yeah, yeah, it's just, no. And like, oh, what kind of wrapper is it? Oh, sticky pineapple. And you're like, yeah. Or
Yeah,
the angry marshmallow wrapper, like whatever
yeah.
shit up and like, yeah.
It's Habano OG.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Habano with like, I don't know, with like three V's instead of a
Yeah.
B.
Broadleaf Kush.
Yeah. Connecticut Crush. You know what I'm saying? That.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Sour. What would it be?
Yeah.
Sour
Yeah.
San Andreas. No, sour Sumatra, dude.
Yeah. Ecuadorian summer. So like Sumatra.
I think you're smoking different weed than me, man.
Yeah.
I don't know this crazy shit.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I don't smoke weed, but back in the day, we used to have like all the different. I don't know. I live in California, so you hear about this stuff, but
Yeah. No, I never did in my life. It's not for me.
you didn't smoke weed one time? Not one time.
Not for me.
I mean, but you don't know it if you don't try it, dude.
Maybe in my next life, but not this one.
Maybe it's legal in California, so it's
I'll
worth a
tell
shot for people who are here.
you why it's not. It's not legal. Because when you buy a gun, it's a federal background check. And it asks you, do you smoke marijuana?
Well, dude, smoking marijuana versus having smoked marijuana one time is not the same thing.
The point is, though, if they can prove that you went to a marijuana store and that you're lying on a background check, the difference is the state's not going to care because it's legal in the state. But you still bought a gun in that state and filled out a federal form in the state. So, I mean, do they really enforce all that? If they wanted to. So, people that have medical marijuana cards, technically, they can't buy a gun. They can, but if they wanted to bust balls, you get what I'm saying? Though it is kind of technically a formality, but it's legal state. It's not legal federal. You understand that, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
on a background check, it's not a state form; it's a federal form. So and the federal still has agents in every state. Does that make any sense? So if they
But if you've smoked weed, let's say you smoke weed one time, and you're not in the possession of anything, and you don't have it in your system.
now how would they know? But I'm saying if you're going to stores and buying illegally, you're registered because they scan your license or just you being at the store on camera buying it, right? So if they wanted to bust your ball because you got to use your credit card, right, or cash or whatever, they're gonna find. You know what I'm saying though? So if they want to bust your balls, they can.
All right, fair enough.
I'm just giving people a heads up. You know, so
No, fair enough.
you got to kind of decide what side you're on. You want to chill out, or you want to not, or have your Glock legally and not worry about lying on it. So I don't worry. If people, if you're gonna own a gun legally, don't smoke that. That's my opinion.
All right.
Don't cross the streams. You know what I'm saying though?
That's fucked up, dude. I think people should be allowed to try weed one time just so
No,
they know what.
it doesn't matter. I'm just telling you the way it is.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, fair enough.
that's all I'm saying.
Fair enough.
You
No,
know,
I get you.
you know, that's all I'm saying. It's
Josh, how do you think the quality of the show is going, man?
it's it's a one man show.
We've got more hosts than we have viewers, dude.
Dude, I want Josh to leave where it's just me and you. It's just nobody. It just says zero. There's no, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course you had a weed card before, dude.
Well, don't get one now. You know, I don't want to. Don't talk about that shit. Just don't.
I feel like
Don't do drugs, guys. Don't do drugs.
yeah, no, I'm not condoning drugs. I'm not condoning drugs.
No, don't. I'm not condoning anything. Okay. Just smoke cigars. I'm going to bed.
All right, bro. Dude, we tried to outlast Josh. We couldn't do it.
Yeah, easy. Don't do anything stupid. Stay legit. Stay straight and narrow. I'm going to bed. You guys are crazy. All right. It's, okay. Look, you don't even do it. You like this shit.
Rich, can we talk next time, dude? I feel like, dude, I get on and you're like, gotta go, dude.
Yeah. Like, yeah, he's such a piece of shit friend, man. 5 hours. Dude, 5 hour conversation. How was that? You know, you had the 300-second club. We had the 300-minute club. Bro, that's not.
That's true, dude.
Dude, this was a whole day at work.
We got put in the dome in a very different way, man.
This is a stupid place. This is a very stupid place, and I never want to come back. All right.
I think it was pretty cool.
The sun's gonna come out. The sun's gonna come out. You know.
All right, man. Get some rest.
I'm going to sleep later, bro. Peace out.
Good night.